Welcome to beautiful St. Petersburg, Florida. It's the Monster Energy P1 Offshore St. Pete Powerboat Grand Prix presented by Visit St. Pete Clearwater. I am Mike Iwaski, joined by the one, the only, Mr. Matt Trulio.
Oh, too nice, too nice.
Good morning, everybody. We hope you're enjoying this beautiful Sunday morning. We are down here in Florida. Matt, St. Petersburg is a great place to race. It's a beautiful with tons of activities.
Yeah, you can't miss here. There's just so many places to go.
We ate at Ford's last night.
We
ate at Doc Ford's for lunch yesterday.
Yeah, we ate at Ceviche 2 nights ago.
Yep, Friday night. Yep.
Where else?
We've eaten all over the place. It's been absolutely fantastic. But St. Pete is a great race site. It's a beautiful day down here. Sunny day, clear skies. But just look at some of the architecture in this town. They do a first Friday night event, which takes place right downtown. They have bands and music, a beautiful park here, tons to do for the kids out here on St. Pete Pier. Just a beautiful town. We love getting to race here. We look forward to coming back every year.
It's such a historic town as well.
It is.
There's so much, the Vinoy is here. There's so many landmarks in St. Petersburg.
Yep, and it's so close to everything. It's within a 45-minute drive from Tampa and Tampa Airport, so real easy to get here. Always come down to St. Petersburg and enjoy getting to come down here. P1 sponsors Monster Energy Drink, the official energy drink of P1 Offshore Racing. Visit St. Pete Clearwater, Mercury Racing, Sunoco Race Fuels, Liquor Split, X Insurance, Good Boy Vodka, Legend Yacht Transport, and Myco Trailers. This is race number 3, race number 1 on the day, but race number 3 overall, as we had our bracket classes yesterday and Super Stock ran first. Today we're going to have Stock V, Mod V, Class 400, and Class 200. That'll be this race you're looking at right now. Then we will have Class 1, Matt, and what great qualifying we had in Class 1 yesterday. Race number 5 will be Super Cat, and then the last race of the day will be 450R Factory Stock and VX here in St. Petersburg.
Yeah, qualifying yesterday was everything you would want it to be. It was very close.
Yep.
Fractions of a second. We'd lost a boat to a mechanical issue. We lost X Insurance.
Yep. Well, we lost 2 boats because Pothole Heroes didn't even start for qualifying. They had mechanical issues. They were actually out testing this morning after they weren't able to get out yesterday. So our start procedure here in P1 is a little bit different. We do not do mills. So as long as the boats line up, they will line up in their positions. They will come around the easterly turn here. They will head west back towards St. Petersburg. And as long as the starter on that Force 10 pace boat likes the lineup, they will start the race for the first race of the day for the Monster Energy P1 Offshore St. Pete Powerboat Grand Prix, presented by Visit St. Pete Clearwater. Matt, let's do a quick Mod V, Stock V roll call. And if I say Stock V, I think the firm is running in Stock V. Is
that right?
I think so.
I don't have them on my list, but we'll run through Mod V right now. We in 151 Express, we have Ian Morgan and Nick Imprescia. BoatFloater.com, the father and son duo of Steve and Stephen Kildall. FastBoysRacing.com, Ken Bollinger, Forrest Riddle, Relentless Latta Creek, Travis Petco and Robert Hartman, Sheriff Lobo, Pete Rivero and Shamil Muhammad, and last but not least, Steve Fairman and Steve Miklos in Team Sunprint Hooters.
So I think that's going to be the difference. Sheriff Lobo is not here this weekend, and I thought Pete Rivero said they're going to race in place of Sheriff Lobo, from what I understand. Okay. And then he's got Chris Uzi actually in the boat running with him, so we'll call Sheriff Lobo the firm.
Yeah, any confusion I might have caused there, I apologize for it. It's just that this is the last registration sheet we had, so...
Class 200, we had Justice League registered. Oh, we got a green flag. We're going to race at Mod V Racing here in St. Petersburg. First time today. These 30-foot single-engine canopied V-bottoms. You got an Extreme, Gen 3. You've got some Phantoms, multi-generation Phantoms out there running in this Mod V class. Kevin Smith, Britt Lilly looks like they're to the early lead, but look at 151 Express way on the outside, running deck-to-deck with them. Remember, have to maintain their lanes through this first corner, and they're going to bypass the dogleg. Seemed to cause some confusion yesterday in that Class 5 start, but the Mod V seemed to be doing great. As look at Miklos coming up in Sunprint. Now he's starting to make a run. The Gen 2 Extreme.
And it's noticeably rougher today.
Yep, this is great water. This is great water for these Mod Vs. They will really get to enjoy this as they will head down into the first turn. This is the Monster Energy turn here on this 6-mile course in St. Petersburg. Kevin Smith, Britt Lilly, now deck to deck with Steve Furman and Steve Miklos, and then 151 on the outside of them. 151 will maintain on the outside, hopefully carry more speed. Kevin and Britt going to dive to the inside. Take Miklos with him in Sunprint. The group now behind them. That's Fast Boys, North Myrtle Beach RV and Resort.
Oh, yeah,
that's a great shot there. That's Latta Creek. Sunprint currently in second, giving chase to the newer version of this boat with Britt Lilly and Kevin Smith. The battle behind it right now is for third, though. That's Fast Boys and Laticrete. They are side by side. They have gotten around Boat Floater. That longer line for 151 Express did not work out as they've lost 3, almost 4 positions as we watch them turn now back east. So Class 2, we had Justice League. They scratched for today, unfortunately, but we have Predator, Stallman Motorsports. We've got Dean Stallman, Nate Hunt. And I believe it's Ryan Stallman is in the boat today, the younger Stallman, first time racing in the 41-foot Apache. And Class 4, we've got Control Freak, MSR Power Sports, Rollin' Dirty, SRS, Racing Mad, EFI.com, and Unleashed. Sean Penn, Michael Holt in that boat. Mark Robbins and Damon Murata in Class 4. As we watch Mod V run away from us, they are running back east now, headed towards the other end of this course. Now this is Class 2. Okay, so OC Racing, Matt, is running in Class 2 against Predator. They ran V Extreme in Sarasota, so they've changed classes here in St. Pete. Predator out to the early lead in Class 2. OC Racing looks like they are in second. Class 4 just behind this group, coming into your screen now. That's MSR Control Freak, currently leading over Simmons Marine. Simmons Marine also not listed on our Class 4 entry list.
That's okay, we'll pick them up.
Back out to Mod V. Kind of hard to tell in the glare there, but look at this was the battle for third last time by us. Fast Boys and Laticrete, deck to deck. Then you have Sunprint. They are currently in second. LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness, Revex Oil, just in front of them. That's the whitewash you see from their boat. They're getting ready to exit the turn. They will run back west now towards St. Petersburg and see the dogleg for the first time. Matt, the glare is really, really bad out here, as you can see from your screen.
Yeah, and if it's tough for us, I can't imagine what it's like for them, looking through salted windshields and spray and mist and all the rest that's out there. But it will change, obviously, as the day wears on.
Fast Boys has gotten around Laticrete. Now they sit solidly in third. So it's LSB, Hurricane of Awesomeness, Revex Oil in first. Sunprint in second. Now Fast Boys in third. Boat number 97, Forrest Riddle, Ken Bollinger. Forrest from Virginia, Ken from Pennsylvania. What a great shot there of these Mod Vs. Multiple generation boats in this class. That's LSB in the lead. Sunprint goes out way wide. I believe that's Laticrete and maybe Fast Boys out to the way outside there. Kind of hard to tell from this vantage point with the glare. But LSB has picked up right where they've left off. Now this is Kevin and Britt's first time in the boat together for the entire 2024 season, as Britt normally races Husky Ice Brits.
Yeah, they had Kyle Miller and who else in there?
Jay Woltman ran it.
Yep.
Kyle Miller and Jay Woltman ran it in Sarasota, and then Kyle Miller and Kevin Smith ran it in Cocoa Beach.
Yeah, and Britt doesn't miss a beat. He loves running that Class 1 boat, but he also loves running his own Mod V boat.
Yep, he does.
He runs,
and he loves running with Kevin. I mean, they have a great relationship. They're multi-time national and world champions, so they do a great job. Sunprint still in second. But, Matt, I like what I'm seeing out of Fast Boys. It looks like Fast Boys is catching Sunprint somewhere.
It does. It does. They seem to be gaining on them every few hundred yards.
Class 2 comes into view there. That was Predator in the lead, and there's OC Racing in second in Class 2. As LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness, Revex Oil continues to lead. Just gives you an idea of how bad the glare is, and I can only imagine as they turn and run back east what the glare looks like through the windshield. Look at this, though. I think Fast Boys has got something for Sunprint. They can keep that boat running flat. But they are getting tossed all over the place, and this was where we thought we'd have rough water racing yesterday just because of this turn, Matt, and how this wind is blowing out of the east, maybe slightly northeast. It's really pushing this water up towards St. Pete Pier, and you're seeing these boats rock up on their side and chine walk a little bit.
Yeah, and the wind's picked up quite a bit, so it's really pushing them harder.
These are the same exact conditions we saw yesterday, but by the time we went live yesterday for Class 1, whoa, big hop there as I looked up. As we went live for Class 1 qualifying, conditions actually had laid down, and then by the time we raced Superstock, conditions had picked back up. Fast Boys trying to make a move on the inside, however, with Sunprint. Can they make the move stick? They're on the inside lane, Sunprint on the outside. And I think they will stay in these two positions. They run the whole length up this course. LSP Hurricane of Awesomeness is simply checked out from the rest of the group. That water coming out of the side of Fast Boys, it looks like they're dumping their ballast tank a little bit, trying to get some speed. Not quite past that first place boat. Back to Class 2. Here is Predator, boat 444, Stallman Motorsports.
You know, they're running uncontested, and that's okay. They always show up. They're waiting for people to show up with them.
Beautiful 41-foot Apache with Bruce Baker Racing engines. Ran Class 4 for many years, won multiple national and world champions in Class 4, and then were moved up to Class 2 based upon size and speed as they go through the monster turn. Apologize, we didn't get laps at the start of your race. We will get that information for you here momentarily as we are green flag racing. Great shot of Sunprint there, currently running in second. Now, I would call this a Gen 2 Extreme. This was the first one of this style built. And then Brits is the Gen 3. That is the newest one on the course. There are actually newer ones built than Brits. Kyle Miller and Jay Waltman actually own one that they're currently putting together. And I believe Brit already has the next one popped and are putting the boat together for another team. So the Extremes gaining some popularity with LSB now building them up in Arnold, Maryland. Predator continues to lead in Class 2. As we go back now to the leader in Mod V. That's LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness, RevX Oil. Great run for Kevin and Britt. Again, they haven't raced all season. Getting back in the boat for the first time as Britt is not running Husky Ice Brits, giving the seat up to his good friend Travis Pastrana. And they took the pole in qualifying yesterday. Great run for those guys. Beautiful looking boat, looks great, set right up on the back. Britt's done a lot of work and a lot of testing with his old Extreme and now his new Extreme. I believe his old Extreme is actually still for sale. Kind of surprised it hasn't sold yet, as winning as that boat is. But this boat just simply runs great. And talking to Jay Waltman about it, he said, Mike, it's one of the only boats I've ever run where you have to run negative trim or neutral trim. You don't trim it up to get it to go faster. Sunprint continues to run in second. Fast Boys is giving him chase, though. Maybe about a rooster tail length behind, back into the dog leg. They need to find some cleaner water. I think they may be able to get a little bit more speed if they can get out of that whitewash of Sunprint. This should be Laticrete, currently running in fourth. They look really light in the nose, Matt, and remember, in Sarasota, they look the exact same way. They seem to be really carrying the bow, running a lot of positive trim. That's Boat Floater to the inside of them. Boat Floater might be trying to make a move for fourth. They're on the inside. Laticrete was on the outside of the dog leg. Big hop there by Laticrete. And look at what that did to Boat Floater. Look at when you jump out of the water, look how much forward momentum you lose. Yep. If you can get the boat to run flat, look how it's working out. Now, I would call that the Gen 3 Extreme hull because that's one of the original Extremes that were built. As it looks like BoatFloater.com is going to get around Laticrete, but I don't think they're going to be able to shut the door on them going into this westerly turn at the St. Pete Pier. The Monster Energy turn, as we've called it all weekend. Laticrete on the inside, Boat Floater on the outside. They set tight to the buoy, Rob and Travis versus Steve and Kildall. Look at the inside line. Look how it worked for Laticrete, but look at the speed burst all of a sudden for Boat Floater. Big shot of speed there. They pull back up side by side, but then Laticrete pulls back in front again. So, Matt, that inside line really did help Laticrete, I think. Yeah,
the battle for second is spectacular right now because, let's face it, LSB is checked out at this point. It's about 15 seconds ahead.
This is actually the battle for fourth. The battle for second was between Sunprint and Fast Boys. I apologize.
No problem. We're there.
Look at this in Class 2. I believe OC Racing is running in Class 2. OC running is in Class 2. Okay, we apologize. OC Racing is running in Class 2 against Predator. And they've caught back up to Predator. They were pretty far behind them before. Now, this boat, I think, did run V Extreme in Sarasota. But a great race in Class 2. They are, however, bracketed to a speed of 95 miles an hour as they come around one more time. But now it looks like OC is losing some ground to Predator.
Yeah, something's slowing down.
Yep, they are slowing. Looks like they're going to pull off of the course. Up North Myrtle Beach RV and Resort is headed in. Here is your leader in Class 4. They are currently undefeated. Mark Robinson and Damian Marotta, the lobster, as they say. Here is the battle now for fourth between Laticrete and Boat Floater. Laticrete just can't seem to shake Boat Floater, Matt. And two different boats, two different styles of running these boats. Two very, very competitive boats. Of course, Laticrete was set up by Charlie McCarthy, who kind of became the leader of the Phantom Group for a while. He really did a lot of research and got those boats to run good.
Correct.
Now that is Laticrete and Boat Floater now. That kind of gives you an idea of the distance. But it looks like, Matt, it kind of looks like maybe Boat Floater likes running with it a little bit. They seem to be a little bit faster on the top of it, where Laticrete seemed to be bouncing. We'll see if that happens this time by.
You know, the equalizer seems to be this inside turn that we'll get to in a few seconds.
Class 2 running 8 laps. Mod V running 8 laps. Class 4 running 8 laps. So all of our classes out here now running 8 laps. Up next will be the big boys of offshore racing, Class 1. Husky Ice Brits taking the pole yesterday in what was a super dramatic qualifying session. Pothole Heroes didn't get to qualify, had a mechanical issue early on, and then X Insurance ripped the rudder off the back of the boat. I literally ripped the whole rudder off the back of the boat. I got to see a video of it yesterday, and it's gone.
Yeah, and we're not sure exactly what happened. I mean, the obvious answer is there was something it hit.
Yep.
But whatever it hit had to go straight through the tunnels to take off the rudder because there's no damage to the inside of the hull, as I understand it. That's
what Grant was telling me yesterday, and the rudder is completely gone. I guess I'm kind of surprised maybe they try and go down and find it.
It is.
Well, they go down and find props, right? I mean, they'll go down and find props if they need to.
It's an expensive piece of stainless.
Yep. BoatFloater.com now starts to make a move on the outside of Laticrete. They did this. This kind of proves my theory, I think, Matt, a little bit, that BoatFloater.com likes running with it a little bit more.
I think
they're
right.
running a little bit flatter. They're not getting the airtime. They do make the pass now for fourth. So it's LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness Revex Oil in the lead. Sunprint still in second. Fastboys.com in third, and now Boat Floater in fourth, Laticrete in fifth in Mod V. As they were able to really pull away from, I definitely think that extreme of Boat Floater really likes the western direction of this course, as they seem to be able to get on top of it just a little bit better. And they've really secured fourth place now as they head into the Monster Energy turn. 8 laps, and I think, Matt, this should probably be lap 3 or lap 4 for them. Just by a rough guess, of course.
It's a guesstimate, yeah.
The Kildahl's run to the inside. Of course, Stephen Kildahl celebrating the birth of his son just about a week ago.
I didn't know that.
Told me that they were worried the baby was going to be born on this particular weekend, and he was going to be here kind of waiting for a call that his wife was going to go into labor, but gave birth last week to a healthy baby boy, so congratulations to them. Predator continues to lead in Class 2 as I think OC is out. They were slowed last time by us, so now Predator running uncontested in Class 2 in a beautiful yellow 41-foot Apache with Bruce Baker Racing engines. And Matt, they would like it to be a little bit rougher, I think.
Oh, they would love it to be rougher. Be no problem for them.
That's what they're known for, is rough water races. Although this is good water for this boat. I mean, if this was a top speed run for this boat, it would really like this water because it would break the suction to the bottom of the boat enough and get it aerated enough. I think it could run pretty fast.
Yeah, it would loosen up the hull quite a bit.
Exactly.
This is perfect water for a 41-foot Apache. Of
course,
to go really fast.
Yep. Of course, with the bracketed speed, they can only run the speed allotted, again, monitored by GPS. Class 2 and Class 4 are the only bracket class races we are having today, as we did 7, 6, and 5 yesterday. And man, 7 and 5 were some very, very exciting racing. Here is MSR Control Freak. They are your leaders in Class 4 over Simmons. The 3-man team undefeated in Class 4 for the 2024 season. Barring any unforeseen incidents or breaking out of their speed bracket, looks like they could make it 4 for 4 in Class 4. Back to LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness Revex Oil. They are your leader in Mod V.
They are not afraid to run that boat loose.
They push it. They push it. Well, and Britt's told me, he said it's so much easier to drive than the old boat. It just handles that much better. And Britt's actually made changes to the other 2 hulls that he's built. There's actually been some minor tweaks and minor changes. And when those boats get in the water and start running, it'll be interesting to see how they do, compared to this one. Kyle Miller and Jay Waltman have run this boat. They enjoy running this boat. And I think that's going to give them some good ideas when they go to set up their boat. And hopefully we see that boat out here on the race course shortly. But your leaders in Mod V, LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness, RevX Oil. Of course, RevX Oil, longtime sponsor, Brett Lilly, been around with him for, it's got to be almost 8 or 9 years now, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
Because he started racing in 2012 or 2013.
He got RevX fairly early.
Fairly early, yep. He was actually the first team to get RevX Oil, and then they started, helping a lot of the other teams out. Of course, I run RevX products in my personal boat. Here is Sunprint Hooters. They are currently running in second. Steve Miklos and Steve Furman in the Gen 2 Extreme Hull have kind of pulled away from Fast Boys. Matt, I thought this would be a bit more of a race for second in Mod V, but now they've kind of gapped out just a little bit. It maybe looks like Ken and Forrest are maybe running a little bit more of a negative setup, trying to keep that boat in the water. It seems like these Phantoms are really flying on this part of the course where they're running with it. They're really getting some pretty good airtime, it appears. BoatFloater.com currently runs in 4th place in Mod V. A lot of separation now between the top 5 boats as to where they were all kind of bunched up together. Now they've kind of separated away from each other. Boat Floater comes through the dog leg, turns left, and now they will get ready to turn back right into the monster turn. And now Latacrete. Latacrete has lost a lot of ground to Sunprint. Matt, remember Latacrete, Sarasota was a boat that was really running up towards the front with Britt. They had a great race in Sarasota.
Yeah, they push hard. They've done well.
They do.
They was controversial finish, and there was a lot of
but completely different conditions here.
Oh yeah,
looks more like the Super Stock race did in Sarasota, these conditions now, than it did for the Mod V race. The Mod V race in Sarasota, it was flat calm.
Oh, glass.
Rob Hartman, Travis Petco in Latacrete, currently running in 5th in Mod V. They had a race with Boat Floater for a while, but they are just getting some big air out there. Here is Predator, currently running uncontested now in Class 2. I have not seen OC, so I do think they have pulled back into the pits.
That boat is just a beast. It's
coming unbelievable.
It's
and
massive.
It has such a unique sound because it's 2-into-1 exhaust, so it sounds more like a Lamborghini high revving engine than it does supercharged big V8 blower motors. Kind of sounds like WHM. WHM has 2-into-1 exhaust as well. Kind of gets that high pitch whined noise. No reason for Predator really running hard now as they are running uncontested in Class 2. What a shot of LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness RevX Oil. Painted in-house at LSB with the help of Graphic Effects. Just a beautiful paint job. Britt, obviously a very, very talented painter. And just a beautiful boat as they continue to lead in Mod V. I really am excited, Matt, to get some of these newer extremes out in the race course and see if they can run as good as this one does.
Well, I think that,
if not better.
And you would know it better than I, but I think this class is still growing. I think there are people still interested in coming in, and
and there are some boats. Yeah, there are some boats not here. I mean, obviously Marker 17 Marine Brian Forehand is not here. Actually, I haven't seen Brian Forehand all season after he ripped the drive off in Marathon. This is your leader in Class 4. Boat number 434, 34-foot Phantom. Racing against another 34-foot Phantom, who's racing against a Fountain with Unleashed. We have not seen Unleashed come. We've not seen Unleashed on your screen, but they have come by, so they still are out there running. Back to Predator. Great shot there of a little hop. And Matt, if Predator is aerating the props coming out of the water a bit, there's a little bit of a bump out there to get that big old boat out of the water.
Yeah, it's deceptive. We're above it, but if you're down there in it, it's 1 to 2s, but sporty-ish.
Yep. Very similar to what we had yesterday. If it stays like this, I think the Class 1 race will be very, very interesting. Look at how level boat number 66 runs, though. The bow never picks up. It just always stays level, always stays flat. Oh, but they're slowing. Matt, is LSB slowing? LSB is slowing. Can't tell what's going on, but they are slowing.
Coming off plane.
They are coming off a plane. LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness RevX is slowing down off a plane. They've got some time before Sunprint gets to them, but not a lot. That's Sunprint there. Matt, I think they've been slowing for a while because Sunprint wasn't that close to them last time by.
Yeah,
Sunprint
right.
Hooters now takes the lead in Mod V as LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness RevX Oil. An uncommon mechanical issue as he runs Tyler Crockett Racing engines. These are naturally aspirated carbureted motors making about 750 horsepower. We also have 151 Express. They are down in the middle of the course next to the start-finish boat, and that's on the dogleg, Matt. That was running back towards it. So now Sunprint Hooters continues to lead. Fastboys.com is in second, and that puts BoatFloater.com in third on the podium. And remember, I think these extremes are running better than the Phantoms. Let's see if Boat Floater's got anything for Fast Boys.
I did not see that coming, but this is why This is why you keep running.
Yep.
At one point, I had Sunprint more than 15 seconds behind LSB.
Yep. But as quickly as they caught LSB when LSB went down,
exactly.
I think LSB had been slowing for a little while.
Yep.
BoatFloater.com now in third. Fast Boys in second. Sunprint Hooters lead. Steve Miklos and Steve Furman. That puts Latacrete in fourth. And that, Matt, I believe is the firm there, who we called in as Sheriff Lobo. Of course, the only activator running in this class. Pete Rivero just getting the boat put back together. Yep, the firm right there, Pete Rivero. And it was going to have Ricardo Maldonado in it, but he was involved in the steel rollover yesterday in Superstock, so Chris Uzi jumped in the boat. Of course, this is the first time we've seen that boat. Latacrete now running in fourth after LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness Revex Oil out with a mechanical issue, and I haven't seen him get back up on a plane yet. That was going into the dogleg. What a shot of Sunprint Hooters, though. I don't expect anything less than perfection from Steve Miklos, though.
Yeah, he's a bit of a scientist, too.
He is.
He's not guessing it much. And he's local.
He is. And he's a huge motorsports guy. He races all kinds of stuff.
He does. So does his driving, his cockpit mate
Steve
as well.
Furman. Yep. That is Latacrete currently running in fourth, coming across the start-finish line. There's LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness Revex Oil. They've got fast response towing hooked up to them. So whatever happened, it's bad enough to take them out of the race completely. So that will be a DNF for LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness Revex Oil. Matt, like I said, an uncommon error or an uncommon issue for that team is normally they are a good sign of perfection with that Tyler Crockett Racing engine.
They don't have a lot of mechanical issues. It is uncommon for them.
Class
Correct.
4. Control Freak continues to lead in Class 4. Predator continues to lead in Class 2. Of course, Predator running uncontested as OC Racing went out early with some sort of mechanical issue. Matt, now you can tell that Apache's just on cruise control. They've got no reason to push it and go super fast, no faster than they need to. Simmons is also running in Class 4. He was currently in second. Unleashed was in third.
You know, at least Predator did have someone to run against for a short period of time. It's got to be better than just taking off by yourself.
Well, and OC registered for V Extreme in Sarasota. V Extreme will be with the 450 factory stock boats. That's going to be race-winning brands, Team Farnsworth, and the developer Wix filters. That will be the last race of the day.
That's right.
Great shot of that Predator, or that Apache rather. Beautiful boat, yellow paint job, Bruce Baker Racing engines. As they come across the start-finish line. All of these boats out here running 8 laps. And not much lapping has gone on because all of these boats are probably running very close to the same speed. And I did see somebody standing on the back of the start-finish boat. Couldn't quite tell what they were doing. There is Simmons Marine, Jim Simmons, Jason Zalecki, running in that 34-foot Phantom. A lot of history with that particular race boat. Now, the Control Freak boat, that's actually a brand new boat. He built that boat to run Class 4 a couple of years ago, so one of the most modern 34-foot Phantoms, but still looks exactly similar to Simmons, which is one of the older ones. Here is Team Unleashed. They raced with us in Sarasota. Come back out to run in St. Pete. Unleashed got Sean Penn and Michael Holt on board. Here is Fast Boys. They currently run now in second, find themselves on the podium. Well, they were on the podium before LSB went out, but now they are on the podium in second with Boat Floater in third. But what a shot of Sunprint Matt, and just look at that boat run. Look how flat it is.
Yeah, you don't make speed in the air.
Nope.
You make speed connected to the water with your propeller in the water.
And I think out of this group of Mod V boats, it's definitely between the Kildaws and Miklos who's been racing the longest in this class, right?
Yes. Yeah. And I couldn't tell you.
I couldn't tell you. I mean, Kildall's been racing for a long time because he's got to race with a lot of famous people. Raced, I think, with Tom Gentry at one point. He was in the boat with them, did some distance runs with some teams. Big hop there by Fast Boys. That's what we've talked about with these Phantoms the entire race. They're just something that gets them on the backside of this course. They do not like this trailing sea. And see, that's not a bad hop, but it was a big hop, and you're losing forward momentum every time that happens.
Yep.
So maybe they like running into this stiff breeze, probably blowing about 15, maybe just shy of 20 miles an hour. Not real gusty, seems to be real consistent. It'll be interesting to see the Class 1 boats come later on today if this wind stays like this.
It's just barely white capping, but that would say 15 miles an hour, probably.
Ladder Creek continues to run in 4th place in Mod V. We are winding the first race down. Race number 2 is going to be Class 1. Husky Icebrit sits on the pole in Class 1. Beautiful shot there of boat number 51, Sunprint. And if this boat could tell stories, it'd probably have some pretty good stories to tell, wouldn't it?
Yeah, if they could tell them outside of the cockpit. I don't know.
So they are leading in Mod V after LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness. Revex Oil out with a mechanical issue. Just a beautiful shot of that Gen 2 Extreme hull. Thanks to X Insurance and Parker Lindsay, doing a great job with our aerial footage today. X Insurance for all of your insurance needs.
You know, it took a while for Sunprint to get this boat dialed in.
It did.
Steve, I remember shortly after he got the boat, Steve told me that he was regretting selling his other one. He liked it so much. They had it so programmed. But they got it now. And
the other one went to Trinidad. I'm pretty sure that is a boat that went in Trinidad because there was that video of it flying through the air and everybody said, oh, the old boat looks really good. So I think that's the one.
I think you're right.
Predator continues to lead in Class 2. Control Freak continues to lead in Class 4. Control Freak needs to make sure they maintain control. They don't need to try and go run down Predator. They've got nothing to prove, and they don't want to break out of their speed bracket because if they do, that would hand the win over to Simmons. And Simmons is currently running in 2nd in Class 4. There is the Predator. Of course, Dean Stallman's got a pretty good stable of Apache boats. He's got Low Profile, which a boat this team raced a few years ago. Beautiful white hull, pink, turquoise blue graphics. Then they bought this beautiful yellow boat. And this boat is in impeccable shape. When you go up to this boat, it is super clean. The gel coat's in great shape. They obviously take great care of their equipment. As Nate Hunt is on the throttles and Dean drives. And Matt, that third seat, they kind of rotated out a little bit. Sometimes it's Connie Hunt in the third seat.
She's here, but I don't think she's in the boat. She's not in the boat. Is that correct?
Yes, I did say. I saw at the driver's meeting. Sunprint, your leader in Mod V. They basically don't have anything to prove at this point. Now, our lap counts on our screen here only say 5 laps, but that came up a little bit late into the start of the race. I think we're probably on our second to last lap. I didn't see a white flag that time by, so I'd probably say we're at about lap 7 of 8. Sunprint goes into the dogleg. They will turn left and then run east towards the Monster Energy turn right off of St. Petersburg Pier. Matt, what a great viewing site for these fans here in St. Petersburg. If you can get out here on this pier, this is the place to be.
Exactly. You know, the course gets a little distant, but when it comes inside, the boats are moving. They're going as fast as they can, and then you go into a nice sweeping right-hander.
Well, and as the bigger boats come out, as Super Cat Class 1 come out, they'll really be able to see the dogleg, run down the dogleg, make the turn, and then run up. LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness Revex Oil is in tow on the outside of the course. You'll see them come into your screen here shortly. They are out with a mechanical issue. That handed the lead over to Sunprint Hooters and put FastBoys.com up into second place. Ken Bollinger, Forrest Riddle, really great guys, involved in an unfortunate incident in Sarasota a couple years ago and destroyed their old boat. They decided, there's the white flag lap, so we're a white flag starting lap number 8 for Mod V. What really should be for everybody. It should be for Mod V. It should be for Class 4 and Class 2. There goes there goes Control Freak, boat number 434. Do love a 34-foot Phantom, though. That's a cool-looking boat. Of course, this one's set up. I don't know if it has a removable hatch behind the driver, throttleman, and navigator, but some have a removable hatch, and they have a back seat back there, and you can go take them on a poker run every once in a while if you'd like. But they are leading in Class 4 and have run uncontested. Not uncontested, saying there aren't any other boats in the class, as Simmons is behind them, and then you have Unleashed. But they just did not have anything for this 34-foot Phantom, and this makes them 4 for 4 on the season, as they have won every race they have entered. Of course, all of the results we tell you, Matt, are unofficial.
Indeed.
Until the GPSs are read and the boats are inspected, everything we tell you is unofficial. Go to p1offshore.com. Follow us on Facebook. Follow us on Twitter and on Instagram. And you can get all the live results, schedules. Keep up with your favorite team. Now this wraps up the Class 1 UIM World Championship this weekend here in St. Petersburg. And the next stop is Clearwater, and that will wrap up the APBA National Championship Series for 2023. Predator continues to run in Class 2, and they've kind of trimmed the boat back down, maybe put the tabs down a little bit, and they are just running on cruise control as their only competition. OC Racing went out early with a mechanical issue. That should be Simmons coming into your view just there a minute ago. They are currently running in second in Class 4. Good shot of a 41-foot Apache and a 34-foot Phantom. Matt, out of these two boats, which would you like the most?
I think the Apache.
You really?
Just because it's a piece of history.
Yep, little old school style there.
You know, not to say
a tank, it'll drive through anything you put under it. Predator continues to lead in Class 2. Control Freak in Class 4. Boat 434. And I believe Craig Bellafato, scroll over on your sheet there, I believe Craig Bellafato is running in that third seat in Control Freak, boat number 434. Mark Robbins, the owner, Damian Murata driving. Doesn't have him registered, but I believe it's Craig Bellafato runs in that other seat in that 34-foot Phantom. Of course, the third seat, Matt, is known for what?
Navigation.
Navigation.
Do we really navigate now?
Well, I was talking, it's funny that you say that. I was talking to Mike McLaughlin, who runs the Rum Runners boat in Class 5, and he said it's really hard to see this course out here. He said it was really hard to line up. From our vantage point, we can just see that orange buoy on the west part of the course, and I can only imagine how hard it would be for them to see, when they're actually out there running.
Well, now throw in the direct sunlight.
Right. So in this case, maybe the navigator is doing some hand signaling, saying, hey, come back this way, line yourself up with the buoy. Of course, if you're running in a canopy boat, there's only two of you, but they're probably looking at their GPS. Sunprint is going to come around and take the checkered flag here momentarily. And unfortunately, Britt and Kevin are going to get a front seat view of losing the race that they were leading dominantly after out with a mechanical issue. Matt, look at that, though. Fast Boys is right there with them. If that's Fast Boys, hard to tell with the glare. They were right there with Sunprint. Sunprint Hooters leads in Mod V. We are on lap number 8 of 8, so this should wrap up our race, our first race of the day. We are going to get Class 1 out here right away, Matt. Race Control told me that we will not refuel the helicopter between this race. We're going to try and get this next race off right behind this one. Race number 3 will be Class 1. Husky Ice Bridge sits in the pole. 222 Australian Navy in second. Monster Energy MCon in third. Great qualifying run, but we'll get into that later. Sunprint enters the Monster Energy turn one more time. They will take the checkered flag in Mod V. FastBoys.com actually made up what I think was a little bit of ground on this team, but there is the checkered flag for Sunprint Hooters, your winner in Mod V. Boat number 97, FastBoys.com, they take second. And BoatFloater.com should be entering the Monster Energy turn for the final time as well, and they should take third. Predator comes down the course. Here is Boat Floater. They have tucked the boat in right now. They're just trying to be happy with a podium finish in third. Predator turns to the inside of the course. We saw some... Oh, Predator is broken down, maybe, we understand. BoatFloater.com, they take the checkered flag. They are in third place. Now, these boats will have to be tech inspected. They have a minimum rate requirement they need to meet. They also have some various technical rules that they need to meet. Richie Dancision. And I saw Tyler Crockett this morning in the hotel. Tyler's in town helping out the RWO inspection team. RWO, of course, handling the inspection for P1 Offshore Racing. Here comes Laticrete. They're going to come across the line in fourth place. OC Racing made some noise headed back to the pits.
You sure did.
Laticrete comes around the Monster Energy turn one more time, and they will cross the finish line and come in fourth place in Mod V. Now, there was some talk that Predator went down with a mechanical issue. I don't know where they went down with a mechanical issue. There were some hand gestures going on in the cockpit with the helicopter view that we saw, but Predator would still win because they completed more laps than OC Racing, so that should get... Whoa, big hop there by Control Freak, actually plowed through a wake. There's been some big boat wake traffic happening on the outside of the course, on the easterly end of the course. I think maybe they just found one of those holes, but they really don't have anything to worry about. Simmons was not within striking distance of them. As this 34-foot Tam, yep, they've trimmed it down a little bit, Matt. I think they're running a little bit more controlled now.
They're on cruise control. They're going to finish They're great.
Boat number 434. 34-foot Phantom Hull will take the unofficial win in Class 4. Again, they will have to monitor or get their GPS read by the RWO race officials to make sure they did not break out of their speed bracket. Here's that hop for them. Look at that. A little bit of a stuff there.
Almost.
And it was definitely a cruiserweight. I could see it behind him. It was definitely some sort of a cruiserweight. Not a pucker moment for those guys, but definitely thinking maybe they weren't expecting that big hop there. But no problem for the 34-foot Phantom to jump right over top of that. Maybe that's what made him trim it back down just a little bit and say, well, we're a little bit more conservative now. No reason to hang it out.
A pucker moment.
A pucker moment.
Interesting.
Maybe we can explain what a pucker moment is. If you really don't.
I'm going to defer.
When you when your rear cheeks tighten up a little bit there.
You heard it from Mike Kowalski first, people.
It's not an uncommon term. Matt Trulio, Ryan Beckley says it. Boat number 434 continues to lead in Class 4, 8 laps in the book. Simmons running in second. Some hand gestures going on there too.
Yep.
And it does have the removable hatch. See the hinges there behind, just in front of the engine hatch? So that hatch will come off and it should have a whole rear seat behind it to take the boat poker running. These boats very, very good handling. Excellent handling 34-foot Phantoms, of course, built by Mr. Will Smith.
Well, you asked me earlier. I'll ask you the same question, the 34 Phantom or the 41 Apache?
I'd go with the Phantom.
Really?
I think. I've run a 41-foot Apache for a couple of years. It's a great boat. It's a tank. It'll do anything you want it to do.
A tank.
I think the 34-foot Phantom may be just a little bit more fun to drive. It is a step bottom hull. It's a sit-down boat, so you're going to get beat around just a little bit more. And the checkered flag is out for Class 4. So Control Freak takes the win in Class 4. Simmons in second. Simmons not really that far behind Control Freak. Maybe Control Freak slowed down a little bit more than what they should have. But look at Simmons come through this corner here. Ooh, big hop there. Had to steer back into it. Jason Zalecki and Jim Simmons running in that 34-foot Phantom. And here comes Unleashed. Michael Holt and Shannon Penn, your winners third place in Class 4 in that 38-foot fountain. Matt, a bone stock fountain right out of the showroom floor could come out here, race in Class 4 and end up on the podium.
It certainly could. Now we're watching,
This is the firm. This is the Activator with Chris Uzi and Pete Rivero. They are the last boat on the course. Looks like the Class 4 boats are running extra laps. Not really quite sure why that is. We will take a brief commercial break between these races, and we will come back and talk about Class 1, as that race should be going off very quickly after this first race. We're getting word from Race Control that should happen really fast. They're actually probably bringing the boats out of the wet pits now, and we will come back with live racing of Class 1. You know, for Pete, though, first race in this boat for the 2023 season, hey, to win it, it's kind of like a little bit of a win there.
Yeah, they ran a good race. Very
controlled.
And
this is a boat it's unproven, right? This is the only one of them that's out there. It was involved in an incident a couple of years ago. It's gotten fixed and repaired, but this is a boat that needs to get figured out. The boat was built by Al Penta a couple of years ago. Used to race it with Jay Muller, and then Pete Rivero bought it and now racing it in Mod V. They turned to the inside of the course, and remember, Matt, Mod V went from the Mercury 525 fuel-injected engine to the naturally aspirated carbureted motors, making about 750 horsepower. As we take a look at results for our racing today, Sunprint Hooters is going to take the win in Mod V. Boatfloater.com in second. Relentless, well, it should have been Relentless in third. It actually should have been Fastboys.com coming across the line in third. Predator should win in Class 2, and Control Freak taking the win in Class 4. Wrapping up race number 3. Race number 1 on Sunday, race number 3 overall. This is the Monster Energy P1 Offshore St. Pete Powerboat Grand Prix, presented by Visit St. Pete Clearwater. Monster Energy Drink, the official energy drink of P1 Offshore Racing. Visit St. Pete Clearwater, Mercury Racing, Sunoco Race Fuels, Liquor Split, X Insurance, Good Boy Vodka, Legend Yacht Transport, and Myco Trailers, your P1 sponsors for the 2023 season. There is Laticrete, boat number 47. A little bit of a disappointing day, I think, for Travis and Rob, as they ran so great in Sarasota.
They did.
But I just don't think they like this water day. This is tricky water to read, tricky water to understand. Of course, I always appreciate the Maryland flag on the deck there, as I am a Maryland resident, so always appreciate seeing them fly the colors in the various states in which we go race around the country. Have to thank our armed forces, the Navy, the Marines, the Air Force, and the Army, as they protect our freedom and allow us to race here in the United States. All right, we're going to take a quick commercial break. We're going to come back with Class 1 racing. We'll be back right after this.
If you own a home or business, it might surprise you to see what is not covered in your insurance policy. There are gaps and exclusions in primary and umbrella policies that make you a target if an incident or claim occurs and you don't have the right coverage in place. And that's why you need a true umbrella policy from X Insurance. There are 40 million lawsuits filed every year in the USA. Let's get that target off your back.
Rising up, pushing up to the summit. Got the keys to the show, yeah, we run it. Set the pace for the race and we don't wait. Give it all for the win, this is our day. Energy, energy, unleash the inner beast. Energy, energy, rising to the top. See you at the peak. Unleash the inner beast, but we never stop till the victory.
Welcome back to the 2023 Monster Energy P1 Offshore St. Pete Powerboat. Out there today.
I think we saw a pretty significant reversal of fortune. LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness, Revex Oil had it completely covered. They were 15 plus seconds ahead of Sunprint. They broke. We don't know what they broke. We will find out.
We lost our screen there for just a minute. Yeah, an uncommon mechanical issue for LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness Revex Oil is, again, they went with Tyler Crockett Racing engines for this season. Of course, Tyler Crockett builds a excellent engine, also handles tech inspections with RWO.
But you also have to hand it to Sunprint, to Steve Miklos and Steve Fairman. They're
Mr. Consistency team, right? Yep. They're the ones you expect to be there, that if you're going to make a mistake, they're going to capitalize on your mistake.
Exactly. They don't break like that. They're super
everybody
consistent.
breaks. I mean, at some point, everybody breaks. But we don't want them to break, but you got to finish to win it.
Everybody breaks, but some break more than others, excuse me.
Talked to Corey Feldman on our short commercial break there. The Class 1 boat should be leaving the dock at about 11:15. And they will do a full parade lap. And then they will start their race. As we've lost one already, Matt, let's talk about qualifying yesterday. First off, we'll talk about my favorite, my pick, Husky Ice Spritz taking the pole.
Okay, you're going to rub it in, aren't you?
No.
Well, you know what? Travis Pastrana, Steve Curtis, betting against them probably isn't all that smart, but then neither is betting in the first place. So,
well, that's true. But I mean, it's been such a, when I say crapshoot, I don't mean crapshoot in a bad way, but it's been such a crapshoot with who's going to get on the pole, who's going to win these Class 1 races, that you just didn't know who to pick. You picked DF Young, right?
I did.
And you went based upon statistics, and I'd say that was a good pick because of they won the last race in Sheboygan, Wisconsin. They won that race, and they won it in dominating fashion. I mean, they went out and did great.
Well, you have to imagine that 222 Offshore is going to want to come out strong.
So Predator is moving back underway into the pit, so I guess they did have some sort of mechanical issue. They are your winners in Class 2 because they completed more laps as OC Racing went down about after the first or second lap of the event. So interesting to see, mechanical issue for this team is not very common either. These Bruce Baker Racing engines, they normally don't have issues with them. As you get a shot of that beautiful Apache hull. Of course, Apache's were built over in Miami on Thunderboat Row.
That is Connor Stallman in that boat.
Connor Stallman. Okay, I apologize.
Connor Stallman.
So it was Connor's first race in the boat.
Correct.
unfortunately had a mechanical issue, didn't get to take the complete checkered flag, but they will take the win, barring any infractions based upon the GPS. Well, there are the Class 1 boats. They are off the dock, up 2 minutes early. That's a good sign. They head out. So let's talk about Husky Ice Spritz. But qualifying was close yesterday, right? Qualifying was not a runaway race for anybody. I mean,
no, the top three were
hundredths of a second apart.
Yep.
Husky Ice Spritz ran a 250.35. Australian Navy ran a 250.34. No, I'm sorry, it was based upon the second lap. 250.12 by Husky Ice Spritz, 251.55 for Australian Navy, and a 251.54 for MCon Monster Energy, and then DF Young ran a 254.65.
Yeah.
So they were all right there together. So 222, Australian Offshore Navy, they are your 2023 Class 1 UIM World Champions this season. So congratulations to Giovanni Carpatella and Darren Nicholson coming to us from Italy and Australia.
And if just to remind you folks, this is the last official Class 1 race in the series.
They will go to Key West. They will not be in Clearwater, but they will go to Key West in November.
They'll go to Key West under Race World Offshore just to round out that championship.
Yep. This is an interesting shot here with Control Freak. They are sitting in the middle of the court somewhere up there, just to the right of our, just to the left of our vantage point here. Don't know if they're having some sort of mechanical issue. They are moving.
They're under power.
Yep. So Class 1 boats have left the dock. They're headed out onto the race course. So Husky Ice Spritz took the pole. 222 Australian Navy in second. How about Matt, MCon Monster Energy getting third?
Fantastic.
Did they learn something, you think, from the shootout? They had a phenomenal run in that boat at the shootout.
I would
for the kilo run.
I don't know that they learned something from the shootout, but I know that they learned something from Sheboygan, and they learned that their boat will hold together. They learned that it's very fast if it is holding together.
Yep.
They have a lot of confidence,
yep.
and it's well earned, and it's not over the top at all. I mean, they know their boat can still break at any time.
Yep.
But I think they're getting to the point where they feel like they can push hard and sustain the hard push.
And they're racing against teams that have a tremendous amount of experience running in Class 1.
Oh, yeah.
Between 222 Offshore Australian Navy and Husky Ice Spritz. I mean, just the experience between those two teams. You have some new teams, too. I mean, DF Young is a new team. Pothole Heroes is a new team to Class 1, not a new team to boat racing in general with Donnie Tomlinson on the throttles, but a new team to Class 1. So some variables there I think they got to get figured out and learn to run the boats and figure out what makes them to go fast. Beautiful shot of the sandbar over there. Some kids playing with a beautiful puppy. Looks like a fun place to be, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does. Yeah, a little sandbar. Lovely. And Myrick Coyle, I have to say, in the Monster Energy MCon boat, he's so adaptable.
Yep.
He can really drive pretty much anything.
Well, he's one of the guys pulling triple duty today, so he literally is going to drive anything out here.
Pretty much anything, yeah.
This will be his first race of the day. He will run Class 1 in the Monster Energy MCon 06 boat. Then he will get out of that. Both of them will actually get out of that and jump into the MCon Monster Energy boat and run in Super Cat. And then Myrick won't race again today. He actually raced yesterday in Super Stock in the Performance Boat Center Fast Diesel Fuel Systems, taking third in that race yesterday.
And a much-needed third.
Much-needed third for Rusty Williams and Myra Coyle.
Good to see those guys back on the podium.
Of course, Rusty Williams and Myra Coyle coming off a very, very busy weekend out at Lake of the Ozarks. Let's talk about Travis Pastrana, though. He raced 1 year ago today in this boat here in St. Petersburg, and he's back in it today with Steve Curtis.
And I don't think anybody's more exciting to watch in a way than Travis Pastrana, even though we don't get to see as much of him as we would like.
Yep.
He is a big name. He's in a big boat.
And his daughter Addie's birthday was yesterday, so they celebrated that down in the pit. So happy birthday, Malcolm Stewart from the Rockstar Husqvarna Racing Motocross Supercross team was in the pits, hanging out with Thomas Covington.
And he's with the most experienced and successful throttleman in the Class 1 ranks right now, and that's Steve Curtis. And if you haven't seen it, you have to check out the In the Lead video with Steve Curtis. I made a suggestion to Matt this morning, and he didn't give me credit for my suggestion, but I won't hold that against him. You did, but we already had that subject on the table, and we'll tell you about it at another time.
Of course, 022 Pothole Heroes did not qualify yesterday. Carlos De Quesada and Johnny Tomlinson had a mechanical issue, didn't even leave the dock from what I don't even know if they went in the water yesterday, but they were unable to qualify, so they will be on the very far outside. Of course, DeFalco, Mike Falco, and Billy Moore. Billy Moore, this is his third race now in this boat as he started in Michigan City, taking over for Chris Hanley. Of course, they had a interesting incident yesterday on the course as there was a little bit of interference as they were getting ready to start their qualifying lap. There was some interference from a course marker boat, and they had to back off and get started. And I talked to Mike Falco because they weren't able to qualify, and he said they sucked grass up in the sea strainer and took them out of qualifying.
There is a lot of weed out there to be found.
There is.
And there's some debris in the water, so not as bad as we might have expected after a hurricane, but it's out there. I mean, look what happened to X Insurance.
Yep, here is the Black Beast of Monster Energy MCon getting ready to unleash the beast here on these Class 1 participants, boat number 06, brand new skater hull, BPM surface drives. Of course, all of these boats are running the Mercury Racing 1100 twin-turbo competition engines. Of course, Sheboygan, Wisconsin was put on and sponsored by Mercury Racing.
In celebration of the company's 50th anniversary.
And they released the 500R in the celebration of their 50th anniversary. And, of course, knowing Mercury Racing, they've always got more stuff in the works.
Well, they also released the new 400 in Miami. That was another part of their anniversary celebration.
Yep. This is 222 Offshore Australia Navy. They are your class champions for Class 1, the UIM World Championship for 2023. Now, they don't have to do anything here but go out and run their boat. They don't have anything to prove. They did have to show up here and race. That is part of the Class 1 UIM rules. But they definitely don't have to go out and push the equipment. Not that we know Giovanni and Darren Nicholson not to push the equipment.
Well, they're not. I understand they're not going to go to Clearwater. They are going to go to Key West.
Yes.
So if they can go push it hard, and if something goes wrong, they can.
Yep.
They'll have plenty of time to fix it.
Remember, this week they will go back to their respective countries at Italy and Australia.
Yeah, it's a bit of a road trip.
A bit of a trip, yep. But Valder Yachts, Pro Floors, coming up in Supercat, make just the same trip as that team comes from New Zealand. All right, Class 1 gets up on a plane. Husky Ice Brits will be on the pole. Matt, let's do a quick roll call of Class 1 as we watch them start their parade lap.
All right, let's talk about 222 Offshore Australia with Darren Nicholson and Giovanni Carpitella, DF Young with Hugh Fuller and Rich Wyatt, Husky Ice Brits, Travis Pastrana and Steve Curtis, Monster Energy MCon, Myra Coyle and Tyler Miller, Pothole Heroes, Carlos De Quesada, Johnny Tomlinson, Team DeFalco, Mike Falco and Billy Moore, and unfortunately we are not going to see the X Insurance cockpit duo of Grant Bergman and Randy Kent.
As they ripped off a rudder yesterday during qualifying. And ripped it off. Grant showed me, we had dinner with the Pro Floors team, Valder Yachts, last night, which Grant will throttle for later today, and he actually showed me the video. And it danced around behind the boat, kind of like that number 6 did on the back of J.R. Noble's boat back in Key West some years ago. It kind of danced around for a while, and then it just completely let go. So it was probably held on by the rams. But if you're on any of the social medias, Randy Kent posted a picture. It ripped the rams out of the side of the boat and ripped the whole mechanism basically off the back of the boat. And that's a expensive, heavy piece of equipment.
It's out there somewhere in Tampa Bay at the bottom of the bay.
And again, it still amazes me that they hit something to take it off but really didn't damage anything else from what I understand.
It's incredible.
At that, on a straightaway, that's only about a foot in the water. It's really not doing a whole bunch on a straightaway, more design in the turn. As we set the boat in the corner, that's when the rudder boat will turn. And of course, that's a fixed number 6 boat, the only boat that runs that particular setup here in Class 1. In which Johnny Tomlinson has said that's one of his favorite setups. Of course, he used to run that with Dave Scott back in the Bacardi Silver days, so he has experience with that.
I've actually run that boat in its pleasure version. Well, I have not personally run it, but I've been with John Tomlinson and Mike D'Annabelle when he repowered it with the Sterling 1700.
So my bucket list thing is to run a boat with JT. I'd love to run a boat, like drive a boat while JT throttles it. That would be so much fun to me.
I think I can make that happen for you.
I don't have a boat we can do it in. We can find something. We can find something.
I can get you a boat.
Australian Navy 222 Offshore, your 2023 Class 1 UIM World Champions. They actually wrapped it up in Sheboygan, Wisconsin 2 weeks ago with their performance there. Great race up on Lake Michigan. They will be in pole position number 2 as Husky Ice Brits will be in pole position number 1. And Matt, you had mentioned it earlier. That's a good confidence booster, I think, for this Husky Ice Brits team with Steve Curtis and Travis Pastrana.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. That's exactly what they needed to come out of the mid-season doldrums that they were in. They were not having good performances, and they were pretty.
No, and the king has to fall from the top, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the top dog has to eventually come down. And I talked to Steve Curtis at the drivers' meeting yesterday, and he told me, he said, Mike, to be completely honest with you, we tried 3 different setups at 3 different races, and it just didn't work. It didn't go the way that we wanted to go, and so we had to revert back to our original setup, which is maybe why they were able to go out. Look, nobody dominated qualifying yesterday, right? Nobody was buku seconds ahead of anybody else in qualifying. To me, that means these boats are fairly equally matched, and I think this race will be great. But whatever Husky Ice Spritz found with crew chief Gary Stray, Patrick Cleveland, Lou Stray, the entire team over there, obviously what they found worked out as they were able to take the pole position yesterday.
Well, you're exactly right, Mike. That's what Shakespeare said. Heavy lies the crown.
Yep. The Force 10 pace boat will bring them all the way around for a full parade lap. This is part of the Class 1 requirements, so they can see the entire course. I don't think they're going to steer them down into the dogleg, which I find to be a little bit interesting because I figure you'd want to see that so you could spot that buoy. You know, when you race a canopy boat, now all these boats have GPS is inside, big GPSs, 16, 17-inch GPSs inside of them, and they are given the turn coordinates per the Class 1 rules and the Class 1 officials. They are given the turn coordinates, the latitude and the longitude, so they will be able to actually plug in, and they can mark on their GPS where those buoys are so they can see what they're doing. But what all boat racers do, whether you run in a canopy boat, whether you run in an open boat, you pick references on land. You pick something tall on land like behind us. You've got all these tall buildings in the St. Petersburg skyline, and you would pick one of those, and that's what you're going to point to because you know that's going to get you in the area of where you need to go to find these buoys. Imagine what it would be like to see one of these little orange buoys out of a window that's about 6 inches tall going at 120 plus miles per hour.
Sometimes the low-tech traditional solution, it has staying power.
It works out well, doesn't it?
Yeah, it sure does.
It's just like counting laps, pulling tape.
Pulling tape.
We talk about it every week.
Piece of tape.
Yep. So they will come around the western end of the course. This is the Monster Energy turn. They will enter it for the first time. They are spotting the course on their parade lap. As the Force 10 boat now brings them, they start the turn. Now they will probably not mill, Matt. I think they will go up and immediately go into a start as everybody is lined up. Class 1 running 11 laps on this 6-mile course for 66 miles. What a shot there.
That is impressive.
The Force 10 pace boat leads them around the corner. Pothole Heroes is going to be all the way on the outside. Matt, and with the twin turbo motors, I wouldn't think that would be a bad place to be because you can keep those RPMs up. Turbo motors make their power more in the upper RPM range because it creates a vacuum through the motor to pull, to produce the power, as to where a supercharger is forcing the air into the motor, so it's getting it on the bottom end. You're talking to Richie Wyatt, he said it's just such a difference of throttling these twin turbo boats compared to supercharged boats because you don't get that instant snap of power, that instant punch.
Yeah, it's a different type of induction.
Yep.
You're looking for back pressure.
And I've mentioned it before on previous broadcasts, Steve Curtis, I don't know who else does it, but I know Steve Curtis throttles the boats off a boost gauge because he knows where the boat needs to be in the boost gauge, the range it needs to be in, and able to produce the power. And the X-Insurance video, I've talked about it a lot, from Sheboygan, really showed what happens when they lift and they try to get back on it. It takes a while for those motors to spool up.
They have improved greatly over the old days when the turbocharger used to take a good 5 seconds.
Yep.
The lag was big, but it's still there. It still exists. They've just done a lot to cut it down.
Well, and the best way to maybe reference it for our viewers at home is turbos are what you see on diesel motors. Okay, diesel motors are incredibly torquey motors, but these guys that tune them, they tune them to make all the power up at the top. That's where a turbo works the best. So it's basically, it's the same not the same technology, but similar technology in a twin turbo offshore race motor, as to where these twin turbos are going to really make their RPMs at the top. And if they get out of the RPMs, then they tend to bog. If you've ever ridden like a 125cc dirt bike, that would be a good comparison, as you have to keep it really up in the upper RPM range to make its power. Speaking of motorcycles, we had our FMX demo last night over in Spa Park for the Monster Energy Pit Party. If you got to witness that for the first time, that was some super cool stuff. Saw some backflips, some knack-knacks, some big whips.
That's the first time I've seen it 20 feet away from it.
Right.
And
literally, we were underneath of it.
What amazed me most is that how they land it, stick it, and then they didn't make, when they were slowing down, they had maybe 20 feet. They didn't even make a divot in the grass.
So we got in the rental car to go back over to the hotel before we went to dinner, and my wife called me with my son Connor in the car, and what did my son say? You were in the car, you heard it.
What did he say?
I love the videos, Dad. I love the freestyle motocross videos. And he got to see a freestyle motocross event back home with my wife, actually when we were in Sheboygan, and that was his first real one, so it was cool. I said, was it cool to be underneath of him? He said, oh yeah, that was super cool.
Monster Energy freestyle team put on a great show.
Of course, Monster Energy is the official energy drink of P1 Offshore Racing. All right, So now they are on the far east end of this course. I don't think they will slow down. Now, the one difference, Matt, in Class 1 racing is they have a start buoy. Explain to us what the start buoy means.
The start buoy.
The start buoy. They have a start buoy, and what the start buoy is that start boat has to release them by the time they get to that buoy. They cannot hold them any faster than that. In a lot of our other races, they'll wait for the boats to line up, kind of get in position, jockey back and forth, and they can run them halfway down the straightaway if they need to. But in Class 1, they want them released by this particular buoy. So the drivers and the throttlemen, they have to be up there with that pace boat in their respected lanes.
And that puts the pressure on them to get in line and get it done.
It does. They will not do the dog leg on the first lap. They will bypass the dog leg just like we've seen every other class here do, and they will have to maintain their lane through the corner. The Force 10 pace boat now exits, one more buoy on the east end of this course. Once they exit that buoy, they will line up on the straightaway. They will look for that official start buoy for Class 1.
It's close.
Teams start to line up. Husky Ice Spritz on the pole. 2-2 Offshore, Australian Navy in second. MCon Monster Energy in third. DF Young in fourth. Then it's going to be DeFalco and Pothole Heroes as X Insurance is out because of a mechanical issue yesterday, losing their rudder. All right. Now they are on the straightaway. They are going to line up. Force 10 pace boat moves to the inside. They want these boats to line up. They've got to get in line before that official start buoy. A good 4 wide start there. Still under yellow. Waiting for a green flag for Class 1. There's a green flag. We're going Class 1 for the final time in 2023. Let's see who gets the hole shot. Husky Ice Spritz on the pole. 2-2-2 Offshore Australian Navy in second. Monster Energy MCon. Let's see if Tyler Miller and Myra Coyle can make something work in the middle. This has been their best qualifying position for the entire season.
It's a really nice start, by the way.
Fantastic start. Pothole Heroes way on the outside. I've lost DeFalco, but that's DeFalco in the back there. Billy Moore and Mike Falco falling a little bit behind on the start. Husky Ice Spritz, Travis Pastrana, Steve Curtis, just to the left of your screen. There's your helicopter shot of Pothole Heroes. So they go into the corner. Husky Ice Spritz is going to be on the inside. That's the first buoy. There's the Monster Energy buoy. They're going to see it for the second time. But now they are racing. 2-2-2 Australian Navy. 2-2-2 Offshore Australian Navy picks up Matt right where they left off. They are out to the early lead. Husky Ice Spritz in second. Monster Energy MCon in third. DF Young in fourth. Pothole Heroes in fifth. And DeFalco running in sixth as they cross the start line.
Yeah, I don't think anybody thought the 2-2-2 Offshore Australia was going to back off and take it easy.
Yep, I didn't think so either. And Husky Ice Spritz, I think maybe they had to scrub a little bit more speed. And they jumped to the outside of the rooster tail. Never a good place to put yourself as you get washed down with salt water. Of course, get the electronics wet. 2-2-2 Offshore Australian Navies. Darren Nicholson, Giovanni Carpatella. They are your leaders in Class 1. Husky Ice Spritz in second. Monster Energy MCon was having to deal with DF Young in third. Look at that boat hanging out to dry in this wind. It really likes running into this breeze. Boat looks perfect. You got the fine mist coming out from the front of the boat. That gives the example of the air exiting the tunnel as it comes down to the side, while the remainder of it packs down the back and lifts the boat. These boats designed like the wing of an airplane. That's Husky Ice Spritz. I can see there with the red top. There are some of the bigger boat wakes we talked about, Matt, as we saw some of those hit the smaller bracket class boats in our first race of the day.
Doesn't seem to be budging the Class 1 boats at all.
Not yet.
They're connected.
Not yet. 2-2-2 Offshore Australian Navy leads into the easterly end of this course. Husky Ice Spritz in second. The battle was, however, for third between MCon and Monster Energy. That is DF Young, it looks like. And maybe that's Monster Energy MCon just in front of them. Matt, Monster Energy MCon finding themselves on the podium. Yep, that's Monster Energy MCon. Now I've kind of lost sight of DF Young in the rooster tail.
Yes. We've been corrected.
2-2
It's
Offshore.
not 2-2-2 Offshore Australia. It's 2-2 Offshore Australia. And you know what? We've made that mistake
All season.
And
we apologize.
And we will correct that mistake.
There is Husky Ice Spritz. There is Monster Energy MCon. There is DF Young. Monster Energy MCon currently in third. But Matt, DF Young, they're kind of picking up, both of these boats actually picking up right where they left off at Sheboygan, running up in the top three. And Tyler and Myrick, they cannot get out of it because Richie and Wyatt. Actually, Richie are going to have the inside line. They have to go back to the outside.
Oh!
Whoa, big hop there. They had to ride up that rooster tail. That's a dangerous spot to be in. And you can see it cost them a lot of speed. That's talking about having to back out of that throttle, get out of the boost of the turbos, and now they've lost some speed. Back to your leader, 222, Offshore, Australian Navy, as they head into the Monster Energy turn. This will complete lap number 1 of 11. Husky Ice Spritz currently in second, about 2 to 3 Rooster Tail lengths behind. But Matt, you know, as you look up and kind of watch live, I like Monster Energy MCon taking the outside line through this corner, trying to carry that speed. DF Young DF Young drove back to the inside. They were trying to make up that ground that they lost. But Matt, as we saw on the first lap or the start of this race, that inside line does not seem to work very well for these Class 1 boats. They like to be in the middle of the turn to be able to keep that boost going in these Mercury Racing 1100 competition engines.
And as soon as DF Young climbed the rooster, it got up in the air.
It did, and he had to lift. All right, Monster, see, he does it there again. He just has to get his clean water. It looked like he rode the Rooster Tail a little bit there, but maybe he just kind of caught a little bit of the breeze.
Could be the perception, camera
angle. It could be. And Matt, a couple of years ago, you saw LPC and Right Down the Lawn Care flip over side by side in Key West. This is a replay of going into this turn. They tried to be on the inside. They may have actually hit the buoy there. That buoy got knocked over awfully quickly, and then they had to jump back to the outside. I guess maybe they thought that MCon didn't have to leave that door open. There was no reason for them to leave a hole there for them. They did exactly what they wanted to do. But the thing about a surface drive boat is they just don't de-accelerate. I mean, no boat de-accelerates like anything else does, but a surface drive boat just doesn't have the drag underneath of it. So when they lift out of the throttle,
it takes longer.
The deceleration takes a little bit longer.
Yep.
And Richie and Hugh they were just racing, going to trying to get to the inside. They wanted a nose in there so they could kind of push Monster Energy MCon out just a little bit. But Tyler and Myrick defended their position on the course, and they are currently in third in Class 1. 222 Australian Navy continues to lead, picking up right where they left off. Your 2023 Class 1 UIM World Champions for 2023.
222 has just shown itself all season to be in kind of a class of its own.
It's the image of perfection. It really is the image of perfection.
They have they just don't miss unless something breaks. They do not miss.
And they're a team that doesn't get to work on their boat every single day between races. They fly home, they come back, they prep the boat, they get it to the race sites. So it's a really long week for them.
At least the throttleman has a shorter commute. He just goes to Italy.
Italy, yep, exactly.
And the driver goes all the way back to Australia.
Husky Ice Spritz in second. Steve Curtis, Travis Pastrana giving chase to 222 as they go through the dogleg. Look at that. Travis staying out there in that clean water, making a smart move. Monster Energy MCon, they're staying in the wake, kind of running a similar line as 222. And there is DF Young. So could it possibly be 2 podiums for Monster Energy MCon? It'd be a good way to end the 2023 season.
It certainly could be.
Considering where they started off in Cocoa Beach, basically getting the boat done 2 weeks before Cocoa Beach. Of course, Speed on the Water did a full documentary about this boat being built and put together.
That was a lot of fun, by the way. We enjoyed that. Scrapyard Media, too. I have to give props to the guys who actually produced the video and did all the hard work. Jason and I just did some writing.
Husky Ice Spritz in second. Monster Energy MCon in third. Of course, Monster Energy, the official energy drink of P1 Offshore Racing. There is DF Young. They are in fourth. And they got a bath in a couple of different parts on the course. And that's not good for these Mercury Racing 1100 engines. They don't have air ducted directly down to them, like a boat with scoops on the back of it. But it still can splash the top of the engines and maybe wreak havoc. There is the outer limits of Mike Falco and Billy Moore. I actually introduced myself to Mike last night for the first ever time I've really ever gotten to meet him. Super duper nice guy.
Same here.
Yep.
I don't think I'd met him before. I met his wife Christina, but not him.
In Outer Limits, it's an unproven boat in Class 1 racing, so they've got to get it figured out, and I understand that boat is under the care of Billy Moore now, and if there's one guy that can get it figured out, it is definitely Billy Moore.
He's a gamer. He doesn't quit.
Not at all.
He's fiery.
222 heads back to the east. That should complete lap number 3 of 11 here in Class 1. Race number 2 of the day. Up next will be Super Cat. Those are the loud boys of offshore powerboat racing with the naturally aspirated 750 horsepower Gossi engines, Stirling engines, HRE engines, a couple different engine builders in that class.
Enjoyed talking with one of the reps from Kazi last night. That was very informative.
Mr. Logan?
Yes, indeed.
There is Monster Energy MCon. They are currently running in third. Matt, and this boat looks good. I mean, it looks fast.
Yeah, that's exactly what was coming to my mind. It's really just
I mean,
fast
it's set up
fast.
perfectly. It's carrying the nose really well. Doesn't look like they're tucking it a lot when they go into the corners, meaning trim it down and try and get the boat to suck down in the water and set it for the quarter. They're able to carry a lot of speed, and that's really encouraging to see. Because they're racing KG veterans of Class 1.
When you and I first started covering this sport, there was that trim to the moon attack.
Yep.
That meant the bow was high, boat was sitting on its tail, and it just, people thought it was working, but it really wasn't efficient. What we see now are boats running flatter and flatter.
Well, and it has a lot to do with setup a boat now. You know, a lot of these people put boxes for weight inside of the boat, so they're going to put weight forward depending on what they wanted. I would think that these Class 1 race boats with this breeze, the way that it's blowing, probably did put a little bit of weight further forward just to keep that bow down, just a little bit. And I don't mean forward, maybe just a little bit forward of the cockpit or wherever their center of gravity is, just to balance the boat a little bit. Here is DF Young. They are currently running in fourth after they had some hairy moments, to say the least, with Monster Energy MCon. There is Pothole Heroes. They were unable to qualify yesterday with a mechanical issue. Carlos De Quesada and Johnny Tomlinson.
If they did hit that buoy, DF Young, they just glanced it.
Yeah, they just glanced it. Luckily, they didn't pop it because that would be a pretty expensive day. Of course, 222 picking up right where they left off all season long. Your Class 1 UIM World Champions out to a sizable lead here, starting lap number 4 of 11. Monster Energy MCon. And Tyler and Myrick, it's not that they're not within striking distance. They can look forward and see Husky Ice Spritz and 222.
Yes, they can. And as we saw in that Mod V race, the clear leader isn't always the clear leader when something breaks.
Yep, exactly right. Of course, Travis Pastrana filling in for, well, not filling in, but taking the seat of Britt Lilly this weekend here in St. Petersburg, Florida. This is Travis's second race of the year. He raced with Johnny Tomlinson in Sarasota in Pothole Heroes when Carlos De Quesada was able to make the race there.
Well, Travis is a very competitive gentleman. He had to be eager to come back here and really put in a good performance.
I would think so.
Sarasota was short. Didn't have much time. Boat broke.
Yep, exactly. 222 goes to the eastern end of the course. They continue to lead. But Matt, as I look up, right, as I look east, just away from our screen, maybe it looks like Husky Ice Spritz closing the gap just a little bit, maybe?
At this distance, that is what it looks like.
That is what it looks like. Maybe we'll start a stopwatch here. See if we can maybe get a gap between 1 and 2 in Class 1. And see if that gap changes as these laps wind down. 11 laps. Now, I will admit, the two lead boats have pulled away from third place. They've gapped third place quite a bit. And Matt, this is a crucial setup class, right? This is a crucial class where they say you can come into your setup or you can fall away from your setup.
Yeah.
And it'd be interesting to see if Husky Ice Spritz can start making up some ground. I think they're closing on them. I think they're closing on them a lot. They were not up in the rooster tail of 222 that last time by, and now they're kind of up in the spray a little bit.
They weren't even in the screen.
Yeah.
For quite a while.
I mean, yeah, they're right there. And look at that boat just slide around the corner. Beautiful shot there down the Tuttle. You can see the rudder just sticking down. Of course, Travis Pastrana, first time in the boat. Think if he could come from second, take the lead over your champions and take the win. That would be a boost.
Yeah, I think you'd be moderately happy.
Moderately happy would be exactly right. Monster Energy, MCon, and DF Young, third and fourth. Back to the battle for the lead, though, and I think this is a battle. Although I didn't really like that out wide move there by Husky Ice Spritz, I would have expected them to go in a little bit tighter. As I start the stopwatch, they cross the finish line. Husky Ice Spritz comes across a little over 5 seconds behind your leaders. Let's see if that changes next time by. They did go much tighter to the Monster Energy buoys. They exited the turn. Here's boat number 06. They would love to see 222 and Husky Ice Spritz get into a battle because they could slow each other down and allow this Monster Energy MCon team to maybe even get up into second or first. That would be a confidence boost.
I would not be surprised if they're talking about that right now in the cockpit.
Yep.
Just Myrick and Tyler, stay the course right now. They're racing each other. We're probably going to gain.
And let's talk about Myrick Cole for a minute. Obviously raced Super Cat with Johnny Tomlinson, drove for Johnny Tomlinson, right? when they switched over to super stock with their Right Performance hull, Myrick started throttling, and Rusty Williams was driving. And then in the off season, I think after their first year, they decided to switch. Rusty went to throttle, and Myrick went to driver. And I asked Myrick, I said, kind of you don't really see a lot of switching between, throttlemen and drivers are drivers.
Right.
And sure, there are some people that can do both of the jobs. But I said, Myrick, you've throttled this boat for a while now. Why the switch? And he goes, I just feel I'm better suited as a driver. He says, I can see things and feel things. And he said, I just feel like I'm better in the driver's seat. And Rusty Williams went on to throttle it.
He told me the exact same thing. He likes driving. He likes the control. He feels he adds more to the team by being a driver. But you know what, with Tyler? He's got a really talented throttleman.
He does.
Tyler does a great job.
And Tyler's earned it. We talked about that last night.
Yeah, he's from the ground up.
Yep.
Started with his cousin Brett and just kept on going.
Of course, the history of 222, Australian Navy, Darren and Giovanni have been racing together forever.
Yes.
I mean, they race in Australia together. Yep. They race all over. They've raced the former Class 1 series that used to run internationally. They raced that. They raced the Australian series together. I believe he does. Did he do XCAT? I don't think he did.
I don't believe so.
I don't think he did XCAT. But they have a lot of racing experience together, and they don't ever switch seats. They're in their roles. They know where they want to be inside of that boat. But right now, I got to think they're starting to think about Husky Ice Spritz, and they may start watching these lap times just a little bit. Husky Ice Spritz doesn't look particularly any closer, but I really like how Husky Ice Spritz is taking that turn. They're carrying a good amount of speed running in that clean water. But this is where they get into trouble as they head down towards the Monster Energy turn. They have to jump back to the outside, which sometimes works because they can carry more speed. But just a beautiful shot of that Husky Ice Spritz boat. Beautiful livery with the red and white graphics. Let's see what Travis does. He holds much tighter this time, Matt. He's staying right there on that wake. They didn't let that out. Yeah, much tighter there. They're not going to lose nearly the ground. Let's see if we can get a lap time this time by, or a distance this time by. 4 seconds.
Yep.
So they made a second up, and I think that second was through that turn, staying tighter on that turn. As Monster Energy comes by, they're currently in third. Again, they would love to see this battle. They would absolutely love to see this battle shape up between our top two boats, because I think it would really make a difference for that team and maybe slow them down and allow them to catch up.
Yeah, DF Young looks like it's picking up speed.
Okay, so we got a good touch from our buddy Cole McGowan out listening to our broadcast here. Says Darren has and still does race XCAT. I thought that he did, but I wasn't sure. Of course, XCAT is the super stock of the International Series, running the ROS Mercury Racing engine.
While we're watching DF Young, I want to say it again. I want to thank Case Productions for dealing with everything we throw at it and just producing a hell of a broadcast.
Yep, Salim and his team, Grace, they do a fantastic job. But the entire P1 staff does a fantastic job, from Michelle to Thomas to Sean, Mark Austin,
even Noel.
Yep, even Noel and Emily down in our VIP booth down there. Make sure we take care of our all of our excited fans down there, and that really is a prime VIP booth, if you would. I mean, you can't get any closer than that out here.
I don't think it gets better as far as VIP
you're closer than the spectator fleet on either side of the course.
It's amazing.
222 continues to lead in Class 1. But I think Husky Ice Spritz, Matt, you look up again, away from our screen, and we can just see it to the corner of the screen. Husky Ice Spritz is right there. I mean, they are right there. And this should start lap number 5. They've got time. Now, these boats don't have any ballast in them, so if the boat gets too light, they're going to have to run a conservative setup. They go back to the outside. They've done this every single time coming into that dogleg. They jump to the outside. But see, before we couldn't even see them, or we could see them through the mist, but now we can. So it'll be interesting to see when they come across this finish line what the gap will be between first and second. They are right there, though, within striking distance, and I think they are slowly chipping away. And maybe 222 is going to have to start running a little defensive.
Well, let's see what happens here.
All right, they go back. They jump back to the outside. So this is exactly what they've done. They know that Darren and Nick and Giovanni are going to hug.
Yep.
Are going to stick to that inside line. There is Monster Energy MCON. They currently run in third. DF Young in fourth. Back to the battle for the lead now, though. Husky Ice Spritz out a little bit wider that time, Matt. Squared it up.
Maybe he's hoping for a little more slingshot.
Well, he's trying to dive back to the inside. You can't see it on the screen, but he tries to dive back to the inside. And I don't know. I didn't get a distance that time, and I apologize. 2.9 seconds is what our producer is telling us. So they've gained another second on him. Even with that turn, squaring that turn up, they were able to make up that little bit of time. Monster Energy MCon continues to run in third. Right now, they don't really have anybody to worry about, as DF Young is not a good distance behind them, but as you can see right here, they're a pretty good ways back at this point. But this is good water for that Mystic. I figured that Mystic would like this little bit of a chop again to loosen the boat up and get it up on top. But they got hosed down a couple of times at the beginning of the race, and that may have had an effect on their performance.
Yeah, until they had that little misstep by the buoy, they were a lot faster. They were absolutely right up there with the front runners.
Great shot
speed-wise
from the X-Insurance helicopter of Husky Ice Spritz and 222. 222 goes back into the corner on lap number 5 of 11. So we're at the halfway point of this Class 1 race. Of course, we did not have X-Insurance take the start today after they ripped a rudder off during qualifying yesterday. There is Pothole Heroes, Carlos De Quesada and Johnny Tomlinson. Now, this team is a stablemate to the Husky Ice Spritz boat and just have not had the year that they wanted.
No,
they had a steering malfunction in Sheboygan, took them out of the second race. They had a mechanical issue in Sarasota, took them out of the race. I expect Carlos and Johnny to really go back and put the work in with Gary Stray and team to get that boat figured out and get it running up towards the front.
Well, they talked to me at length about it, and they admitted they tried some things that didn't work.
Yep.
And
kind of seems to be the theme here in Class 1. Tried some things that didn't work, but I think the only team that didn't try things that didn't work, I think, is 222 Australian Navy, as they continue to lead in Class 1. Husky Ice Spritz to the inside, now the dogleg. They hop back to the outside. Same exact, these teams are mirroring what they're doing on laps as they go by. 222 is going to hug right into the buoy. They set the corner, and they turn, and there is Husky Ice Spritz right there with them, not letting them go, putting just an ever so slight amount of pressure on the veterans in 222 Offshore Australian Navy, as they have led since the green flag start of this Class 1 race. They are your 2023 Class 1 UIM World Champions, Giovanni Carpatella, Darren Nicholson in 222 Offshore Australian Navy, and we do apologize for calling it 222 all year long. 222, baby.
I'm expecting Travis to cut in harder this time.
No, he did. Oh, there he goes. But he stayed out there. He didn't cut in as much as I thought he would. Yep, he stayed on the outside of the wake. No, I didn't hit it there. It's not even brought up at this point. They didn't hit it there, but, our screen is still saying about 2.9 behind. And, Matt, look, 222 is running a 250.31. That's basically what they ran in qualifying yesterday, so I think they're pretty much running the same setup as what they had. Monster Energy MCon comes around in third. DF Young in fourth.
Monster Energy has been so consistent today.
And we should say about the pit party is that the freestyle motocrossers that put on the FMX show last night at the Monster Energy pit party jumped over the Monster Energy MCon boat.
Yes, he did.
That's one thing. Another thing my son pointed out is like, Dad, they were jumping over the boat. And I was like, yeah, I know.
Yeah.
222 Australian Navy. They are your leaders in Class 1. Husky Ice Spritz trying to give chase to your 2023 champions. And as you look up a little bit, you kind of maybe see that gap not as close as it was last time by. I don't know if these boats are particularly liking a part of the course or not, more one than the other. Oh, Pothole Heroes and DeFalco has switched position, and Pothole Heroes is slowing. Another tough day for Carlos De Quesada and Johnny Tomlinson, as it looks like they may be plagued with some sort of another mechanical issue, unfortunately, for this team.
I reached out to Eric Colby, our correspondent, to find out what was with Pothole Heroes yesterday, and he wasn't able to find out. But eventually we will know.
We'll get word. Pits are a little bit more spread out here in St. Petersburg, so it's kind of hard to get to everybody to get to talk to them during the course of the day. And obviously, Pothole Heroes not qualifying yesterday, probably had some work to do. There his Husky Ice Spritz. They are currently running in second in Class 1. Yeah, Matt, they're a little bit further behind this time than they were before.
You're 100% correct.
Before, they were able to just basically jump in right behind the rooster tail of 222, and now they're just not there. So not sure what happened. I mean, they're not far behind. They haven't lost a tremendous amount of ground. Nothing alarming, to say the least. As 222 continues to lead over Husky Ice Spritz. Beautiful livery on your number 1 boat. Of course, they have lost that number 1 this year, and they've given it up to 222.
Yes, they have.
You know, the windshield, as we just looked down at Pothole Heroes, they just pulled into the pits. The windshield looked very foggy.
Oh,
from what I could tell, but that could be just a salt residue on the outside of it.
That's what I would think, the salt residue.
Yep. These boats do run air conditioning, and it's not really that humid. It's not as humid today as it was yesterday.
Oh, the weather has steadily improved.
Yep. 222 comes by on lap. Now they're on lap number 7 of 11. Husky Ice Spritz in second, and Husky Ice Spritz definitely lost, I think, a little bit of ground on that last lap. Speed on the Water Offshore reporter Eric Colby lost a water line in testing prior to qualifying, filled the bilge with water. Okay. So they were able to get that fixed. Yep, thank you very much for providing that. I guess he did talk to him. Look, he did his job without you having to tell him.
He always does. So does Pete Bowden, our chief photographer.
Boat number 17, D.F. Young. They are currently running in 4th in Class 1. Beautiful 50-foot Mystic built over in DeLand, Florida by John Kosker. One of the only Mystics still racing, though. I think it's the only Mystic still racing.
It is.
His Envy became a poker run boat.
Yes.
222 continues to lead in Class 1.
You know, there was a time when race boats were the only thing Mystic built.
Right, exactly. And it started with the Callan.
Yep.
The old long light boat.
Well, even before that, the Callan 55, the big V-bottom with the turbine engines. That was a
yep,
beast.
I remember that boat too. So 222, they enter the east part of the course again. Matt, as I look up this time, I can definitely tell you Husky Ice Spritz has lost some ground to 222 from our vantage point.
They made a great run.
They did. They did 110%. But as we say at all offshore powerboat racing, you got to finish to win it. And I believe it was in Cocoa Beach, Florida. 222 led all the way to the last lap, to the last turn. That was Cocoa Beach, right?
Yes.
And they had a mechanical issue, and they unfortunately did not win the race that day.
And they had something very close the year prior.
Yep, and Husky Ice Spritz did take the win. Husky Ice Spritz just about maybe 2 rooster tail lengths behind your leaders 222 now, as they head into the dog leg one more time. Husky Ice Spritz will go back to the outside, the same place they have turned the entire time. I've really enjoyed watching them go through this corner. I love the livery on this 222 boat. Just so cool. And it's so cool to have the Australian Navy sponsor them.
You know, in general, this is a really beautiful fleet. From Husky Ice Spritz, Monster Energy MCon is a gorgeous boat. DeFalco with the New York skyline. Come on.
The American flag down the front of it. It's just absolutely fantastic. Here is 222, though. They are leading in Class 1. And they are simply just running their race at this point. They will start number 8 of 11. Husky Ice Spritz definitely has lost some ground. Could they be losing their setup just a little bit? Maybe getting a little bit too light and having to run a little bit more conservative. Steve Curtis, is in communication with Gary Stray. And we can talk about that relationship because in the lead video really talked about Gary Stray and Steve Curtis and how they met and how long they've been working together.
Oh, they go back to the Victory Team days.
Victory Team days, yep. Of course, Jake Letlicker, the crew chief for Monster Energy MCon, he is letting Tyler and Myrick know how they are doing as they come across the line. Now they are in a solidified third. They really don't have anybody else around them to contest for a third. So if things finish as they do, they will end up on the podium, which is, again, a great confidence booster considering where you started the season back in May.
That's 3 races, 3 podium finishes.
Yep. D.F. Young, Hugh Fuller, Rich Wyatt.
Assuming they keep it together.
50-foot Mystic. Of course, this is the biggest boat in the class, the longest wetted running surface out of any of these Class 1 boats. But again, I would expect this to be really good water for that team. mean, a lot of these teams, Matt, they are limited on the number of propellers they can have per the Class 1 rules. Now, they can have gear sets. They can change gear sets, but they are limited on their number of propellers. So if a team doesn't have, for example, the MCON team in SuperCat has 30-some-odd propellers or 15-some-odd propellers, whatever it is, they can really choose from anything. Well, gear sets are kind of the same way here. They can have as many gear sets as they want. But if you're just starting out in Class 1 racing, like DF Young is, they just re-rigged that boat this year to begin competing in Class 1 with the Mercury Racing 1100 competition engines. They may not just have all the hardware yet to get it figured out.
Yeah, but they will get there.
They will
get there.
Richie Wyatt's been racing for a long time. 222 exits the easterly turn, heads back towards the dogleg, lap number 8 of 11.
Mike, I'm not ready to quite start speculating yet because it's too early. But so, first place in the series is already taken. Yep. Second and third. We've got a couple of boats in contention there.
We do. I think it's going to be Husky Ice Spritz in second.
Husky Ice Spritz, and then perhaps MCON? Monster Energy MCON?
I think Monster Energy, but I'm not sure.
I think. So it's dangerous to speculate.
Well, no, because they qualified in standings yesterday, so it was 222 obviously it was first. Husky Ice Spritz was second. Remember, DF Young qualified third yesterday because that's how they're standing in the points, I believe, right now. Husky Ice Spritz giving chase to 222. And I think we were miscounting on our laps as the white flag is out. One more lap to go. If Travis and Steve are going to make anything happen, Gary Stray is telling them to do it right now. Whatever the boys need to do, just get it done and try and get that Husky Ice Spritz boat up to the lead. Of course, this boat was known as Husky Ice Chocolate last year, or Husky Chocolate, not Ice Chocolate, Husky Chocolate last year.
And before that, it was another boat, but it was Husky Ware.
Husky Ware, exactly right. And before that, it was Miss Geico. Yeah. A lot of liveries on that boat over the years. And before that, it was Spirit of Qatar.
Yeah, that's correct.
Here is Monster Energy MCON. Of course, this boat didn't have a different livery at all, as it was just built this year. About 2 weeks before Cocoa Beach, they were able to finish the rigging at Performance Boat Center, get it out on Lake of the Ozarks, and get it tested. There's a shot of pothole heroes Carlos De Quesada and Johnny Tomlinson. A tough day for this team, a tough way to wrap up the 2023 season. But if there are two individuals that will get it figured out, it will be Carlos and JT, and they will come back stronger than ever, I believe.
Yeah, it was a long weekend for those guys, but they're resilient. They're experienced. They'll be back.
They'll get it figured out.
See how they do it in down in Key West.
Yep.
Not part of the series, but they will be down there racing.
And Key West will be interesting because it's 3 days of hard racing in some of the toughest conditions in our sport. DF Young comes across the line. They are in 4th right now. DeFalco in 5th. And DF Young's getting it figured out, slowly but surely, chipping away at it.
Well, especially today, considering what they went through.
Yep.
And they just stayed with it.
I'm impressed with what I'm seeing out of this boat, too, though. This boat is slowly but surely starting to put the pieces together, get it figured out. I think Billy Moore was a great addition to the team, a super-duper knowledgeable guy when it comes to setup. Of course, Billy will run Graydell next in SuperCat. And he turned the Graydell team around as well.
He did. And working with Chris Grant, who's a really gracious owner, good driver. They're looking good.
Yep.
They're solid.
222 will enter the dogleg for the final time here for the Monster Energy P1 Offshore St. Pete Powerboat Grand Prix presented by Visit St. Pete. P1 sponsors Monster Energy, the official energy drink of P1 Offshore Racing. Visit St. Pete Clearwater, Mercury Racing. Of course, Mercury Racing providing the 1100 competition racing engines for Class 1. Also providing the 450 engines for the 450R stock program, factory stock program, and then for super stock with a 300. Sunoco Race Fuel is the official fuel of P1 Offshore. Liquor Split, X Insurance, Good Boy Vodka, Legend Yacht Transport, and Myco Trailers, your 2023 sponsors for Class 1 and P1. Well, here it is, the checkered flag for your 2023 champions. Give it up for 222 Offshore, Australian Navy. Darren Nicholson, Giovanni Carpatelli take the checkered flag to close out a super strong season in the Class 1 UIM World Championship. Husky Ice Spritz comes across in second. Solid finish, I think, for Steve Curtis and Travis Pastrana in second.
You know what? I think Husky Ice Spritz pushed on that last lap.
I think just a little bit. They were close there.
Okay, we'll try to get them.
A good run for Travis Pastrana, though. I think I'd walk away being happy with a second place given everything that's happened with that team during the season. I will applaud these guys all day, though. Myrick Coyle, Tyler Miller, Monster Energy MCon, boat number 06 will take the checkered flag, third place here in St. Petersburg, Florida. And again, Matt, I said it in Sheboygan, I'll say it again. That's a win for this team, in my opinion.
What a long road traveled. I've just that boat wasn't finished when this season began. Barely finished.
Barely. I mean, the carbon fiber was still curing.
Yeah.
The heat was still coming from the resin in the carbon fiber as it was built up at Skater with Peter Ledden. Here comes D.F. Young. They enter the dogleg one more time. You know, and finishing is winning when you're racing with a completely new setup and trying to get the boat figured out.
Oh, I agree.
Hats off to Rich Wyatt, Hugh Fuller. Of course, Hugh Fuller, a lot of experience with Johnny Tomlinson.
Hugh Fuller's won world championships.
Yep.
He's super competitive, sports car driver.
Yep.
He doesn't mess around. He's not here to play at all. He wants to win.
And, of course, the crew chief for this boat, Herb Stotler, super-duper smart guy, excellent boat rigger, engine builder. So they'll get this boat figured out, I think, too.
Oh, yes, they will.
They enter the final western turn one more time and the Monster Energy turn for the last time, wrapping up their race here in St. Petersburg. They will come across the line in fourth. The beautiful silver 50-foot Mystic, D.F. Young, just a beautiful boat. And there she goes, crosses the finish line. They come in fourth in Class 1. And the last, but definitely not least, is DeFalco. Matt, I will give an applause to this team, too. Hats off to this team. They are getting this boat figured out slowly but surely. A completely different setup boat. The only outer limits running in our Class 1 fleet. They will come across the line in fifth. Hats off to Mike Falco, Billy Moore, fifth place for Team DeFalco. Well, that wraps up Class 1. However, I think Travis Pastrana and Steve Curtis may be doing a bit of a hot lap out there as I look up. 222 will head over to the start-finish boat, gather up a checkered flag, and then head back towards the pits. And there goes the X-Insurance helicopter doing a flyby of St. Petersburg Pier. Do apologize to Darren Nicholson and Giovanni Carpatella. We did call it 222 all season long, but it is actually 222, so we apologize for getting it wrong. But 222 Offshore Australia Navy, your 2023 Class 1 and Class 1 UIM World Champions. And here comes Husky Ice Spritz. Just going to go out there and do one more quick lap, give Travis that experience. And they come across the finish line. They came in second place in Class 1.
Fantastic.
So that wraps up our second race of the day. Fourth race overall. Up next will be Super Cat, the Loud Boys of Offshore Powerboat Racing. The X-Insurance helicopter and our Angel 1 helicopter will have to go refuel at the airport that's just to our right. So we will go to probably commercial break here in just a minute, go to our recap show, and then we will bring you live racing action of Super Cat. You're watching the Monster Energy P1 Offshore St. Pete Powerboat Grand Prix presented by Visit St. Pete Clearwater. There are your champions. 222, ladies and gentlemen, Australian Navy. Darren Nicholson from Australia, Giovanni Carpatella from Italy.
That was a statement right there.
It was.
But you know what? I'm watching DeFalco come in right now. Our people on our screen are watching the 222 boat. When fifth place is an absolute victory for those guys.
It is.
They ran a great race. They finished the race. They weren't so far out of it.
222 is going to give a good flyby here.
Here we go.
To the pier. Let's see if they give a boost to those throttles.
Oh, yeah.
There you go, boys. Hats off to 222 on a great season of Class 1 UIM racing. Well, we wrap up race number 4 and race number 2 today. We're going to go to a commercial break. We'll probably watch a little bit of a recap show between our next races. The helicopters have to refuel. For Matt Trulio, I am Mike Iwaski. We'll be back right after this.
If you own a home or business, it might surprise you to see what is not covered in your insurance policy. There are gaps and exclusions in primary and umbrella policies that make you a target if an incident or claim occurs and you don't have the right coverage in place. And that's why you need a true umbrella policy from X Insurance. There are 40 million lawsuits filed every year in the USA. Let's get that target off your back.
I've been modified, 45, feeling like a Mordecai. I ain't regular, feel like Jordan wearing 45. Sounded like a real anthem. Shawty saw my wallet, now she think a nigga handsome. Whoa, telling me she wanted me to hammer. Tryna get saved, baby, I am not the answer. No, I can never trick. Let the bitch, my bitch with a kiss on my lips like, I am not a pimp with a limp, I'm a man with a gift, and I'm doing my shit like, what you all about? What your dollar amount?
Welcome to Sheboygan, Wisconsin, which kicks off the inaugural Mercury Racing Midwest Challenge, a celebration of powerboat racing on the turbulent waters of Lake Michigan. The top categories of U.S. powerboat racing were put to the test here. They included the massive Class 1 offshore powerboats, factory stock 450R boats, the highly competitive superstocks, and the thrilling Formula 1 single-seater powerboats. More than 40 teams with competitors from around the world battled it out in an adrenaline-fueled offshore and circuit racing event. This show will cover the offshore factory stock 450R class boats, running twin 450 horsepower Mercury racing engines, and the highly maneuverable inshore Formula 1 powerboats, running single 200 horsepower engines with a cornering prowess pushing the limits of G-forces. Sheboygan, Wisconsin is known as the freshwater surf capital of the world. It has some of the best waves on the Great Lakes, providing spectacular race action for fans along the picturesque beaches. Sheboygan is a hidden gem that lies just 50 miles north of Milwaukee and captures the essence of small-town charm with a taste of genuine Midwestern hospitality, whilst offering a sophisticated artistic and culinary scene. The three-day event was held in partnership with Mercury Racing, manufacturer of the high-performance consumer and race marine products, with their factory based nearby at Fond du Lac.
Mercury Racing is 50 years old today. We started as a division of Mercury Marine in 1973, and we are celebrating our 50th anniversary this year. It's a fantastic sport. It's an adrenaline rush, and the people that are in this profession are very passionate, and it's just fun to be around.
Hosted a massive festival and block party where fans could get up close to these juggernauts and meet some of the drivers. Now let's see what happened in the factory stock 450R class. There were 7 boats entering the factory stock 450R class.
Go give her hell.
The catamarans featured twin outboard 450 horsepower Mercury racing engines. The ever-growing field saw 4 with MTI-built hulls and 3 by Doug Wright. 7TS Motorsports Marine Technology was an MTI boat driven by Taylor Sissom, who's also the proud daughter of MTI's founder and president, Randy Sissom. She drives alongside legendary throttleman Johnny Tomlinson.
Yeah, Sheboygan's really nice. We've had amazing weather so far. It's like in the 70s, so it's very welcome for some of us that have been really hot this summer. And it looks like it's Lake Michigan, so it's kind of fun because you never know what you're going to get. You got to turn on a dime, so we just got to be ready and keep an eye out on the wind and waves and make our right prop selection, hopefully.
New to this season was number 36, Gladiator Canados, with Italian throttleman Michele Carcente and driver Irvin Grant in their Doug Wright boat.
And that's a new boat. We still need to dial it in. We just received the new pair of props for flat water, and that was our problem in Sarasota. We're too short props. Yeah. So now we have bigger props. We slowly, we're getting there.
with 2 podium finishes this year in the P1 Offshore Series were the 2 young guns, driver Ian Morgan and throttleman Nick Impressa in their MTI-built 151 Express boat.
Sheboygan's really cool. We're both from Long Island, New York originally. It kind of reminds us a little bit about that surfing town. Marina is very similar.
Did you just say surfing?
Yeah.
You know it's a lake, right?
They surf here.
It's a lake.
They surf here. Did you not see the surf?
It's a lake.
Did you not see the waves you were just going through? They surf here.
All right. Whatever.
This is where Chicken Joe's from.
Oh,
He's a surfer.
Oh, he's cool.
Exactly.
Always a threat in the number 96 Doug Wright Waves and Wheels boat was veteran throttleman Ricky Maldonado alongside driver Logan Aiden.
We are rough water specialists. We like rough water ourselves. I believe we have the best boat for the rougher conditions. So, 18-year-old driver, really good in any conditions. So I believe we have an advantage here.
In just their second race this year was the new team, MFR, Mead Family Racing in their number 5 MTI boat. Veteran Sean Torrente with multiple world championships to his name was on throttle alongside new driver Caleb Mead, who was the youngest driver on the tour at just 16 years old.
I raced last weekend in Michigan City, which was the first race, and it was 7-foot waves, so it was pretty intense.
Another Doug Wright boat is the number 39 Hanks Saloon Racing, which continues with driver Lee Murray and throttleman Edwin Shear. And GC Racing rounded out the field with owner-driver Willie Cabeza alongside veteran throttleman Gary Ballou in their MTI boat. The course in Sheboygan is a 6-mile-long 10-pin oval circuit with a slight left-handed dogleg. The Monster Mile runs straight along the beach, providing up-close action for the spectators. There would be 2 races of 8 laps each. The points leader at the end of the 2 races would take the overall win. The first race of the doubleheader weekend just moments away. Teams and drivers suit up and strap in. The starting grid was determined by lottery. 151 Express had pole position with number 39 Hanks Saloon Racing in P2 and 96 Waves and Wheels in the 3rd lane. The fleet motors out to the offshore circuit while crowds pack the shore and VIP tents. And there's the green flag. The race is on. The throttles go wide open and the fleet roars off. The 2 MTIs on the outside have a flying start. Number 5 MFR on the outside giving veterans in number 7 a run for their money. Hanks Saloon in lane 2 is also leaving the field behind in their Doug Wright boat. Waves and Wheels trying to gain some momentum on the Monster Mile. Approaching the first turn, 3 MTI boats are on the outside, while inside Hanks Saloon leads into the first turn buoy with the red Waves and Wheels closing in fast. Tomlinson and Sism catch up on the outside and squeeze in. Hanks Saloon is carrying a lot of speed, turns late, and GC Racing has no room to go. GC Racing's bow lifts on Waves and Wheels wash and has to back off. Hanks Saloon is in the lead, but Waves and Wheels is barely a boat's length behind. Coming around to the back stretch, Waves and Wheels has found its pace and presses forward. The 2 Doug Wrights are deck to deck, and it's the red Waves and Wheels that comes out in front. The battle for 3rd is between Gladiator Canados and number 7 TS Motorsports boat. Tomlinson and Sism have the inside lane on the left-hander, but Gladiator Canados is strong on the outside. Carcente and Grant take 3rd. Coming around on the inside, MFR in 6th has caught up to GC Racing and fighting hard to find space between the light blue boat and boys. MFR gets shut out on the final turn buoy. They get a proper hose down and decide to swerve all the way to the outside. They move past number 7 TS Motorsports and take the outside lane, getting out of the packed field into the clean water. Behind them, 151 Express is getting warning sounds. They're in trouble. They slow down and exit from the race with technical issues. Waves and Wheels have locked in the lead with an over 5-second gap back to Hanks Saloon, with the hard-charging Gladiator Canados to their outside in 3rd. Cabeza and Baloo in GC Racing are P4, but out of nowhere, Torrente and Mead sweep in from the outside. They manage to rack up a ton of speed in the clean water and proceed to pass both GC Racing and the 7 MTI boat on the turn to the backstretch. They then overhaul Hank's Saloon going into the left-hander and zoom up to third from P6 in just half a lap. Incredible feat from Sean Torrente and his rookie driver, Caleb Mead, in just their second race ever. Entering the Monster Mile with just 2 laps to go now, Maldonado and Aiden in the lead. Behind them is the aggressive MFR, pushing up on Gladiator Canados in the fight for second. Behind them in the battle for fourth, Tomlinson and Sism have caught up to Hank's Saloon and take the inside lane going into the Monster Mile. The blue MTI charges through the infield, nails the turn and moves into P4. What a day for Doug Wright Waves and Wheels. A commanding lead throughout the Flatwater race. Gladiator Canados a rooster tail behind in second place, and an epic finish for number 5 MFR in third. Number 7 TS Motorsports finishes in fourth, with Hank's Saloon in fifth.
It was good. It was a good race. I think we're in really good position for the next one, because now we'll have pole position. I believe we have the fastest boat out here, no questions asked.
Definitely challenging. We had Crescente pulling up on our inside a bunch of times. We basically pinched them pretty much almost every corner. And then I think halfway through the race we had Mead on our outside. And I mean, they just couldn't keep it up in the corners.
We lost power twice, 3 times, engine stopped. That's the way it is, we know it for tomorrow.
We did really good on the turns. We cut close on the turns, went straight through and got people going.
Look at that little kid. This little man did a freaking awesome job. Fucking second race, we came from 11th to 3rd. And second, really, at one point. We had a little mistake, but that's all right. We're gonna clean it up tomorrow, right? Great job, Caleb.
Now, let's see what happened in the Formula 1 qualifying heats. Sheboygan would be hosting a leg of the Formula 1 Powerboat Championship for its very first time. F1 is the highest class of circuit powerboat racing in the world. These single-seater catamarans have a power-to-weight ratio that is extremely high and can accelerate from 0 to 100 miles per hour in under 5 seconds, keeping them on a par with Formula 1 cars. They're also capable of taking a 180-degree corner at 100 miles per hour, pulling up to 7 Gs in the process, making them the hardest-turning race vehicle in the world. In Sheboygan, all teams would use stock 3.4-litre V6 4-stroke Mercury racing engines, pumping out over 200 horsepower.
Even keel, no engine builders, no nothing. You gotta run it what it is. So the setup, it's all boat, it's all setup, it's all prop. That's it. The motor is extremely reliable, very powerful. And me and the guy in first and second, we've been working these motors hard for the last 2 years. All these other, you see a lot of guys out here who have swapped motors for this event. They're going to get faster as the weekend goes on, so the racing's only going to get better.
These 200 APX engines are designed specifically for tunnel boat racing and international endurance events where racers run wide open for the win. There was an 8-boat fleet competing here with veterans of the sport racing along with some young blood. RJ West in the number 93 Chuck Skelton racing boat is a favourite here. Out from California, RJ was an early adopter of 4-stroke engines in F1.
We were running the Optimax 2-stroke before for pretty successfully for several years. The 4-stroke came out. Mercury was nice enough to let us give a go with the 4-stroke on a test session on our boat, and we kind of sat down as a team that winter and you know, what's our plan? Where do we want to go? And if this is the future, we wanted to get a head start. So we started right off the get, and we took our lumps, you know, but you know, you got to start early, otherwise you're just going to be following all the time.
Right. Spencer Love in the Clover construction boat was F1 champion last year.
Oh, I've been racing F1 since I think 2016. This will be my first race with the 4-stroke. My brother raced it in a race. 4 guys that I kind of got my eye on. I mean, RJ, he's going to be tough. He's been running the 4-stroke since it came out. Dustin, he's going to be tough. I mean, last year I won the championship with the 2-stroke, but that doesn't really mean anything out here today because we're all running 4-strokes.
The Formula One race starting lineup is determined by points earned in 3 heats of qualifier races. Each qualifier heat is 6 laps plus 1 minute.
Our format here in the US is a little different. We run our 1 qualifying lap, but we race for our final position. So you start your first heat where you qualify. Luckily enough, we were to get pole, so we had a good spot for the first heat, but then they invert your start, so I got to fight from last on the second heat. So the trick is to accumulate as many points as you can throughout the weekend and then hopefully get pole for the final. So it's tricky, but it's actually kind of fun because you're racing all weekend. You know, you're not trying to stay alone, you're trying to get around other boats and make something happen.
Boats just have 15 minutes of practice to determine their setups for the first qualifying heat.
Making a prop change, so we're just trying different stuff to get the best one for qualifying. Right now we're going with something a little more top end, not as punchy, but more speed.
RJ West had pole position for the first qualifying heat with Dustin Terry in lane 2 and Dylan Anderson in lane 3 based on time trials earlier. RJ West had a flying start and never looked back. Dustin Terry held on to second. RJ West's teammate in the number 92 boat, Dean Comer, moved past Dylan Anderson's blue number 17 before the end of the start lap to clinch third position. Mike Mackus in the number 85 boat also passed number 17, bumping Dylan Anderson down to 5th. Heat 1 ended with a Chuck Skelton Racing 1 and 3 with RJ West in first and Dean Comer in third. For Heat 2, the starting lineup would be the reverse of the Heat 1 results. RJ West was dead last on the starting grid, but at the green flag he roared off the start grid and rocketed on the outside, breaking away from the field. RJ West was first to the commitment buoy, followed by Dustin Terry of Ameristart Roofing in second. Dean Comer, who started from 6th, managed to get up to 4th, but was unable to get around young gun Grant Schubert, who brought home a 3rd place. RJ West was undefeated after 2 heats. Dustin Terry took another 2nd place finish, with Grant Schubert in 3rd.
I really got a clean line. Honestly, on the first lap, it's actually a little bit smoother out against the seawall, so I just let it drift and run in the smooth water down the front straightaway and just let it eat, and then, you know, then I can move over during the race once I got positioned. But it lit good, and we've been doing a lot of testing to get off the dock with this new motor, and that was the plan. So
on the start, the guy RJ, he had the lead lane and got a good start, and he's got top end on me today, so we got a little bit of work to do to try to figure out how to get the top end back and get around him maybe.
There would be one more heat before the final race lineup was determined. Catch the exciting conclusion to the Formula One race in the next P1 Offshore show. Dark skies and rough seas on the final day of racing. The Superstocks raced before the 450Rs and took a beating.
Jumped a big one, tripped it, kind of stuffed it a little bit, and it blew our lower escape hatch apart. It blew water up into our canopies, so it is what it is. That's going to end our day.
After the carnage, the 450R teams were quick to adjust setups.
We were watching the Superstock race and decided that we need to change props, so that's what we're doing right now. Shout out to my fiance for always being the one jumping in the water.
There you go. That's good.
You need more? You good there?
This is what me and Ricky have been hoping for all week long. We love the rough water.
We know it's going to be challenging. It's not going to be about top end speed. It's all going to be throttle response and acceleration.
Big East Construction finished in 3rd, throttled by Gary Ballou, who then had to quickly jump in the GC Racing boat.
I'm going to get in a bigger boat, which is a lot more pleasant in rough water, and hopefully we can bring this one home as well.
Sean Torrente was also out throttling the Allied Superstock boat with just a few minutes before heading out in the MFR boat.
Oh, just, you know, the negative is I just went 9 laps in hell, and now I got to do it 9 laps again. Positive is I was out in the water, so I know what it's like. So I felt there was a better setup. I texted them as soon as we stopped out there and let them know what to do, and they're awesome. Really good in the water, changing props and moving weight. So
looks very wavy, similar to Michigan City. I'm hoping that we can do a lot better than we did in Michigan City, and won't get as nervous, and that we can actually try and race against people, not just try to get out there and survive.
Teams were pumped for the big seas. The starting lineup was the finishing order of race 1. Waves and Wheels had pole, with Gladiator Canados in second and Mead Family Racing in third. There it is, the green flag, the race is on. Carcente and Grant have a great start, thrusting off the wave peaks and pull ahead of the red 96 boat. Gladiator catches a huge flyer, they dig their nose in and swerve violently to their port. They stay upright but lose speed. Waves and Wheels and MFR quickly capitalise and overtake. TS Motorsport is on the outside, also battling the waves. They go and dig their nose in too. Their speed drops immediately as they recover. GC Racing moves past them. Gary Ballou is keeping it wide open into the first turn. GC Racing moves into the lead. MFR has 2 dug rights on its inside heading up. All boats have to maintain their lanes until they come around to the back straight. Waves and Wheels take a precarious lead with their inside lane advantage, but MFR is charging hard on the outside and pulls up nose to nose in the battle for first. Gladiator Canados is third, but slowly gets pinched as the 2 leaders close up deck to deck. Carcente and Grant can't avoid the hose down. GC Racing and TS Motorsports are right behind and they surge up. Up ahead, Torrente pours on the power, skipping from peak to peak and pulls ahead. Gladiator Canados catches up to Waves and Wheels as the red boat deals with MFR's hose down. Caleb Mead nails the turn. Behind, the Gladiator boat goes wide and rips through MFR's spray. The Waves and Wheels boat tries to cut to the inside, but gets caught in the prop wash. The nose scrapes and knocks up against the 450R engines, but Gladiator keeps motoring on. The red boat swerves to the inside now and narrowly misses TS Motorsport, who's caught in the confusion. The blue MTI passed the red dug right hull and takes third place. GC Racing has avoided all the ruckus in the clean water on the outside and smoothly passes Waves and Wheels into P4 now. Entering the Monster Mile, the 3 leaders battle the inner coastal waves, taking big flyers. MFR is in the lead. What a start for young Caleb. Gladiator Canados P2 and TS Motorsports in third. At the back of the pack, Hank Saloon is in P6 with a late start, and behind them is 151 Express, who are dealing with more technical issues. Huge waves on the outside stretch, giving the grey dug right hull a beating. TS Motorsports has found cleaner water and sneaks up on the inside. The blue MTI has the pace and beats Gladiator to the turn buoy. Carcente and Grant cut hard into that corner and take the inside lane in a decisive move. They keep their speed and retake third from TS Motorsports as they enter the Monster Mile. Gladiator Canados now just 3 seconds behind MFR as they enter lap 4 of this 9-lap race. Battle is on for P4 now as GC Racing attacked on the inside by Waves and Wheels. Maldonado and Aiden, with a win under their belts from yesterday, powers ahead and takes P4. MFR is in the lead, but Gladiator Canados is keeping up maximum pressure. They make another cut to the inside, coming back to the inner straight. They lock horns with MFR and are deck to deck, passing the orange buoy. Carcente pours on the power, giving it all as they enter the Monster Mile. They have the lead. TS Motorsports continues in P3, Waves and Wheels P4, and GC Racing P5. The battle rages at the front. Torrente and Mead move to the inside on lap 6 and find the pace on the Monster Mile. Caleb Mead in the ride of his life as they zoom past Gladiator, their boat gliding over the heavy seas. The rookie and the veteran take first. Gladiator looks like it's in trouble, and TS Motorsports passes them, taking second place. Waves and Wheels suffers from an engine issue and comes off plane. They're passed by GC Racing, who move up into podium territory for the first time. But the day belongs to the rising star in the Mead Family Racing boat, an unthinkable feat going up against the masters of the sport in the most challenging conditions. Torrente and Caleb keep their cool and bring home their first win. TS Motorsports gets valuable points in P2, and GC Racing's Cabeza and Balu get their first podium in third.
a battle. We tried to get, you know, some boats here think they can push you around, and that ain't the case. We ain't gonna get pushed around. So first lap was kind of close, but we just kept pushing. And then after that, I was just managing. Gladiator got underneath us one time, but I was just managing. I could go faster. And then they broke. Yes. It's got to make it to the end. So that thing's a beast. The crew did an amazing job preparing it. We got the balance right yesterday, so it's awesome.
I'm so happy right now. This is like one of the best things ever. So we're coming down the straightaway, then I saw the white flag, did our lap, going down the straightaway. We were like sweat. It was hot in there. I started getting cold, goosebumps. I started freezing. Past the finish line, and me and Sean started screaming. So it was amazing.
So the boat that won was my boat from last year. Obviously I got my new one this year, so we know it's fully capable of doing everything. I think we run very similar setups. So once we got out there, we got a little mixed up with some of the competition, and they were able to take a lead, and we couldn't catch them from there. So it's a really good race. MTI took 1, 2, and 3, so that's all we can ask for.
Let's go! No, it was a great race. It was a good day for MTI. I think we were first, second, and third. And that's what Randy Sism strives for, is his boats on the podium. And I'd like to thank everybody at the MTI and Willie for giving me this opportunity to run this boat, because he doesn't care if I break it.
After a historic weekend of racing, Mead Family Racing takes the overall win. TS Motorsports is second, and Gladiator Canados finished third overall. And that completes the Mercury Racing Midwest Challenge. See you at the next round in St. Petersburg, Florida. Class 1 World Championship. And he is struck from behind.
Oh! Side by side, deck to deck. It's on the pressure.
Welcome to Sheboygan, Wisconsin, which kicks off the inaugural Mercury Racing Midwest Challenge, a celebration of powerboat racing on the turbulent waters of Lake Michigan. The top categories of US powerboat racing were put to the test here, and they included the massive Class 1 offshore powerboats, factory stock 450R boats, the highly competitive superstocks, and the thrilling F1 single-seater powerboats. More than 40 teams with competitors from around the world battled it out in the adrenaline-fueled thrill of offshore and inshore powerboat racing. This show will cover the UIM Class 1 World Championship, where a fleet of 7 boats faced off in a doubleheader action-packed weekend. Sheboygan, Wisconsin is known as the freshwater surf capital of the world. It has some of the best waves on the Great Lakes, providing spectacular racing action for fans along the picturesque beaches. Sheboygan is a hidden gem that lies just 50 miles north of Milwaukee and captures the essence of small-town charm with a taste of genuine Midwestern hospitality, whilst offering a sophisticated artistic and culinary scene. The 3-day event was held in partnership with Mercury Racing, manufacturer of the high-performance consumer and race marine products, with their factory based nearby at Fond du Lac.
Mercury Racing is 50 years old today. We started as a division of Mercury Marine in 1973, and we are celebrating our 50th anniversary this year. So that's why we're here celebrating our 50th. It's a fantastic sport. It's an adrenaline rush, and the people that are in this profession are very passionate, and it's just fun to be around them.
The location of the protected harbour next to the offshore course was unique, allowing spectators to watch offshore and inshore powerboat action in one venue. The city hosted a massive festival and block party where fans could get up close to these juggernauts and meet some of the drivers.
Now let's take a closer look at the Class 1 teams. With back-to-back race weekends, the pressure was on the Class 1 teams to iron out any issues from the tough racing in Michigan City. With limited time between the races, the teams had to work flat out to ensure the boats were in prime condition and ready to race again in Sheboygan, Wisconsin. Triple 2 Offshore Australia Navy are having a storming season, with a second place in Cocoa Beach, first in Sarasota, which was backed up with another win in Michigan City. The team of Giovanni Carpitella and Darren Nicholson are in the form of their lives. A win here and they would be crowned world champions for 2023.
The feeling is just a bit more nervous than the other races. Now, when I sit in the boat and the strap and I start the engine, everything going. The boat is okay. We check all the engine, we check the transmission, propeller, everything. So we see.
Pothole Heroes had a mixed race in Michigan City. Driver Carlos De Quesada and throttleman Johnny Tomlinson were running fast and challenging for the race lead before the boat snapped, hooked, and went inside a turn buoy, resulting in a 30-second penalty. They ended up in fourth, but will take the confidence of the race pace they showed in Michigan City into this weekend's racing in Sheboygan.
You know, it's one of those things that Michigan City was really, really rough, and we definitely took a pounding in that race. This race, or for practice, we took a pounding. We broke engine mount, so we had to strap it down, and something we're going to have to fix tonight, but everything held together, and we got a lot of work to do tonight.
Husky Ice Spritz took second place in Michigan City. The team started the season with a win at Cocoa Beach, but are now playing catch-up to Triple 2 Australia in the championship standings. Nothing less than a win will do in Sheboygan for the team which won the 2022 World Championship, and with Britt Lilly and Steve Curtis in the cockpit, the boat is in seriously good hands. Randy Kent and Grant Brueggemann paired up in Michigan City and brought the new MTI boat home for X-Insurance Good Boy Vodka's first points of the season, and, after a penalty for Pothole Heroes, a place on the podium. A spectacular result for the team in their first race together, one which they'll be looking to replicate this weekend. Monster Energy MCon have struggled so far this season, but put together their best weekend of the year in Michigan City. Tyler Miller and Myrick Coyle went the race distance for the first time in 2023 and picked up some points. They ended up in 5th place, but were running as high as 3rd in the early stages of the race. With an immense effort working on the boat after Michigan City, they have left no stone unturned in the quest for a podium finish in 2023.
You know, it's about what we anticipated. The lake water is bumped up, and it's probably a true 4 to 5 footer out there right now. The boat did very well. Very excited to get out and get these time trials going. Moved a little bit of weight around just to try to give the team and the boat the best advantage we can. But we're excited to go out and put this Monster Energy skater on the pole. So stay tuned.
DF Young hit the podium in round 2 in Sarasota, the best result of the season so far for Hugh Fuller and Rich Wyatt. They finished 6th in Michigan City, but know that on their day they can challenge for a podium place, and that is exactly what they'll be aiming for in Sheboygan. It's not going to be easy though, with many teams finding the pace and fine-tuning the boats at this stage of the season. We're in for a classic battle in Sheboygan.
Well, you know, we've had issues every race and every qualifying so far. We did finally get to test the other day for the first time this year, and everything ran very good for a change. So we hope that continues through this qualifying, this race here. And if we do that, then hopefully we can be up there in the top few spots. We just need the engines to keep running and give us a whole race.
Team DeFalco weren't able to go the distance in Michigan City. They didn't race in Sarasota, but did pick up 4th in Cocoa Beach. Mike Falco and Billy Moore will be aiming to complete the race and get back to picking up championship points before the final race of the season in St. Petersburg, Florida. Conditions for qualifying day were tough early on, with driving rain and poor visibility causing some small delays to the start of the session.
Yeah, we've gone out and done a couple laps. It's pretty bumpy out there. Just getting ready for qualifying now. That starts at 3:30, so we got all the weight where we want it, and let's go see if we can get on pole.
Qualification is of course key to a successful race weekend. Get it right and starting on pole position gives a team a big advantage when it comes to the race. In Class 1 qualification, each team completes 2 laps, the fastest of which counts. They can choose to complete a 3rd lap if they wish. 222 Offshore Australia Navy were first out for qualification as the championship leaders. They set their fastest lap on lap 1, a 3:45.12, and couldn't beat their own lap time on their 2nd lap. Now they needed to sit and wait to see if anyone could better their time and take pole position away from 222 Offshore Australia Navy. Husky Ice Brits were the 2nd team to set a lap time. Conditions were tough on the corners, with props almost coming out of the water, requiring laser-like focus for the throttleman. Husky were off the pace on their first lap by a shade under 5 seconds. Lap 2 was an improvement, however, and their lap time of 3:49.75 would put them into 2nd position for now, but with 5 boats still to set some times, nothing was guaranteed. Pothole Heroes were 3rd out onto the 6-mile course for qualification, and they were on fire. With a different setup to 222, the boat was looking fast and supremely well balanced as they stormed their way to a 3:39.48 to go into 1st, and well ahead of 222. Now Carlos de Quesada and Johnny Tomlinson would have to wait and see if anyone would deny them the coveted pole position. DF Young were next out with the biggest boat in the field, the 50-foot Mystic-built boat, and they would be expecting that boat to handle the tough conditions better than some of the other teams. In the end, a 3:52.38 would be the only time set by DF Young, and they would end the qualification session in 5th place. Coming out 5th in qualification, it was Team DeFalco. Driver Mike Falco and throttleman Billy Moore had to throw everything at this session to get as good a starting position as they could. In the end, they set a time of 3:59.47. Ex-Insurance Good Boy Vodka took to the circuit to see what they could do in qualification. Randy Kent and Grant Brueggemann in just their 2nd race together after a podium finish in Michigan City. On their first lap, they set a time of 3:55.56, but improved on lap 2 with a quick time of 3:50.02, which saw them edge out DF Young for 4th place by just over 2 seconds. The Monster Energy MCon boat has had a lot of work done on it in the week since Michigan City. Driver Myrick Coyle and throttleman Tyler Miller were running flat and looking good, carrying good speed through the turns. Their first lap time was a 3:57.16, but they improved on their 2nd lap to a 3:55.46 to round out qualification. With the qualification session in the books, it would be Pothole Heroes starting on pole position thanks to a stunning run that sees them over 5 seconds ahead of championship leaders 222 Offshore Australia Navy.
It was a bumpy run today. You know, we only did 1 lap. We had some issues we were worried about. Didn't even think we were going to get out there today to even have a chance. But it was rough, and this boat shined in the rough. Carlos did a great job coming around the buoys and just running the course as tight as the line as we could. And in that head seat, the boat was real strong and good, had good speed. So happy it stayed together for what we did. We broke some stuff earlier.
The teams are getting ready for race 1. The final checks are done, and now it's over to the drivers and throttlemen out on the water.
Here we are, Sheboygan, Wisconsin, race day. Super excited to get this Monster Energy Class 1 skater out on the water. Yesterday in time trials and testing, 3 to 5 footers, very rough. Today, winds came in out of the west, laid the water down flat, so we did a lot of setup changes through the night, and then again today, getting this boat ready to go. So stay tuned, you know, we're excited, flat water racing, and go out and get this thing lit up. We're ready to go.
222 Offshore Australia qualified in 2nd, and they are aiming to keep the run of wins going.
It's quite different today to yesterday. It's a lot flatter. The course is a bit shorter, so we'll be set up to run a bit faster. And we're on pole 2, so we've got Husky on the port side and Potholes on the starboard side, so we've got plenty to do on the first lap.
Husky Ice Brits find themselves in pole 3 with work to do, needing a big result to stay in the championship hunt.
Pothole Heroes had a stunning run to land on pole position.
Welcome back to beautiful St. Petersburg, Florida. This is the Monster Energy P1 Offshore St. Pete Powerboat Grand Prix presented by Visit St. Pete Clearwater. Matt Trulio, Mike Uoski bringing you the live coverage today. We are getting ready to go racing in Super Cat, but Matt, we can't say enough about St. Petersburg. And look at that view, just how beautiful it is here, the beautiful homes, the sandbar. We've seen the kids out there playing, not only out here in the water, but downtown. Such a beautiful area in St. Petersburg. Been here for 3 years in a row now. Always super glad to be here. Look forward to coming back every single year.
Yeah, it's a great little city. It's very manageable. There's lots to do. Nightlife, good restaurants, great beaches.
Like, you can stay in downtown St. Petersburg and walk to everything. You don't even have to have a car down here.
No, we could walk. We can literally walk from our hotel to the end of this pier. It's
Exactly.
a little time, but no, it's everything is really, really conveniently located.
Plenty of things to do for the family. You've got the park with the water park, the pools, the beaches at the pier, just so many different things to do. That's a little farmer's market. They got to go on the way down to the pier. Just a great, beautiful area. Super glad to be here. Thanks for having us back. But we are going to go racing, and Matt, these are the loud boats, so to speak.
You got it, Mike. We've got our Super Cats coming out on course.
Let's run through a class lineup. We know they won't do a mill, so it'll be a quick start. Let's get a quick class lineup underway.
All right, we have Gradle with Chris Grant and Billy Moore, Liquor Split, John Paul Emmons and Jimmy McIntyre, MCON, Monster Energy, Myra Coyle and Tyler Miller, Roland Transport with Matt Jaminski and Vinny Diorio, Valder Yachts, Pro Floors Racing, Wayne Valder and Grant Brueggemann. And last but certainly not least, we have Billy Moff and Jay Muller and WHM Motorsports.
Well, always a good, exciting group of boats is Super Cat. Let's pick your favorite.
Oh, my favorite?
I'm sorry, let's pick who you think's going to win, not your favorite.
I'm going to let you go first.
I'm going to have to go with today. I'm going to maybe say Valder Yachts Pro Floors. They won here last year. They know what it takes to win. Wayne said yesterday the boat was super fast in testing.
I am going to go with Gradle.
Gradle. Ooh, picking the underdog, maybe a little, so to speak. They're a good rough water team.
I've been known to do that.
Occasionally,
It
yeah.
makes me a horrible
They're a super
gambler.
duper good rough water team. Still work on their flat water setup, but nobody can count out this boat, the 06 of MCON Monster Energy. This is the sister ship to the MCON, or the Monster Energy MCON Class 1 boat we saw finish third in our prior race, Class 1.
MCON would have been a safer pick, but I decided to take a little risk.
Got to take a little risk, right? I mean, it's kind of boring if everybody goes with everybody who thinks is going to win it, right? Yeah. I mean, or the favorite, but not even the favorite, just the person that's won the most, the team that's won the most.
Right. Fair enough.
Yeah, it's like saying the Redskins are going to win a Super Bowl. People just don't keep saying it after a while.
Well, how many people do we have in this race who just finished a Class 1 race? We have Myra Coyle.
Yep.
Let's see.
Grant didn't race
Grant
because
did not get to race.
X Insurance was not out there. It's only Myrick.
It's only Myrick.
Oh, and Billy. Nope, Billy ran too. Billy ran
Billy
DeFalco.
ran, that's what I'm saying.
Yep. Two.
There's
And we do not have pole positions for this race. We did not get those this morning at the drivers' meeting in time before we came out here to the pier, so we apologize about that. No parade lap for Super Cat, no mill for Super Cat. The Force 10 pace boat will take them around. They will head west towards the Gulf of Mexico, towards St. Pete, and we will be going racing in Super Cat, one of my most favorite classes, the loudest class, without a doubt. Matt, we said they were in Sheboygan. The Super Cats weren't there. I think the fans in Sheboygan didn't quite get to hear the loud boats, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, that carries across the water really well. It's a little different than your turbocharged, very, very quiet, for the most part, engine.
Yep. All right, the Force 10 pace boat now enters that last corner, or exits that last corner, rather. Everybody starts to jockey in their position. They're going to get lined up. It looks like WHM is on the pole. Still under yellow flag, green flag, going racing Super Cat style. St. Petersburg, the Monster Energy P1 Offshore St. Pete Powerboat Grand Prix underway with Super Cat. There's WHM. There is MCON Monster Energy Roland Transport Liquor Split. All the way on the outside is Pro Floors Valder Yachts. Let's see who can get the whole shot and get out to the early lead. Matt, part of me wanted to go with Roland Transport for this race because I think Vinny and Matt are starting to slowly but surely build their confidence.
What is that expression? They're due?
They're due. I think so. Well, look at the start by WHM, though. They have simply checked out over a rooster tail length ahead of second and third place. That's who the battle is. MCON now in second. Valor Yachts in third as Roland Transport starts to drop back just a little bit. Where is Liquor Split amongst this group? WHM is going to lead them into the corner. Need to maintain their lane. This is where we're used to seeing Billy Moff and Jay Muller. Let's see if they can stick with it. Yellow number 5 sticks to the inside lane of the corner. Then you're going to see MCon Monster Energy. Then you're going to see Roland Transport. And then you're going to see Valor Yachts Pro Floors as they come across the start line. And they get the green flag for Super Cat. Here we go. So MCon Monster Energy is on the prowl, so to speak. They have been dominant all season long. They're in the points lead for Super Cat. Valor Yachts Pro Floors is in second. But look at the KG veterans, Jay Muller, Billy Moff, out to the early lead.
It's good to see them out there. Yeah, they've struggled a bit this season as well.
Yep. And it's just been a variety of mechanical issues. Michigan City, Indiana, they actually had a battery wire chafe through an oil line that caused them an issue. They had a header problem that caused them an issue. You know, they've just been chasing gremlins. You know, and that's part of racing. The king is going to fall from the top. We said it in Class 1, and we'll say it here. But right now, they are about a rooster tail length ahead of MCon Monster Energy. Look at Roland Transport, though. They are rolling up on the inside, currently in third place. Let's see what happens when we go into this easterly turn. Matt, the wind has laid down. The water has calmed down. We're going to see some impressive speeds out of these Super Cat entries.
Yeah, these laps are going to be really fast. This will be a quick race.
We are going to put the races back-to-back, similar to how we did earlier. So it'll be 450 factory stock. MCon Monster Energy making a move on the outside. They headed the easterly turn. WHM on the inside. MCon Monster Energy able to carry more speed on the outside. And Billy Moff and Jay Muller really had to go in there tight, Matt. Scrubbed off a lot of speed. That's going to allow, I think, Roland Transport and Valor Yachts to kind of close up there. There's the MTI NZ11. Wayne Valder, Grant Bruggerman. The lone MTI in the fleet, and I think still the oldest boat in the fleet.
Yeah. And look at MCon stretching it out.
Yep. That was interesting, too, because MCon must have really gone hard into that corner to be able to carry that much speed going on the outside. Super Cat running 11 laps for 66 miles here in St. Petersburg. Now, Valor Yachts is on the hunt. They're trying to hunt down WHM. Could be 1 and 2 in points, 1 and 2 here in St. Petersburg. WHM currently in second. Looks like, Matt, WHM kind of picked up the speed there. They're going to be inside going into the dogleg. Valor Yachts is not away from Roland Transport yet. They can't ease up and focus ahead. They're going to have to kind of think about that boat behind them. They jump across the wake to get back to the outside. Again, this dogleg kind of plays with everybody just a little bit. There goes WHM. Nice turn from WHM. Slid well through the corner. And Valor Yachts, they're a little bit in the rooster tail, want to get out of that mist and get into some cleaner water. But that's the hard part about the dogleg. There is Roland Transport. There is Liquor Split. Where is Graydell? There is a boat that should be just coming into your screen momentarily as I looked up, and that is Graydell. So I think Chris Grant and Billy Moore, they are definitely slow. I think they may have some sort of mechanical issue. They had a motor malfunction, I believe, when they got here this weekend. They had to replace a motor, so they may be fighting gremlins. MCon Monster Energy, your leader in Super Cat, and they have pulled away, completed lap number 1 of 11. WHM currently in second. Here is Valor Yachts Pro Floors coming across the line in third, just behind this team. But Matt, Monster Energy MCon, they had a rough go of it in Sarasota.
Yeah, they did, but they're back now, and they are stretching out their lead.
But I think the good thing about Sarasota is it proves that this team is not invincible. You know, nobody's invincible in offshore powerboat racing, but they've just been so good. You know, it kind of shown their vulnerability a little bit, if you would. They lost the water pump. They overheated a motor to the point where it actually caught on fire. And they were struggling to get it under control by the time they got back to the crane. Caused a lot of damage. You, in fact, reported on how much work it took to go back to get that boat back in the water by the time they went racing in Michigan City.
And they had 2 weeks, but they needed every minute of it.
Yep.
And, it was a mess. It was an absolute mess.
The team that was able to capitalize on that, no doubt, is currently running in third. That is Valor Yachts Pro Floors. They are up against WHM. But I think, Matt, WHM probably closed that door on them, and they did, going into the easterly turn, so Grant and Wayne had to jump back to the outside. Let's see if they carry more speed. This is how WHM got passed on the last lap. They were on the inside, and MCon Monster Energy carried more speed on the outside. About a rooster tail length separates these two.
Yeah.
Valor Yachts not able to make up as much ground as MCon Monster Energy did. It actually looks like they dove back to the inside. So they are all, yep, they did, because they just went back to the outside. So they are hunting around, trying to find that clean water. We had dinner with Wayne Valder and team last night. He said, this boat is fast.
Yeah, that was a really engaging evening with those guys.
It always is.
But learned a lot. Learned a lot about their approach and Grant Bruggeman's attention to detail.
Yep.
It's pretty hard to top that.
It is, 110%. Of course, Grant maintains that boat right down in Bradenton, Florida, while Wayne and his wife Catherine will fly back to New Zealand, actually staying over here for the month as he's doing some promo stuff with Valor Yachts. MCon Monster Energy, though, picking up right where they've left off so many times before. They are out to a pretty commanding lead, 6.5 seconds currently. WHM in second, Valor Yachts in third. Now, Matt, it does look like Valor Yachts maybe closed a little bit of WHM from that perspective. Let's see how it works out through the dog leg. It looks like Billy and Jay maybe a little bit wider that time through the dog leg.
Smooth, though.
Very smooth.
Efficient.
Nice drift around the corner there. And there is Valor Yachts. There is Roland Transport. Good run by Roland Transport. This is a team that has struggled off and on. They actually had a carburetor malfunction yesterday in Texas, and testing rather. And I said, Vinny, I said, you don't carry a spare carburetor. And he says, you're right. We don't. We just took one off of our spare motor, and we're able to get it on the outer limits and get it racing.
Yeah,
and Vinny is dedicated. I mean, he is dedicated to getting this program right, to getting this outer limits running, and it's improving its performance and its speed every weekend.
Vinny is stuck with it. He doesn't get down. He's determined. He brought on Matt Jaminski this season, and I think it was a really good move for Vinny, and not just for Matt, because he's a rookie, but for Vinny it was an excellent move.
Race right now would be for second between Valor Yachts and WHM, as MCon Monster Energy has simply just checked out, completing that number 2 of 11. As you see, there goes the outer limits of Roland Transport. Of course, Vinny Diorio owns a trucking company where the name Roland Transport comes
Indeed.
from. MCon Monster Energy set up perfectly, Matt. There we talked about that fine mist coming out from underneath the boat. That boat is hung up there looking good.
It's perfect.
But I think these conditions are probably a little bit different than the Class 1 race they ran in just about a half an hour ago.
Oh, yeah. The livery on MCon is just...
I love that. Yeah, that's just the way it came out.
It's probably my favorite in the sport, to be honest with you, Mike.
Now, this boat is only a year old. This boat debuted in 2022. But Jake and the entire team have just been dedicated to getting this program right. And from where MCon Monster Energy started from to today, just leaps and bounds ahead. I really like WHM here, though, Matt. They're controlling Valor Yachts well. They're running a good race. They're not losing ground.
When MCon passed them, I was starting. I was thinking,
you kind of wonder, right?
They're going to fall back, but they haven't fallen back. They've held their position, and they may have even extended it over Valor Yachts.
And that was such an impressive pass on the outside. Tyler Miller must have just kept the sticks down and held that thing wide open. So they exit the easterly turn. They head back towards the dogleg. Of course, this boat originally wasn't, I don't think, to be labeled with Monster originally, but then the deal was worked out, so they got the name on both boats.
Yeah, and they just do a flip. So this is MCon Monster Energy, and the Class 1 boat is Monster Energy MCon.
Of course, MCon is the underground utilities company owned by Tyler and Lindsay Miller, based out of Wathena, Kansas. WHM leads Valor Yachts into the dogleg. Valor Yachts is going to jump back to the outside. Matt, this is looking similar to the Class 1 race we saw between 222 and Husky Ice Spritz.
It really is. I was thinking the same thing.
And I think Wayne and Grant, they got to be careful kind of staying in that spray like that. These boats do have air directed directly at the carburetors of the engine. They're naturally aspirated 750 horsepower motors. They do not want to get sprayed down because it will induct salt water into the engine based upon the air intake system on the boat.
Well,
what a run by Pro Floors Valor Yachts on this back straightaway. Matt, they tucked right up on the back of it. I looked up right from the screen. If we could pan this shot out.
Yes, they did.
Man, they tucked, there they are right there. They tucked right up on the back. I thought they were going to square that corner up, but they didn't. Man, they were right up in the rooster tail of WHM. They did something really good exiting that dog leg. It did look like WHM went a little bit wider. Still about a rooster tail length separating these two as we complete lap number 3, on to lap number 4. Graydale is still out and running, but they are on the backside of the course, obviously hampered with some sort of mechanical issue. Can't say enough about this 388 skater of MCon Monster Energy, the other number 06 boat. Of course, MCon Monster Energy got their start with the old WHM boat back in 2017. Sounds about right.
So is there a new WHM boat on the horizon? Is that possible?
Rumors are stirring that there could be some changes made to the WHM camp, but that boat's not that old. That boat is, I think it's probably 10 years old now.
Time goes by, my friend.
It does, quickly. But again, Valder Yachts Pro Floors, that is the oldest boat in this class. That is an MTI that's had a bunch of different liveries as we get a look at Graydale. Disappointing day for Chris Grant and Billy Moore. This is a team that has definitely come into their own over the past couple of years. Got Billy Moore in the cockpit. They won Cocoa Beach last year, the rough water race. Billy made a quick setup change, and you need that win for a guy like Chris Grant. That's what keeps these guys invested and coming back and continuing to invest in our sport.
Well, Chris reminds me a lot of Vinny in a way. Vinny Diorio of SV Offshore Racing. He's just puts his head down and he keeps working. He's dedicated to it. He's a great person to have on board. Look at MCon.
Just a sign of perfection. Once again, kind of done the same thing all season, but we've seen attrition affect this team too in Sarasota, Florida, when they overheated an engine, actually caught it on fire. Remember, they couldn't get that fire out. It kept reigniting in the transom or under the engine hatch of that boat. They didn't want to open the engine hatch because that would engulf air into the fire and make it worse. So remember, they kept fighting it and fighting it. Then they had to pump salt water all over top of it. That just destroyed the rigging at that point. And just like you reported the speed on the water, basically the whole back of the boat had to be re-rigged. Basically from that bulkhead back, it had to be redone.
It was so hot that Skater had to rebuild engine hatches for it.
Melted the engine hatch. Now, luckily, they have spare engines. They didn't have to build an engine for it. They have spare engines, and they were able to get the engine switched out. WHM continues to run in second. They have pulled away, I think, now from Pro Floors, Valder Yachts, just a little bit. It'll be interesting to see. See, they went out a little bit wider there, too, Matt. Look, in Pro Floors, Valder Yachts, they're trying to go to that inside. Let's see if it works out and they were able to make up time. This is the straightaway that they rode right up into the rooster tail of WHM and got right on their transom. As MCon Monster Energy completes lap number 4. Yeah, Matt, not with as much striking distance this time as last time by. This is the battle for second. And Matt, as I look up off the screen, we'll see if we can get our cameras on it. I think Liquor Split might be making a move on Roland Transport. They have caught them as well.
That's tight back there. It is.
WHM leads into the corner. They go around that Monster Energy buoy into the Monster Energy turn to start lap number 4 of 11. Valder Yachts has definitely lost some ground now, I think, to WHM, but this could be the battle here for third. Could we see Liquor Split get up on the podium? Of course, I would like to see Roland Transport finish with a third, but Liquor Split made up a tremendous amount of ground. They were much further behind.
Yeah, they were deep back.
This outer limits.
Oh, yeah.
Now, is Liquor Split still running the 850s, or did they switch over to the 750s yet? Or the 860s, rather, sorry.
I believe they're still running the 860s.
Okay.
They'll finish out the season with them. That was my understanding. And then they're going to move over to a different engine builder.
And there are some power to weight ratios within that rule allowing the 860s, because Roland Transport ran the 860s last year for the whole season, and there were some rules that had to get enforced.
Yeah, Roland Transport.
Not some rules, but some different things that had to be done, basically to kind of make up for the weight.
SV Offshore started that movement, but it didn't really catch on. One other team picked it up, and then now there's one team out there with it. So I believe that team, the final one, Liquor Split, is going to be making a change next season.
So Valder Yachts continues to chase WHM. What a run for Billy and Jay, as they are currently in second, chasing down MCon Monster Energy. Of course, Matt, we are without two boats, two very beautiful boats in this Super Cat class. First off is going to be Clovar with Randy Keys and Billy Allen.
Yes.
Their team was involved in an unfortunate accident while towing the boat. horrendous accident when you actually talk to Andy, the crew chief for the Clovar boat, about it. When you get the details of it, it's quite bone chilling. It's amazing that they were able to walk away unscathed as they did.
Absolutely.
And then, of course, everybody has seen the video of Dirty Money in Michigan City, Indiana, where they tripped and stuffed. Word is they hit the bottom. I've heard varying stories. I heard they did. I heard they didn't. But obviously ripped that boat in half, or broke the boat in half. So actually, the Dirty Money team has purchased the Clovar boat.
Yep.
We talked to Bobby Adams yesterday. As we take now look at this liquor split. I thought they were catching Roland Transport, and they've done so. They are on the outside. Roland Transport's going to be on the inside. As they turn, they're going to turn back to the dogleg. That would put Liquor Split on the inside and Roland Transport on the outside. Liquor Split, I think, a little bit further back than what we thought.
Yes.
But this is interesting because I actually think Liquor Split is the second oldest boat in this class. Liquor Split used to be Talking Trash back in the day. Then it became Cleveland Construction.
Oh, you're right.
But they are right there with SV Offshore, or Roland Transport, rather. A great run for that team. They're going to have to jump back to the outside. They're going to get hosed down.
They had to go very wide.
No infraction there. That was a perfectly legit move by Roland Transport. Liquor Split really wanted to look to the inside to see if they could make something happen there. WHM continues to run in second, starting lap number 5 of 11. Valder Yachts Pro Floors, the MTI. This actually used to be the Reliable Carriers MTI. Then it became the Spirit of Qatar MTI. And then Wayne bought it some years ago, and Wayne talked about at dinner how they started at the bottom with MCon and rose up to the top as Pro Floors won the 2019 APBA National Championship, and MCon Monster Energy is your defending 2022 national champion.
Yep.
And they are poised to take the 2023 APBA National Championship again, although these Supercats have one more race. Oh no, WHM down. WHM down is just outside of this westerly turn here in St. Petersburg, and they are off plane and idling back into the middle of the course. What a bummer for Jay and Billy. They were running so good, so perfect, accustomed to where we're used to seeing WHM up towards the front, and obviously hindered by some sort of mechanical issue.
Yeah, that's got to be more than a little heartbreaking for those guys because they had a great race going.
And Billy Moff will tell you he's not worried about the wins or the championships. He just wants to go out there and race and have fun. But to continue to have the mechanical issues, it definitely probably has to wear on you mentally. Well, that handed second now over to Valder Yachts Pro Floors. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut your thought off there.
Not at all. The only thing I would say about Billy is, he likes to go out there and have fun, but it's not that much fun when you're losing.
Right. I mean, you still do this to win. You don't do this to just ride. You don't spend all this money just to ride around.
Dude, yeah.
So Valder Yachts is now in second. They are chasing down MCon Monster Energy. New livery for this boat as well. It was known as Pro Floors prior, and now it is known as Valder Yachts. Of course, Valder Yachts is a new yacht line. Then Wayne Valder, the owner of this boat, the owner of that boat rather, is starting to build. MCon Monster Energy, probably aware of the change behind them. If they don't know it yet, they're going to come out of this Monster Energy turn, and see WHM idling just to the inside of the course.
And all MCon can see right now is open water.
Yep, open water.
Endless amounts of open water. They're just boating right now.
Of course, now the battle goes back will go back to third place. Liquor Split is still trying to get around Roland Transport. They were in this same position the last time by in this turn. This is turning back down towards the dogleg. Big wide gap there between those two, as teams have already started to lap up into Graydale as they are fighting some sort of mechanical issue. Matt, look at Liquor Split. They're trying to look in there again. They're trying to get their nose in there, but I don't think they're going to be within distance. I think they're going to have to probably lift and cut back across.
Yeah, I think you're correct.
And they're losing a tremendous. Yep, there they go. They knew they had to do that. That's the thing about a dogleg. It's an equalizer. See, and then they go out real wide like that, and they just lose a tremendous amount of ground through that dogleg. Not telling them how to race, but I think it'd be a little bit smarter maybe to lift a little earlier, not try and drive so hard into the corner, and maybe come out with not such a big gap between them and this 88 of Roland Transport.
Gotta love the running attitude of Roland Transport right now. Flat.
Yep. Of course, Vinny DiOrio raced with Brian Forehand in Marker 17 Marine for a while.
Yeah.
Two very opposite people in many ways.
Very aggressive driver, Brian Forehand.
Yes.
And Throttleman. Racer in general.
Roland Transport comes across the line. They are currently in third. So our top 3 boats now have seen the WHM is down in the middle of the course. And now your 1 and 2 boats in points are 1 and 2 here in St. Petersburg. I think this Supercat National Championship is probably going to go all the way down to Clearwater, Matt.
Yep. It sure looks like it.
MCon Monster Energy enters the easterly turn one more time. They are quite a bit of distance ahead now. 32 seconds, almost 33 seconds ahead of Valder Yachts Pro Floor. So this is their race to manage. But remember, we saw this in Sarasota. We saw them out to a commanding lead in Sarasota, and on the very last lap is when their mechanical issue hit.
Yeah, and we've seen a lot of that this season. Last lap malfunctions, last lap breakdowns.
Well, this was a big last lap breakdown. Remember, we actually announced the smoke because we thought it was smoke coming from the boat by the close-angled shot we have from our Case production crew. Great shot of the Valder Yachts. Of course, they are running the Gossi engines. You met Logan, their engine mechanic last night, coming from Gossi. Of course, we're missing CR Racing this weekend, too. Casey Boaz and Rob Understall not here in that skater. A new team to the Supercat ranks for the 2023 season.
Very successful Superstock team.
Exactly.
From the Lake of the Ozarks.
That gives you an idea of the lead that MCon Monster Energy has over Valder Yachts Pro Floors. It is quite extensive. I think it's going to be almost the length of the straightaway between the dog leg and the Monster Energy turn. Actually, it's almost going to be a perfect straightaway there. Of course, Wayne Valder and his wife Catherine coming all the way to us from New Zealand.
Yeah, it's a trek. It's a hike, as they say.
And you didn't, when we talked at dinner last night, you did not know about the Uber helicopter, the Uber Air?
I did not, but I think you should explain that for our viewers when you have a moment.
So, let's watch this battle here. They have gotten around Gradell. That is lap traffic. Liquor Split and SV Offshore. Now, if Liquor Split is not within striking distance here, I think you lift a little bit. You go back to the outside, get clean water, get your line, and then carry more speed through that corner. I think you'll make up some ground. But they're trying to drive really hard to this corner, and they're hoping that Matt and Vinny are going to leave the door open. I just don't think they're going to.
They haven't yet.
And they left it a little bit more open there than before.
But they didn't lose any speed, at least they didn't appear to.
It was definitely a wider lane in there, that corner, than it had been prior.
For sure.
As MCon Monster Energy clicks off the laps. We are on lap number 7 of 11. 4 more to go here in Supercat. This is our third race today. Our last and final race will be 450R factory stock. We'll have V Extreme and a lone extreme boat with JBS making their return here in St. Petersburg.
Yeah, that'll be fun to watch. We've seen that boat since Key West a year ago.
Yep. Of course, they are in the process of building a new boat as well up at Skater Powerboats. I was talking to Jeff Stevenson about that. They've got some cool things planned for that boat. Of course, JBS running the V16 power. As Liquor Split continues to chase down Roland Transport. Of course, MCon Monster Energy, you'll notice the pink ribbon on the transom of that boat. That is for Jamie, Tyler's sister, who passed away from breast cancer, and they always race in her honor. And they're always racing for Jamie. A lot of their stuff always marked up with big racing for Jamie's Loco, racing in her honor and her memory. But right now they are dominating in Supercat. And Matt, this could be a race they manage at this point as well.
Yeah, I think so. I think they just, I mean, they're not going to slow down to the point where they're going to lose any ground, but they can start to.
Well, and they probably could lose a little bit and probably make it back up if they needed to.
If they needed to.
So Valder Yachts Pro Floors, we talked about the Uber Air program. So they are from New Zealand, and as everybody knows, New Zealand is a pretty mountainous area.
It is, both
and
islands.
Uber Air is a company where you can basically rent a helicopter with a pilot to get from point A to point B in New Zealand. And I said, well, is it necessary? And Wayne said, well, there's so many mountains there to fly over that's why people need it.
I need Uber G5.
Uber G5? Okay.
I don't think I can afford it.
I'll take Uber MTI.
It's probably not a need. It's more of a want.
NZ11 Pro Floor still giving chase to MCon Monster Energy. These boats are 1-2 in points, and that's how they are running right now in St. Petersburg. This is the Monster Energy P1 Offshore St. Pete Powerboat Grand Prix presented by Visit St. Pete Clearwater. Matt, here goes Liquor Split once more. So let's talk a little bit about setup, Matt. Here you can have a tall setup or you can have a short setup. A short setup is want to get you acceleration.
Yep.
The tall setup's going to want to get you top speed. I think Liquor Split's got a good top speed setup right now.
But as you get lighter, what happens to that setup? As you start to burn fuel, what changes?
The boat's going to get lighter, flightier, going to be a little bit more on the edge of control. You're probably going to have to trim it in, run it a little bit more negative a setup, so then you're going to scrub off speed.
Should be more on the rev limiters.
And more on the rev limiters. Oh, look at this, Matt. Look at Liquor Split. They are almost side by side. There they go. They were side by side with Roland Transport. This is where they want to be, going to the dogleg. They're going to control the inside. They should be able to make the pass, and they do.
Look at that.
Liquor Split now up on the podium in third as they go through that dogleg. There they go. And they were stalking behind Roland Transport the entire race. I don't think they forced them into a mistake. I just think they're just gaining speed as this race goes on.
I didn't see any errors from Roland Transport.
None whatsoever.
But Liquor Split just blew through there.
Now, Roland Transport's probably going to have to jump back to the outside because I can't imagine Liquor Split is going to leave that lane open to the inside. Although they do, that's kind of a little bit of a precarious position there. There they go. Now they tighten it up. They tighten up that corner. Good turn there for both teams. I thought he went out a little bit wider than I anticipated. Starting lap number 8 of 11.
But he carried his speed. And Roland Transport is still trying to build its speed back.
Yeah, so what they do in this Supercat class, and we've talked about it before, since these are naturally aspirated motors, they don't have instant power. They don't have blower power or anything like that. So what they'll actually do is they'll go into the corners and they trim the drives up. Oh, no, Liquor Split. Liquor Split turns in front of SV Offshore, Roland Transport. I think somebody missed a buoy. Both teams missed a buoy. Roland Transport and Liquor Split missed the final buoy of this westerly turn. Liquor Split went back and got it, and Roland Transport did not.
Ooh.
Wow, look at that. I thought Liquor Split had an incident as hard as they turned. But, you know, we talked about these black buoys, and they can be kind of hard to see on the horizon. Now, they're not required to go back and get the buoy, but it will be a one-lap penalty for Roland Transport, as they did not go back to get that buoy. And I'm really surprised that when they saw Liquor Split do that, they didn't turn out to the left and try and go make that turn.
I thought they were going to as well.
That's the second time this year we've seen a buoy issue. Yep. We saw it at the season opener in Cocoa Beach, Florida with Dirty Money. As there is Valder Yachts Pro Floors.
And that buoy was in the dog leg, too.
It was. You're exactly right.
So this one is it's a big marker. I don't even know what to say. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, but it's black, and I just, again, you're looking out of a 6-inch window. Here we go again. See, that's the Monster Energy Con buoy. There's actually another buoy just to the left-hand side of your screen. And see, Vinny was headed that way. He knew to go over there, and then all of a sudden it's like he looked over, saw Liquor Split, so then look, there he turned right there. But there goes Liquor Split. They went, oh no, that buoy's over there. So I'm kind of wondering why Vinny didn't chop it and turn right here and go back out and get it. I thought for sure they had a mechanical issue, as that was a good replay by our case production team. A little bit of drama here.
That must have been quite a view for Vinny Diorio.
I think it was. I think it was, yeah, for sure.
Holy cow.
Never like to see a boat cut across in front of you. As this is deceiving because Roland Transport will be one lap down, or will get a one-lap penalty assessed to them for missing a buoy. They have to make it around all the buoys. So Liquor Split is solidly in third. And Roland Transport would have to go all the way around, catch him again, and pass him again to make up the lap. Tough day for Matt and Vinny, as they had a good race. The boat looks awesome. Definitely starting to get it figured out. I do like the lines of that boat. Looks kind of like a Mystic, if you would.
It does.
It's got the deck that tapers up in the back next to the cockpit. Of course, this boat used to be called SV Offshore. change the name for the 2023 season.
And you know what? It hasn't stuck with me yet. I've been calling it FC
I do too. Well, and I think
Racing.
I think they have jerseys that still say SV Offshore, so that gets to be kind of confusing too. They come across the start-finish line. They are going to start lap number 9 of 11. As now they go back into the corner. Let's watch this and see. Make sure they both go to the buoy. I don't think they're going to make the same mistake twice.
I doubt it.
Yep, and they do just that. You know, Liquor Split, they just need to kind of back off a little bit. They don't need to try and run up there next to Roland Transport.
Oh, no.
Their team should definitely advise them that at this point, they are in third place and that Roland Transport did miss that buoy and will get a penalty for doing so. Nobody able to answer, or nobody able to have anything for this team, rather, as they are just dominating SuperCat as they have done all season long. Boat number 06. Oh, I'm sorry. This boat is actually qualified as US1 because they are your defending 2022 national championship. Or national champion, I apologize. It is US1. Getting it done again in Super Cat. And, Matt, they're beating their closest rival in this class without a doubt, and that is Valder Yachts Pro Floors.
I'd say beating decisively.
Well, I meant to say that you know, these are the boats that, well, I picked Pro Floors.
Well, I mean, I picked Gradle. You know, I'd say it's the Trulio curse, I think.
But I mean, they were the odds on. I mean, they were favored coming into this event with how they've run all season long. And this is a boat that Tyler, Myrick, Jake, Craig, David, Mike, Lindsay, they've all put time in on this boat, right?
Yeah.
Sydney, they've all put the time on that boat. To make it as fast as it is. So they go out there and they earn every single win. Wayne was super confident at dinner last night, said they had a really fast boat. Logan, their engine builder, was even very pleased with how everything went. I think they came out, could be just a little bit off in setup. The conditions really did change from our Class 1 race till now.
Yeah.
Oh no. Liquor Split, they are slowing. Liquor Split is slowing. They're going to be down in the middle of the course.
So, Mike,
I think this will probably give Graydell third because Roland Transport, they've already lapped Graydell.
Yeah, that's true.
So Roland Transport could be back up on the podium at this point.
They can't go back and make up the lap right at the end.
No, they can't make up the lap.
No, okay.
But does putting Graydell a lap down and them losing a lap cancel it out?
Logically, but I don't know that.
I don't know that. I don't know how that would apply. The P1 officials are going to have some research to do into the rules, I think, to figure out how this one's going to pan out. Roland Transport, they were battling with Liquor Split to the point where Liquor Split missed a buoy. Rolling Transport went with them. Liquor Split went, nope, we missed that one, turned out to it. And Matt and Vinny just kept on getting on.
Beautiful.
It is a beautiful boat, though. Outer Limits hull, built out of Rhode Island by the late Mike Fuhr. Steve Curtis helped design Vinny Diorio's cat, the outboard cat that he ran.
He did.
In Sheboygan just a couple of weeks ago. Not as a race boat.
It was a pace boat.
Yep, as a pleasure pace boat.
That's the 37 or the SC37.
Just got a quick glimpse of Liquor Split. They had the engine hatches up on the eastern side of this course. MCon Monster Energy, US1, got a shot of them out of their window, so they know what's going on with that team. As they come down, this is the last lap of the Super Cat race. Valder Yachts Pro Floors is going to have to contend with Graydell. Graydell should just easily go to the outside. Chris and Billy shouldn't cause any hiccup for these teams. They turn back towards the dogleg just as MCon Monster Energy turns through the dogleg. Of course, Shane Sherman out on Tyler and Lindsay's beautiful Cigarette Nighthawk out in the middle of the course. Red, white, black boat there. MCon Monster Energy one more time heads towards the Monster Energy turn here in St. Petersburg, Florida. They will get the checkered flag this time by and take the win. It'll be interesting to look at points because I think Wayne said they're only 24 points behind.
Yeah, it depends on it depends on which thing you're talking about. You know, the National Championship Series, APBA, or their internal points championship series.
Right, I forgot they even have their own internal points championship.
But you're correct. You are.
There is the checkered flag for MCon Monster Energy. They are your winners in Super Cat. Second place is going to go to Valder Yachts Pro Floors, the MTI, Grant Bruggerman, Wayne Valder. Of course, Grant did not have to pull double duty today after X Insurance had their mechanical issues yesterday. They come across the line. They will take second in Super Cat. So the top 2 boats in points, or the top 2 boats is how they finish. Here comes Graydell. I'm not quite sure what position to put Graydell in at this point. And Rolling Transport, I was going to do it there. Rolling Transport, they are running basically alone now through the dog leg. I do wonder if Graydell will run that lap, though. I mean, obviously, whatever's wrong with him is not really hindering them from running.
No, they're still going.
So they can go out and run that lap, basically, to see what happens. As Rolling Transport comes through the dog leg, they will point towards the Monster Energy turn one more time, come across and get the checkered flag. But, of course, we will have to figure out with P1 Offshore officials what will the infraction be. I think it's a 1-lap penalty, but how did that offset
being lapped or lapping
Graydell?
Well, look at Graydell. You're 100% right, Mike. Graydell's out there doing another lap, finishing it up.
Yep. So they're going to go out there and do what they need to do. There are your winners in Super Cat. Boat number US1, MCon, Monster Energy, Tyler Miller, Myra Coyle, getting it done one more time. Here is Roland Transport. They're going to pass that monster buoy right there one more time. They will get the checkered flag. And right now, third is going to be a toss-up, I think, between Graydell and Roland Transport.
Yeah, I think we're confident in being able to say it's going to be one or the other.
One of the two.
But I'm not even going to hazard.
What a run for Liquor Split, though. Those boys, they ran really good. That's probably some of the best racing I've seen them do.
They did.
All season long, they were definitely up there mixing it up with Roland Transport. There you see Myra Coyle and Tyler Miller. Unfortunately, there was a logistical issue getting checkered flags, so there are no checkered flags to collect here in St. Pete, but they are your winners, and I would expect them to do somewhat of a victory blow-by of the St. Pete Pier here.
Oh, I hope so.
There is Graydell, so they're going to enter the eastern turn of the course. Tough day for Jay Muller and Billy Moth, though.
You know, dominant performances like the MCon team today. They tend to be underappreciated. People will say, oh, it's a little boring, they just stretched it out. But to do what they did against this kind of competition,
yep,
it's incredible.
And talking about MCon, Graydell is the boat that MCon raced in 2021. This is the former AMH boat, which used to be the former steel boat.
Started as a steel boat.
Started as a steel boat, went to be AMH, and then Tyler and Lindsay bought it because of a mechanical, or because of they had built a 42 skater, and it wasn't running the way that they wanted, so they ordered the 388. They raced this boat in the interim. Chris Grant used to run an MTI, one of the oldest MTI race boat I think still around, and then purchased this skater from Tyler and Lindsay, and really have put this boat on a path forward. But when you get Billy Moore in a boat, what could you expect?
Yeah, I'm getting word now from Jason Ventura, if you remember him.
Yes, I do.
He was formerly with the Dirty Money team. That the Clovar boat that Billy Pyburn bought has already been sold, and he's building a new boat.
Well, Bo bought it, didn't he?
I don't know.
I thought Bo bought it, but okay.
I meant Bo.
Oh, so he texted you back and admitted it. Graydell comes around. They're headed west one more time. They will go around the Monster Energy buoy. As you can see, Tyler and Myrick giving thumbs up to their competitors and good friends, Roland Transport. You know, Matt, that's one thing to talk about in Super Cat is the camaraderie between all these teams.
Yeah.
I mean, they're dogfight competitors on the course, but they will practically do anything for anybody. They'll do anything for any one of the teams in the pits.
Yeah, they're very, very generous.
And a story could be told of WHM when Jay Muller's drives got stolen off of his motion up in New Jersey, and it was able to come out in a race because of Billy Moth. There goes Graydell. They take the checkered flag. They could be third. They could be fourth. We'll have to wait till the official results come out from P1. You are watching the Monster Energy P1 Offshore St. Pete Powerboat Grand Prix presented by Visit St. Pete Clearwater. P1 sponsors Monster Energy Drink. Visit St. Pete Clearwater. Mercury Racing, Sunoco Race Fuels, Liquor Split, X Insurance, Good Boy Vodka, Legend Yacht Transport, and Myco Trailer. So that wraps up Super Cat, Matt. One more race to go. That is 450 factory stock. VX.
Good one.
And Extreme, seeing Extreme return for the first time with JBX. And we've got 2 boats this weekend, 3 boats rather, in V Extreme with a new team out there. Looking forward to that. We're going to go to a commercial break. Race Control has informed us that we will do races back-to-back. No downtime for helicopters. We're going to roll right back out, so I imagine the 450 boats have left the dock. I am Mike Iwaski for Matt Trulio. We'll be back right after this.
If you own a home or business, it might surprise you to see what is not covered in your insurance policy. There are gaps and exclusions in primary and umbrella policies that make you a target if an incident or claim occurs and you don't have the right coverage in place. And that's why you need a true umbrella policy from X Insurance. There are 40 million lawsuits filed every year in the USA. Let's get that target off your back.
Welcome back to St. Petersburg, Florida. This is the Monster Energy P1 Offshore St. Pete Powerboat Grand Prix, presented by Visit St. Pete Clearwater. Mike Iwaski, Matt Trulio.
Oh.
There are your winners in Super Cat, MCon Monster Energy, as they will head back to the wet pits and to the crane. They'll pull the boats out of the water, and the celebration will begin over at that Monster Energy pit. Great run for that team, picked up right where they left off. Matt, I got a phone call during that commercial break from Bobby Adams, team member of Dirty Money, and I was told that Billy and Bo bought the boat together. It was a partnership.
Oh, there you go.
In the boat. So
well, don't want to give anybody too much credit or too little credit.
Yeah, don't want to take away from Billy Pyburn, big on the poker run circuit for many, many years with his beautiful boats, Pure Platinum. In fact, built Pure Platinum Edition boats at one point. So we talked to Race Control during that commercial break, too. We are going to try and roll the 450 factory stock boats out, the VX boats, and the one Extreme boat out and get this race underway. So, Matt, you might have been able to make that flight.
I might. Still might. Who knows?
There you go. Matt had an evening flight booked home back to California.
But I still have
and he didn't want to abandon me. He didn't want to leave me behind.
No way. I've got a Monday morning flight, and I may actually just stay for it and not break my neck if I can help it.
Yep. Beautiful shot of the sandbar there, the channel behind them. This is a very cool piece of water out here off of St. Pete. That's a channel closer into the seawall that boats can run. Then you've got the sandbar, and then you come out to the main channel in Tampa Bay.
Just a gorgeous
A big spectator fleet over there.
Yeah.
And there is Liquor Split. They are currently under tow by Fast Response Towing. And you got to wonder what happens, because most of the time they can come back in, especially on these boats because the drives can turn. They can come back in on one engine.
Yep.
But they are under tow with both engine hatches up. Could be any number of things, as we heard of DeFalco filling their sea strainer up yesterday. And that's what affected their qualifying run in Class 1 qualifying yesterday. Beautiful day here in St. Petersburg, Florida. Helicopters will not land after this race. They will stay up in the air as we see Angel 1 coming to our screen there. All the safety duties handled here by Sean Steinhardt. He is the safety director for P1 Offshore. Him and his team do a fantastic job of making sure all these racers are safe. in case of an incident. Have to thank the local municipalities as well, the Coast Guard, St. Petersburg Police Department, the Fire Department, EMS. It takes all of these groups to come together to put this race on, to keep fans safe on land, to keep fans safe on water. That's our number one priority. So thank you to all of those resources. Thank you to the town of St. Pete. Visit St. Pete Clearwater. Everybody that's been involved in helping this race come together. It's been a great weekend down here. Saw some great racing as we wrap up our 2023 season.
You know, if you want to learn a little bit more about that safety team, we published a story on it fairly in depth a couple weeks back, and I learned stuff that I didn't know, and I've been around this for a while. The dedication that these guys have to what they do, the seriousness with which they take it is just hard to believe. I mean, it's not hard to believe; it's just impressive.
Well, and it's a little bit more dramatic than NASCAR or racing on land because you have the variable of water, and if somebody's knocked out upside down in the boat and that boat's filling up with water, if they're knocked out in the car and as long as it's not on fire, it's dangerous, but it's not as dangerous as a boat flipped over. I'm not taking anything away from saying any other motorsport isn't dangerous.
No,
all motorsports are dangerous, 110%. But if you're unconscious, flipped over in one of these capsule boats and you can't get out, that's what Sean and his team are going to do. They're going to dive in. They're going to get either in through the hatch on the bottom of the boat, or they're going to go in through the hatch underneath of it, however they need to, and try and get you cut out of there.
And that was exactly the point I made in the story. Imagine rolling your car, you come to rest upside down, you're hanging from your seatbelt. Now put the car underwater.
Right, and it's slowly but surely filling up with water. And we saw that unfortunately happen yesterday in the Superstock race when Steel Industries went over. Conditions continue to change here, just like they did yesterday. We've still got a breeze, probably only about 5 to 10 miles an hour now. Everything's starting to flatten out here on the beautiful Tampa Bay. Beautiful day.
Wind is laying down again.
Clouds starting to roll in just a bit. I think if I lived in one of those houses, I'd have a pretty awesome boat racing watching party.
Yeah. You know what? If you cut back a little bit on your spending, I think you can afford that.
No, that's not happening. This has become this whole side of Florida has become a very expensive place to live.
Yeah.
Especially if you want to live on the water. Give a shout out to all the P1 staff, Sean, Michelle, Martin.
Absolutely.
So many people, and I apologize I don't get to say all of your names on the broadcast, but it takes a village to be able to do this. It takes a great team, and that's what Ozem has put together here. Mark Austin, Corey Feldman, our chief referee, Ralph, who runs the cranes, Dale Owens, his wife Lisa over in race control. Just such a great group of people here that make these races happen. This is the last race of the P1 series for 2023.
It is.
Go to Clearwater. That will be under RWO in the final race of the APBA National Championship. Big shout out to APBA and Rich Lors and everybody over there at the APBA offices. President Chris Fairchild, who I think was in town this weekend, I heard. Thanks to APBA for all they do for the sport. Rich Lors giving his time up effortlessly to the sport, wanting to continue it and grow it. So thanks to Rich for that.
I saw Chris yesterday. I didn't get to say hi, but I did see him.
Of course, we had Jean Marie from UIM here this weekend. And of course, we had Sergeant Mohammed, who had never gotten to meet before, but he was also in town. He's very big up in the UIM world. All the Class 1 staff, Shelly and Trevor, they're the ones that handle all the Class 1 logistics and help Class 1 communicate with UIM and with P1. So thanks to Shelly and Trevor. Thanks to Case Productions, Salim, Grace, their entire team have done a great job all season long bringing you these races live. And it's a shame that when we got to do 4 because I really felt we got to get into a groove working with each other.
Well, and Salim bailed on us for one race.
He did. He left us in the hands of Grace, but I think Grace did a pretty good job.
Grace did a great job.
Look, he's down there smiling. Grace did a great job.
He had to go cover a Formula 1 race. We were chopped liver at that point.
Was that really? I knew he was overseas. But
yeah, he was somewhere.
Oh, lovely. And, of course, Matt Trulio, thanks to you. Thanks to Mark Granite, your broadcast team that brought you the 2023 P1 Racing Series. Matt's been great working with you. Mark, great working with you. Hope you're listening at home, buddy.
I'm going to tell you, Mike, play-by-play, anything in this sport, broadcasting-wise, you are the best in the business.
Thank you.
I will not concede an inch of that to anyone.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I think over the winter, I will try and go down and figure out how many I've done.
A few.
I'm trying to figure out if it'd be over 1,000.
Could be.
It could be. I figure I started doing this in 2000. With Geico, started with Geico in 17. Mm-hmm. So I probably started doing this in. No, it was well before that. I graduated college in 2003, so I think I started doing this in like 04, 05. Started with Martin Sanborn, Talk Offshore. Then I did it with Super Cat, Tony Marcantonio.
Yeah, that's right.
And then did some television. Well, the question I had this morning is would I count the television shows that I've done the voiceover too? Because remember, 7, 8, 9, and 10 we did television. So the 450R factory stock boats have come out. That's the number 7 boat, TS Motorsports, Taylor Sism, Johnny Tomlinson. There is the red Doug Wright boat, Logan Aiden and Ricky Maldonado. There's 151 Express. We've got Gladiator, Canados, Matt, and this is really, there's JBS boat number 16 with that 16 power V16 engines. Michael Stancombe, Jeff Stevenson making their first race of the season. Of course, they were in Lotto last weekend as well.
And I believe they did a 139-mile-an-hour pass on the 3/4-mile course.
Yep.
They were pretty happy with that,
Set the record in the kilo run. He was talking to me about that this morning. They, of course, have a new boat being built at Skater currently. And he actually said he probably expects to have that boat within a couple of weeks.
That's what he told me, too.
So that'll be good. But it's going to get the V16 power in it.
Mm-hmm. And I asked him if he was going to go with the naturally aspirated engines or the supercharged engines, and he did not.
He's got some things in the works.
Yeah, that's
so
what
he said. Got some things in the work. Beautiful MTI, actually called Wicked, or Wicked rather.
Really?
Yep. Wicked, right? Or Wicked, right there on the deck of the boat. Maybe Wicked. Nobody said I was an English major. I'm a boat race announcer.
That's okay.
Or 16 power logo. That's what you're looking on the transom of that boat. Very unique sound. But Jeff told me when I talked to him, he says, man, I really like that boat. That boat's fun to drive.
Yeah.
And he's got it. I mean, he's got a handful of boats. He's got a 43 Donzi. He's got a center console. He's got a little Shelby Cobra Donzi that he runs around on. So he's got plenty of boats to enjoy and to run. But he said this boat is just really fun. And he said, I asked him, I said, are you going to sell it? He goes, I'd really like not to sell it. But he said, Mike, in the grand scheme of things, a couple $100,000 isn't really going to make a dent in the program that I'm doing with the new boat.
Yeah.
So he said if we can keep it. Of course, he'd have to get a bigger garage, though. He's not going to be able to fit that Skater and this and the Donzi all in the same building. But beautiful shot. I do love the paint on that boat. That has always been one of my most favorite boats to look at. Just a beautiful paint job.
Getting a bigger garage for what you're talking about is definitely a high-class problem.
Oh, I totally think so.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm worried about getting a shed at my house to get stuff out of my garage, not building a bigger garage.
My garage is full of mountain bikes. The cars don't belong in there.
My garage has got four-wheelers, mountain bikes. The whole center of my garage is made up of nothing but kid toys.
Well,
We're trying to audit some of those and get rid of some of them.
How old is your son?
6. Oh. So it's a lot of stuff.
A lot of stuff.
There's a four-wheeler sitting in there for him, too. Of course, Michael Stancombe ran yesterday with the X-Insurance Gulf and Gator 501 team. And actually, Michael Stancombe was throttling one of these 450 boats earlier in the season. I don't remember which one. You might be able to pull that information up. Obviously not able to make that happen today as the JBS boat makes its return to offshore powerboat racing. We also have VX in this class, and we're going to have the Lone Extreme boat. Matt, let's go through a quick lineup of our 450R factory stock teams.
Okay, Mike. We're going to start out with 151 Express, Ian Morgan and Nick Imprescia, the Young Guns. GC Racing, Willie Cabeza and Gary Ballou. Gladiator Canados with Erwin Grant and Michelle Carcente. Doug Wright, Waves and Wheels, Logan Aiden and Ricky Maldonado. Hank Saloon Racing, Lee Murray and Edwin Shear. Mead Family Racing with young Caleb Mead and Sean Torrente. And last but not least, again, TS Motorsports with Taylor Sism and Johnny Tomlinson.
Taylor Sism, of course, the pioneer of this 450R factory stock class. But Caleb Mead, how about Caleb Mead taking his first win in Sheboygan, Wisconsin 2 weeks ago? Second time in the boat, took the win with Sean Torrente on the throttles.
We talked to Caleb and his dad yesterday. They came up here to our broadcast area, and it's just such a joyful family.
Yep.
We also met his older brother, Caden, who is a dead ringer for Caleb. 16-year-old kid. Amazing.
I know we have a V Extreme lineup somewhere, I would hope. Of course, we said the one Extreme entry we have is boat number 16, JBS. And I believe, I don't know for sure, but I believe there'll be 2 starts in this race. One for the 450 factory stock boats and then one for the remaining teams. All right, so boat number 11, race-winning brands. Ed Wendt and William McComb. So I saw him today, and I thought he looked familiar. That's Bill McComb,
and Ed
used
Wendt.
to run with David Branch.
Yep. Yeah, you're right. And they had been talking about doing that boat all season. This is his first time out on the course.
What kind of boat is it?
I want to say it's a fountain.
Okay.
I'd be guessing.
Well, this would be a fountain race then, because boat number 44, Team Farnsworth, with Christian McCulley and Jay Healy in boat number 44. And then we have boat number 3, the developer, Wicks Filter, Scott Brown, Ed Tamburino. These are the kind of KG veterans of this V-bottom class. They've been slowly working at getting this fountain running.
I like having three of those boats here. I think we all do. We would like to see the class continue to grow.
It's one of my favorite classes.
It had its time in the sun where there were a lot of them out there, and they were competitive, they were loud, they were boats that most people relate to because they're just big V-bottoms.
Yeah, just big fountains, basically.
Yep.
Here is a look at GC Racing, Willie Cabiza and Gary Ballou. Of course, this is on the MTI Concierge program. So what that means is Willie bought the boat from MTI, but the MTI team basically takes care of it for him. They transport it to the race sites, they maintain it, they wash it. He basically they appointed him a throttle man. When he bought the boat and wanted to do this, they chose Gary Ballou as a throttle man for that team. Meade Family Racing has also done the same way. Sean Torrente and Sean Connor make up the 4th team in the MTI stable, but they run in super stock. 450R factory stock, Matt. They are a blooming class, to say the least.
And they're like a box of crayons when you look at them out on the race course.
There is lots of color.
Absolutely vibrant. They're easy to see. It's a great class. I mean, Randy Sissom of MTI had an idea. He had some support from the offshore racing community, and there were plenty of naysayers.
Yep.
And this class has actually come through as a very viable offshore racing class.
They have 110%, and I doubted this class when it started because I've always been a proponent of super stock. I love super stock. I'm an old outboard guy, and I was one of the guys that said I don't know about this class, but Taylor and JT and her dad Randy, and Cheryl, they really stuck with it. They dedicated it to it. They ran 2 years without championships or without points because there weren't enough boats in the class. Then at the end of the 2021 season, she finally had a couple of boats show up. She was able to get APBA points, and then obviously in 2022 it really blossomed, and then 2023 with Doug Wright coming in with a couple of boats. It's just great.
If memory serves, it was officially adopted into the rule book for the 2022 season.
Yep. And that's because you have to have 3 per APBA. You have to have 3 boats in the class in order to qualify for points, and she was able to finally get 3 boats in the class. But how about Logan Aiden and Ricky Maldonado in that Doug Wright boat? That boat is fast, and Logan can drive it.
Yeah, and he's a very poised kid. He does a lot of dirt track racing.
Yep.
He was talking to us the other day about what's he going to do, going into drift car racing?
He was thinking about
or
drifting or drag racing, one of the 2 options. Of course, his dad owns Doug Wright Powerboats. They're going to be in the red boat. Looks like they're going to be in lane number 2. That is Gladiator Canados. They are actually our winners from Cocoa Beach, Matt. Gladiator Canados, remember, taking the win in 450R factory stock. First-time winners in Cocoa Beach.
Well, the owner of that boat, Michel Carcente, is a very experienced offshore powerboat racer. He's a legacy. He goes back a long way. It's nice to have him back in this class.
And then you have Hank Saloon.
Key West-based boat.
Yep. Making their return to offshore powerboat racing. The 450 factory stock class is great because it is a good entry-level class. It's completely stock. The boat has to be built from a production mold, so these 39 MTIs or these 39 Doug Wrights, these are the same boats that you can buy and go run as a pleasure boat. It has to be built that way. The only modification I think they're allowed to make to the motors is the motor mounts, which MTI worked on with Mercury. It was a completely approved thing. So TS Motorsports is the current MTI owned by Taylor Sissom and run with Johnny Tomlinson, but believe it or not, 151 Express and Meade Family Racing were both MTIs run by Taylor and Johnny. I think 151 Express is the oldest one. That was the first one. Then Meade Family Racing it was her boat, then it became Clovar, now it became Meade.
And she said there's no new boat coming for 24, but I'll believe that when I don't see it.
Well, she told me the same thing in Sheboygan, and I said, "Well, I said that kind of surprises me." And she said, "Mike, we're so busy right now that we can't even begin to keep up with it."
Well,
so,
you're going to put a customer's boat first.
Of course, you got to pay the bills first. Of course, Taylor Sissom runs client relations for MTI, all those cool MTI events that go on around the country, where from their owner rendezvous out Lake of the Ozarks and down in Florida. Taylor Sissom's in charge of those events.
Yeah, she has a big job. She's almost like a social coordinator for the MTI family.
Well, and you see how big the MTI family is. We talked about this yesterday. We were in the lobby of our hotel the other night, and she's got tons of friends and that come and support her at these races. Friends she's made through the industry and through the MTI family, and they really come out and they support her. She's got a great team behind her.
They had people down at the Lake of the little girls dressing up at her at the Lake of the Ozarks last year.
Wasn't somebody
for Halloween?
For Halloween?
Yeah,
I thought that. I thought that.
That is just the coolest thing ever.
All right, 450 factory stock. I think we have a start. We need to get out to those boats if we could. We are looking at the Cigarette Pace boat.
They're getting organized.
If they're getting organized, if you look up from the screen, well, the Pace boat's actually peeled off, and there is one boat that's just to the right of our screen. They have checked way out. We did not see the start there of that 450 factory stock. Okay, that's JBS. Okay, so sorry, that's JBS out to the early lead. They are the bigger boat. So now we are racing with 450 factory stock. That is Hank Saloon on the inside. They did cut over across in front of Taylor Sissom. That's why Taylor was on the pole, it looked like. Now she's in the second lane. So not sure what happened there with that team. There's Gladiator Canados and Hank's Saloon, boat number 39. 2 Doug Wrights. Just to the left of your screen is going to be TS Motorsports, the MTI. Just the outside of this group, there's 151 Express. They turn into the corner. There is GC Racing. Good start for Willie Cabiza and Gary Ballou. There's Mead Family Racing. Back to the V Extreme start. There is Farnsworth, Hancock, and Wicks the developer. I don't see the other team, that other VX team, Matt. I do not see them out there.
No, I did not either.
So not sure what happened there. There is the beautiful MTI of JBS with that V16 power. Of course, a very unique sounding engine.
Yeah, that'll make a great sound.
Yep, V16. Actually, V16s are what they used to run in Class 1.
Lamborghini.
Yep.
No.
So now it looks like TS Motorsports has gotten back into the lead. That's Gladiator Canados in second. Not sure what happened to Hank Saloon. They have dropped way back off the pace. And now GC Racing is battling with Doug Wright. But I think it's TS Motorsports in the lead. Gladiator Canados in second. And GC Racing in third. Those Doug Wrights, very cut down decks, aren't they?
Yeah.
Very low profile. And Ricky Maldonado, he jumped out of Superstock into this Doug Wright's boat, and he really turned his program around. We said this yesterday in the Superstock race, whatever those Maldonados seem to touch seems to start going really fast.
Right, and then his son Julian took his place with Jackhammer, and Jackhammer didn't miss a beat. If anything, they had a better season this season than even last season so far.
VX, it's Farnsworth, Hancock in the lead. Wicks, the developer, in second. Fountain versus Fountain. 2 very different boats, different generation boats. One is a surface drive boat. Used to be owned by Bill Mazzoni, the late Bill Mazzoni. They'd go into the corner. That's a surface drive boat. The only race boat that was built for this class that had surface drives on it. A lot of skepticism about this boat when it first came out. Of course, that boat has the same profile as a few other fountains that run in the Extreme. Yeah. Now, the Wicks boat, it's an older fountain. That's why you see that taller deck on it. Back to 450 factory stock, TS Motorsports. But, Matt, was that Doug Wright on the outside? I can't tell.
I believe it is, behind the rooster tail.
Now, I don't know what that is.
No,
because it's way behind Gladiator Canados now. So it looks like Gladiator Canados is in second. I heard a boat come up on plane when we went live. That's a V-bottom. That's a V-bottom back there with that group. Yep, that's the new team. Okay. So it's TS Motorsports in the lead. Gladiator Canados in second. Doug Wright's now in third. See what happens behind this group.
There's going to be a bit of traffic going through the S2.
Yeah, I think this dogleg is going to be a little tight, to say the least. And remember, in Sheboygan, we saw something very similar where it looked like Doug Wright got up on Gladiator Canados. There is our team. But look at this battle now between the MTIs, Mead Family Racing and GC Racing. GC is going to be on the outside. I believe they're running back into the dogleg, so GC is going to be on the inside. Mead Family Racing is going to be on the outside. They make the turn. That is our other V Extreme boat. They are out there. Mead Family Racing is going to be on the inside, heading into the Monster Energy turn. They were able to pull away from GC just a little bit. And I believe Mead Family Racing right now is going to be in fourth. TS Motorsports is in the lead. There they are. They pass that monster buoy. They come around and complete their first full lap here in Sheboygan, Wisconsin. 450 factory stock running 10 laps. The Extreme running 10 laps. And I believe Extreme will probably run 10 laps as well. There is Meade Family Racing. They have gotten around GC Racing. Now it looks like, Hank Saloon got around GC Racing too. Not sure what's going on with the Young Bucks back in number 66, 151 Express, as they have ended up towards the back of the pack. Of course, 151 Express, Ian Morgan and Nick Imprescia ran Mod V for quite a few years.
They ran in this race.
Yep. Here is a look at Hancock, Team Farnsworth. They have pulled out a big lead. Oh, Wick's developer is down on the inside of the course. They are falling off of a plane just towards the dogleg. Scott Brown, Ed Tamburino. Tough day for boat number 3. The developer, Wick's Filters. Saw some smoke coming out of one of the engine pipes there, one of the tractor pipes. And that definitely means signs of a mechanical issue. So that pretty much gives it over to Farnsworth Team Hancock, as they are currently in the lead. Look at this three-way battle now. It should be for third place in 450 factory stock between Hank Saloon, Meade Family Racing, and GC Motorsports. I'm sorry, this is for fourth. Meade Family Racing looks like they have fourth sewn up. Sean Torrente and Caleb Meade. As we now look at the MTI of JBS, Jeff Stevenson and Michael Stancombe. Two very storied racers here. A pretty big past between the both of them.
Yeah, they both have a lot of history.
Yes.
And, JBS back in the day, he was running a turbine program.
Well, he actually started with Factory One with the Donzi program way back in the day, in the late 90s, early 2000s. Then they did come out. They built a 50-foot Mystic, and they raced the turbine class for a couple of years. That boat went on actually to become low altitude, which is a Boca Raton pleasure boat now. Jeff stepped away from the sports a little bit and then got back in, bought this MTI, put the V16 power in it, and came out here racing. TS Motorsports, they've got a sizable lead over Gladiator Canados in second. And this is all a setup race here, Matt. I mean, this is all about setup and you know, who picks the right setup. And I misannounced, I think. No, I didn't. I apologize. So right now it's TS Motorsports. They are in the lead. Gladiator Canados in second. Doug Wright in third. Meade Family Racing in fourth. JBS having a little fun in front of us here. Hank Saloon and GC, they are battling. And now 151 Express, Matt, it looks like they're coming up into this group as well. That GC Racing boat, that is just a beautiful, beautiful livery on that boat.
Yeah, it is.
Very bright, very colorful. They're going to tuck to the inside of Hank's Saloon. I know that the P1 officials are going to be looking at Hank's Saloon, though, because they did move over on that start quite a bit.
Yes.
As they are able to pull away from GC Racing. They exit to dogleg, and they're going to go back towards the Monster Energy turn. 10 laps. We should be on lap number 3. TS continues to lead. Matt, if you look at the speed, if you look up from our view here, and you look at the speed of TS, and you look at the speed of Gladiator Canados, it's almost uncomparable at this point.
Yeah, just flying.
Of course, I'm sure Randy and Cheryl are listening live to our broadcast of the Monster Energy P1 Offshore St. Pete Powerboat Grand Prix, presented by Visit St. Pete Clearwater. As Randy and Cheryl,
my friend.
Cheryl,
I'm going to correct you.
Sorry, thank you.
I shouldn't do that, but I mean,
that's okay. The one thing I will do is if I make a mistake, I will correct it and make it right.
There you go.
They are at some family commitments this weekend, so they were unable to be in town, but I'm sure they're watching their daughter, Taylor, and Johnny Tomlinson lead now in 450R factory stock. I think Willie Cabiza just took delivery of an MTI Cat pleasure boat too, didn't he? The Miami Boat Show, he got a center console.
No, you're right, he did.
And then I think he just got a cat boat as well.
It's a beautiful boat.
I think I've seen pictures of it, but I can't remember it.
It's a 440X.
Okay. That's an impressive,
500
that's
Rs.
an impressive boat.
500
But a boat built pretty much for the 500Rs.
Yep.
Beautiful, beautiful MTI there.
And he has I believe he has is it a V42? Or
yeah, that's what he took delivery of in Miami.
Yep.
Then he did the Miami Boat Show Poker Run with the race boat and with the V. There's that sound of V Extremes. You can't see them, but you can definitely hear them. As now it looks like 151 Express is trying to taste down GC. Of course, Gary Ballou. Big history there.
Yeah.
With racing as well.
X-Cat, super stock. Now 450R factory stock.
Yep, he pulled double duty this weekend as he raced with Cole Leibel.
If it's an outboard powered catamaran, there's a good chance Gary Ballou has raced it.
Yep, Gary Ballou has raced it. 151 Express is trying. They're catching GC Racing. They were off the pace at the beginning of the race. Now they seem to be making up a little bit of ground as these two MTIs battle.
151 Express, they're just getting their feet wet in this class this season. Nick Imprescia and Ian Morgan. And I think they're doing the right thing.
Yep.
They're taking it slowly. They're not being overly aggressive. We should watch these guys in the next couple seasons.
Gladiator Canados, Matt. Gladiator Canados is down off a plane on the outside of the course. They are turning into the inside of the course. So TS Motorsports is in the lead. They are slowing. So now that should put Doug Wright in second.
It does, yeah.
And Meade Family Racing now for their third time racing, getting their second podium if it finished how it is. 10 laps for these 450R factory stock boats. Matt, these are the young guns. Logan Aiden versus Caleb Meade. Doug Wright versus MTI.
16-year-old versus 18-year-old.
151 Express looks like they got to the inside of GC Racing there just briefly. GC Racing is going to be on the inside of the dogleg. They're going to be on the outside. Let's see if the young guns here can carry more speed through the outside of this dogleg. GC went pretty wide there. Ran a pretty defensive line. Sprayed down the 151 Express boat just a little bit.
Yeah, if you're tight into a dogleg and you're behind, you are going to get sprayed down.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Because you don't want to go out real wide away from that buoy at the dogleg because you lose a tremendous amount of speed. Now, let's see if Meade Family Racing has anything for the red Doug Wright boat with Ricky Maldonado and Logan Aiden. MTI versus Doug Wright. You can see there how much time 151 has lost, but now they look to be making it up on GC as these boats are trying to chase down Hank's Saloon. This is currently would be for fourth place in 450R factory stock. Yeah, 151 Express looks like they slowed there a little bit. This is probably a pretty hard class to figure out too, because while these 450s are fast or strong motors and these are fast boats, again, these aren't big acceleration motors. As they turn into the corner, 151 Express giving chase to GC. There are your leaders. Boat number 7, TS Motorsports, Taylor Sissom, Johnny Tomlinson. And TS does not stand for Tomlinson Sissom Motorsports. It stands for Taylor Sissom Motorsports.
I know that. That's a good thing.
Well, when it first started, a couple people said that, that's what it stands for, but nope.
No, it's TS as in Taylor Sissom.
As in Taylor Sissom.
And well earned.
And it a beautiful package this team has between their haulers and their scooters and their cars. It's just a great package, beautiful colors. I didn't get the chance to ask this team, though, and I wanted to. They are the only team that is now running, I call them deflectors, for lack of better terms, in front of the motors on these 450 factory stock boats. Gary Ballou explained to me why they run them on the Victory Supercats, because the back of the boats are so low down to the water that if they roll up on their side, they'll actually scoop a little water up like in a rough water race and throw it back at the engines. So that deflector is meant to basically get the water around the engines.
Got it.
This is the first time we've ever seen them on a 450 factory stock boat, and they actually showed up at the shootout when Taylor ran this boat at the shootout. So I don't know if it was something that was done for the shootout or if it's something they're trying for racing.
I would think that if they didn't want it on the boat, they wouldn't be on the boat. They have enough time to do that.
Yep, this is very true. Here is JBS. They are running in Extreme. Michael Stancombe and Jeff Stevenson did a flyby of the pier here earlier.
You talked about we talked about Jeff Stevenson's credentials. We didn't talk about Michael Stancombe's.
Michael
Stancombe.
Yep.
I mean, he's got a Super Cat Light title.
Yep.
bracket class title.
Bracket class title, yep. Of course, used to run Super Cat Light with his dad, George Stancombe.
Yep.
And actually, according to Michael, the Peppers boat is back at the Skater Factory. I think he might be up to something with that boat.
The last time we saw that boat, we were in Qatar.
Yep, I remember that for the Spirit of Qatar Cup.
2015? 14?
Meade Family Racing currently runs in third. Doug Wright in second. TS Motorsports now has a huge lead in 450R factory stock.
Yeah, the TS Motorsports has an MCON style lead right now.
But it hasn't been all easy for them. Oh,
no, it hasn't.
Team Farnsworth, Hancock Insurance, they are very slow. I think they're only running on one engine now.
It looks like it.
As it looks like that big rooster tail.
On the starboard side?
I think so, yeah, that's what it looks like.
Oh, they're limping, you're right.
Yep, they are definitely. I kind of saw that before in a previous camera shot. Here is GC Racing. They are currently running in fifth in 450 factory stock. Here is Hank's Saloon, Key West-based team. Also a lot of history with this team as well.
We'll start with Lee Murray, Edwin Shear, right?
Yep.
I mean, these are like legendary offshore racers from I think it's the 80s, 90s for these guys.
And they were so impressed by the 450 factory stock class that they built this Doug Wright and came out and brought it out racing.
And Hank's Saloon is Hank is a dog, if I'm not mistaken.
I think I've been to Hank's Saloon. I'm 99% sure I have been.
Well, the owner, I think she named the saloon after up
Okay. Here is GC Racing, Willie Cabiza and Gary Ballou. So Wix, the developer Wix Filters went out with a mechanical issue.
Yes.
Now you've got Team Farnsworth Hancock Insurance, or Hancock Claims. They are only running on one engine, and it is the starboard side, as you said, I believe. So now you've got that lone new VX team.
Yep.
Which looks just like David Branch's old Skater V-bottom.
You have to love the deck on the Hancock boat. And it's it's absolutely
just so
gorgeous.
cut down, so low profile.
Yeah.
Such a gorgeous boat.
Yeah, Team Farnsworth's got a nice boat there. Beautiful.
And they're just going to have to get it figured out, spend the time, making it right.
I like to think if we can get 5 boats in that class and have them consistently show up, it would be an amazing value add for the sport.
Well, I talked to Kevin Smith about a month or so ago, who runs the LSP Hurricane of Awesomeness Revex oil boat with Britt Lilly, or ran it today rather. And there is talk that they are going to get their fountain out of storage. They built a boat to run in V Extreme. There was talk that they were going to get that boat out of storage and go run V Extreme in Key West. That's what I heard. Don't know if it's true or not.
That'd be nice.
I think Britt's definitely going to be in the cockpit of Husky Ice Brits in Key West. Here is TS Motorsports, boat number 7, Taylor Sism, Johnny Tomlinson. They are just running having a dominating performance in this 450R factory stock class.
It's got to feel good after what has been a long season for these two.
There's no gimmies to these. I mean, there's no clear winner here. I mean, Doug Wright has won.
Yep.
Caleb has won in Meade Family Racing. Taylor has won. Gladiator Canados has won. So there's been a good mix-up of winners in this 450R factory stock class, and that's kind of what makes it so exciting. But I will admit, when we do see somebody win in 450 factory stock, it's usually by a lot. They usually get a pretty big gap going. And it would be interesting to learn about the setup, on these boats, how many propellers they're getting to choose from.
Well, whatever Taylor Sism and John Tomlinson picked, they picked it right.
Yep.
Because they checked out early, and they're just continuing to go. Extend their lead.
And you have to wonder, so with Meade Family Racing and GC Racing, how much input do Caleb and Sean or Willie and Gary have in the setup of the boat, of what's going on the boat prior to the race? I mean, that Gary Blue does. I mean, he's a wizard, as you said, at Outboard Cat Racing. He really so is Sean Torrente.
Oh, yeah.
So I would imagine they probably have some input, right?
I would think so.
I would think so. As we are winding down the laps, 10 laps here, the halfway point of this 450R factory stock race. The developer Wix out with a mechanical issue early. Team Farnsworth Hancock slowed with a mechanical issue. As it looks like TS Motorsports gets around that V Extreme entry. Look up the name of that boat. Quickly. It's on the list. It's just exited my brain for some reason. So it'll be interesting to see.
Race-winning brands.
Race-winning brands. We apologize. Race-winning brands.
Ed Wendt and Bill McComb.
Bill McComb. Telling you, I thought he looked familiar when I saw him this morning. He used to run with David Branch, the former Love Muscle team, and I think that's David Branch's old boat. Number 7, TS Motorsports continues to lead in 450 factory stock. Now, Matt, with the Wix developer out, or the developer Wix filters out, Farnsworth Hancock having their issues, will this race-winning brands win VX?
If they can keep it running.
They can keep it running.
Sure. I don't have any doubts that they can. I don't mean to cast any doubt on it, but yeah, if they can keep it running, they're going to win.
Yeah, and I mean, they struggled since the start.
We barely saw them on the start, Michael.
We did, but I did hear a boat take off on a plane just to my left. And that boat has tractor pipes on it too. We talk about tractor pipes. If you look closely at the developer Wix or that race-winning brands boat, they actually have the exhaust come straight up out of the engine hatch. They're called tractor pipes because it's similar to what a tractor, setup has. And they are loud, to say the least. However, these 450R factory stock boats, they are not loud. Coming around lap number 5, Taylor and Johnny go through the dog leg. They'll come into the Monster Energy turn one more time.
When they come by us, I'm so used to their sound that I can barely hear them. And then when race-winning brands come by, I sit up.
Oh yeah, you're kind of like, oh wow, look at that.
It's a loud boat.
That's what all the race boats used to sound like.
True, very true.
They all used to be that loud. So there is race-winning brands. There is Doug Wright. They are currently sitting in second. Should see Meade Family Racing come into our shot anytime now. And I do not know the point spread for 450R factory stock, so we apologize about that.
Nor do I. But we're not there yet. And there's another race to go in that series.
There is.
Clearwater. End of September. Toward the end of September.
Yep. Beautiful shot of Meade Family Racing there. There is GC Racing chasing down this boat, Hank's Saloon. It's just such a cut down deck. It is so just low profile.
Yeah, Hank's Saloon is a stunner. It's a beautiful boat.
Well, that's a good profile shot, right? Looking at that shot of the deck differences between the MTI and the Doug Wright.
Yep.
They're the only two boats that are in this class are Doug Wrights and MTIs. I have heard rumors that some manufacturers are talking about building boats that come out and run, but
I have two, but I haven't heard enough. I haven't been convinced enough to even speculate beyond just hearing them and going, yeah, okay, sounds good.
So the last time we saw this race-winning brands boat, it was Rockstar Energy, but I don't think it was David Branch's boat. I think it was Bill McComb's boat. I could have been mistaken with that. Something is striking me about that boat as it goes by, and if we misrepresent your team or your boat in any way, shape, form, or we apologize, especially with new teams that we don't get the full history on. Normally in time before we go on the air, we apologize if we mislead you in any way, shape, or form. We'll always try and make up for that later. This is the Monster Energy P1 Offshore St. Pete Powerboat Grand Prix presented by Visit St. Pete Clearwater. P1 sponsors Monster Energy Drink, the official energy drink of P1 Offshore Racing. Visit St. Pete Clearwater. Mercury Racing, the official engine partner of P1 Offshore Racing. Sunoco Race Fuels, Liquor Split, X Insurance, Good Boy Vodka, Legend Yacht Transport, and Myco Trailers, your P1 sponsors for the 2023 season. One more race to go on the APBA National Championship Series. That will take place in Clearwater. Go to p1offshore.com to follow us. Keep up with your favorite race teams. Check out schedules of when we'll be in a town near you. Follow us on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter. Search P1 Offshore for all our fun live content and videos. Because, Matt, there are a lot of them. That's one thing that P1 does well. It does communicate with its fans very well on social media.
Oh, very much so.
Something you really have to do this day and age to be successful and drive brands, because now sponsorship looks at media clicks. That's one of the things they want to see.
Social media is just an incredible marketing platform.
Yep.
That's how it works.
Hancock Farnsworth They continue to run on one motor as TS Motorsports continues to lead in 450R factory stock. Gladiator Canados is out with a mechanical issue. Doug Wright is in second, and Meade Family Racing in third. As it looks like they may be running a little bit more trimmed down now than what they were at the beginning. Good shot of Doug Wright coming through, or exiting that eastern turn rather, running back towards the dogleg. We should start lap number 7 of 10. This is the final race of the day. And unfortunately, Matt, this is the final race of our broadcast season together.
Yeah, it went by quickly, unfortunately.
We started back at Cocoa Beach in May and went to Sarasota and went to Sheboygan and ended up here in St. Pete. And as I mentioned before, it's been a pleasure. It's been an honor doing it with you. Really enjoyed I think when we talked about doing this in the spring, you said you were going to call yourself the statistician.
No, I think you told me I was going to be called the statistician, which is fine.
It's kind of what you do for a living.
To some degree, yeah.
To some degree. You chronicle the sport.
Try to make order out of the chaos.
Yep.
Give things context, and hopefully, people get informed and enjoy it at the same time.
Yep. This is boat number 11, Race Winning Brands. And that is Bill McComb's boat. He was the one that ran that as Rockstar, but I don't know why I thought David Branch ran with him. Here is Doug Wright, boat number 96, of course sponsored by Waves and Wheels out of the Lake of the Ozarks, Justin Wagner. You've spent some time with him too, I believe.
I have. We did it, and we also did an In the Lead with Justin Wagner and part of our documentary video series. Justin's an incredible guy, creative, hardworking, self-made. He's impressive.
Hank Saloon and GC Racing, they seem to have found each other again on the course. And is GC Racing closing in on Hank Saloon? Will they be able to make a move? That would put them, I believe, in 4th place in 450R factory stock as they come up on the Extreme. Farnsworth Hancock is still out there going. I can see him. So let's see how that transpires. JBS, boat number 16, Michael Stancombe, Jeff Stevenson. Just a beautiful looking MTI hull. Of course, we talked about how they have a skater being built. I don't know if that boat will show up for Key West or not. I imagine you probably see it next year.
They didn't say. I think we talked about it with them, but they weren't sure. But if they can get it there, they will. If they have it in time, they will rig it as quickly as possible.
These V16 engines, I asked Jeff this morning when I saw them, I said, Jeff, did they tear them down over the winter or anything like that? He said, no, we looked at them. He said, one had a little bit of wear and tear on it, but they definitely didn't need rebuilds as they are trying to pioneer the V16 power engine package. And Matt, this really is their proving grounds. This is what they're out here to do. They're out here to run those motors.
Exactly.
Get the bugs, get the kinks, get the iron, get it worked out, for lack of a better term.
They wanted to get it seen too. They wanted to, the engines. I think it was the 2016 Miami International Boat Show when they actually debuted it, and they were in prototyping, and it took a long time to get these engines out on the race course. But they've actually had decent results.
Yep.
They were decent, respectable in Class 1.
And what a lot of our listeners don't understand, and it's a good point to bring up as we watch JBS just go around slower lap traffic of 151. Your car, you have gears, okay? And cars now have 7, 8, 9, 10-speed transmissions.
Yes, they do.
That basically reduce the RPMs. It's what you get your fuel mileage with. But in these boats, the only transmissions you get are forward, neutral, and reverse.
Right.
There is no transmission to reduce speed or to reduce engine RPMs to gain speed. So when you're running, when a boat can turn 6,750 RPMs like a Class 1 boat can, they're running at 6,750 RPMs for the better part of the entire race. And the wear and tear that gets put on even the outboards in 450R factory stock, it's a lot of wear and tear as the RPMs are just a constant. They're always up there. It's just a constant. That's in pleasure boats and in race boats. It's in both of the disciplines, and and that's why keeping a boat engine together is sometimes harder than a car engine.
It's a lot harder when you look at the stresses on an offshore race boat versus an automobile.
Right.
Look at the medium it's running in. There's drag. There's friction.
The elements are a lot different. And the salt. A car is not driving over a saltwater track.
Yeah, what do you think would happen to your car if you hit one of these potholes out here that you're watching them race across?
I think some people probably have found out at some point in their lives.
I'll bet you have.
I don't think they knew how to throttle. No. I try to avoid potholes. I try and keep my cars together in nice condition. Thanks. Hank's Saloon goes into the dogleg, got the X Insurance helicopter in tow. GC Racing behind them. JBS just to the inside of this group. Of course, JBS running extreme. So they're just going to go around these two boats comfortably. Looked like GC was catching Hank's Saloon, but now Hank's Saloon has seemed to pull away again.
I just got a little bit of an education from Scott Conrad of SLT Collection in Fort Lauderdale. Bill McComb's boat is their old Spider-Man boat from 2006, 2007.
Boat. Okay.
So that's pretty interesting, right? And they ran it in 2004 and 2005, and it was sold. I say it's sold. I can't see that, but yeah, it's an interesting point.
Excuse me. Actually, so it sold in 06. See, that was the Rockstar boat, and that was out, during the 7, 8, 9, 10 series when we were televising those races. That's why I remember it. It's a skater-built hull, which actually Chris Uzi has the old Lucas Oil boat.
Yeah,
which is right. Basically the sister ship to that boat. I don't know where they were built in comparison to each other, but it's basically the same boat. And I know Chris is trying to build that boat to come out and run in the Extreme as well. I think that boat, and he'll probably answer us, Scott Conrad will probably answer it, I think that's a surface drive boat, but I'm not 100% sure.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'll reach back out to him.
I know Chris Uzi's boat is a number 6 boat. The Lucas Oil boat was a number 6 boat. TS Motorsports continues to lead in 450R factory stock. They have led since the start and not looked back. Johnny Tomlinson and Taylor Sism. Johnny talked about, I believe, again, it was the In the Lead video by Speed on the Water, talked about what it was like to be asked by the Sism family to race with their daughter.
Yeah, he was honored and obviously took it very seriously. But so did Randy with making this, Randy Sisms, Taylor's father, and making this selection of Johnny to be her mentor.
Yep. And it's funny, when Sean Torrente got asked to race in Meade Family Racing, he basically made the same comment. This family is trusting me. And it's the same thing with this boat with Doug Wright. Yep. Ricky Maldonado is running with the son of the owner of Doug Wright, Logan Aiden. They're trusting, you're a father, I'm a father. It's a big thing to trust your life, your child's life, in a boat with not a stranger, but just it's a dangerous environment, a dangerous situation to say the least, and you're entrusting. White flag is out for 450R factory stock. Taylor Sism, Johnny Tomlinson got to make it around one more time without an incident, and they will take the win here in St. Petersburg. This is the Monster Energy P1 Offshore St. Pete Powerboat Grand Prix presented by Visit St. Pete Clearwater. Thank you to Case Productions for another fantastic event brought to you live from beautiful Tampa Bay. Noel, Emily, the entire staff down there at the VIP tent. Another great experience, I'm sure, for our viewers and listeners down there. Of course, the entire P1 staff, Michelle, Azam, Sean, and Sean Martin, the entire group within P1 that makes these events come together. Thanks to those guys. Thank you to our racers. We could not do this without you guys being dedicated to the program and coming out and doing this week in and week out and spending your hard-earned dollars to come out here and go racing. Without you, we wouldn't be doing this. And, of course, our fans. Matt, we have some of the greatest fans all over the country.
Yeah, they're a lot of fun. They're passionate about it. They know a lot about the teams they love.
They do,
and they follow them. We have a contingency from Catawba, Kentucky, out here following Roland Transport because of Matt Jaminski.
Outstanding. That's what we like to hear. And we mentioned it with Taylor Sism, the boat we're watching right now. She was the same thing. JBS, Michael Stancombe, obviously two veteran racers. They have a good following as well. All these racers do it. It's cool to see the merchandise and stuff start to get sold now from these teams. But just great race sites between Cocoa Beach, Sarasota, Sheboygan, and St. Petersburg, Florida. What are we looking at?
Gladiator Canados is pulled at the center.
Yeah, they've been out since very early on in the race.
What?
Yep. They went out very early. Within lap 1 or 2 of this 450R factory stock race.
Wow.
That handed second place over to Doug Wright and put Caleb or I keep saying Caleb, Mead Family Racing.
Caleb Family Racing.
Right, Caleb Family Racing, Mead Family Racing up into third, getting on the box. For the second time in the 450R factory stock class. And Sean Tarente pulled double duty as he ran with Allied and Sean Connor yesterday. No double duty for this team. Well, nope, I can't say that. Johnny Tomlinson ran with Carlos De Quesada today in Pothole Hero, so he pulled double duty as well. As they come around one more time, Taylor Sissom and Johnny Tomlinson in boat number 7, TS Motorsports, poised to take the win in 450R factory stock. Getting it done. Such a beautiful boat. Love the blue. Love the color. I mentioned earlier, Taylor does such a great job at picking that stuff out. And this team has a huge following. I mean, Taylor just has tons of friends that come in week in and week out, and it's a lot of the MTI family.
Oh, absolutely it is. And, you know, I'm sure parents back home are real proud, you know, Randy and Sherelle. But I also think that, you know, their number one concern, you know, with John Tomlinson is just get our daughter home, get her home safe, and everything else is just kind of gravy.
And he's groomed her. I mean, the good news about what they've done is they had those first couple of years when they didn't have much competition, or, you know, one or two boats here or there, to groom her into being the racer that she is. She wasn't a racer prior to this.
Not at all.
She told her dad that she wanted to go racing. They built this class to go racing, and Johnny's had the chance to groom her and build her into what she is, and the result couldn't be any better here today, as they are your winners. They will take the checkered flag in 450R factory stock. Your winner, TS Motorsports, boat number 7.
Beautiful. You know, and Johnny will talk about Taylor pretty openly as being one of the better drivers he's worked with over the years. And when John Tomlinson says that about you, and
that's a big compliment. That's a big compliment.
And he doesn't I don't think he says anything he doesn't mean. He never has to me. And
no, he's probably one of the most honest people out there.
Yeah, I mean, Taylor's got natural talent. And look at this.
Here comes Doug Wright. Powerboats. They are going to come in second. Logan Aiden and Ricky Maldonado on the podium. Beautiful red and black Doug Wright hull, sponsored by Waves of Wheel out of Lake of the Ozarks, Missouri. They take the checkered flag, second place in 450R factory stock. Here come Caleb Mead and Sean Tarente, Mead Family Racing. They are going to get on the podium for the second time in a row. The young gun, 16 years old, gets it done as they take third in 450R factory stock. Caleb Mead and Sean Tarente.
Holy cow. Wonderful.
JBS, Michael Stancombe, Jeff Stevenson, they will take the checkered flag, running unopposed in Extreme. Good to see that MTI back out here. Looking forward to what JBS is going to be able to do with their new skater.
They put on a nice show.
They're loud. They're loud. Two more 450R factory stock boats to go. That's Hank Saloon and GC Racing. As I look up from our screen, GC Racing's got a big rooster tail, and they're pumping the throttle.
Yeah.
He might be on one motor. The way that boat's running, stuck down to the water. Here is Hank Saloon, boat number 39. They will come across the line in fourth place.
I think you're right, Mike. I think he's on his port engine.
Yeah, I think he's on one engine. Here comes boat number 39. They come across the line in fourth place for 450R factory stock.
And now his port engine has decided it's done.
Yeah, they ran pretty much the whole race. I think they're dead in the water completely.
I do too.
That's going to allow 151 Express, if they can't get that boat back up on plane, that's going to allow 151 Express to get around them, and that will put Ian Morgan and Nick Imprescia in fifth place. Yeah, it looks like they are down.
Yeah.
I do like the livery of the 151 Express boat, boat number 66, the orange and green livery as they get ready to go around GC Racing. Wow, what a tough day for Willie and Gary as they ran good all race, no major issues, and then that very last turn, that very last lap, right before the Monster Energy turn for the final time. Here is boat number 66, 151 Express. They come across the line in fifth in 450R factory stock. GC looks like they're moving a little bit better. Could be a Guardian mode issue. They could have hit something, broke a prop. That's really what would slow one of these boats down tremendously because of the vibration.
Yeah.
Here come our V Extreme boats. They are going to get ready to finish. This is boat number 11, Race Winning Brands, completing their first race here in St. Petersburg. They come across the line. They will take the checkered flag. And then we have Team Farnsworth Hancock wrapping up their first season.
And how many laps on one engine do you think they ran?
A lot.
4 or 5?
It was the better part of the race, as the developer Wix Filters out early with a mechanical issue. That wraps up racing here in St. Petersburg, Florida, although just to my left it looks like Race Winning Brands is going to go around one more time. We always stay on the air until the last boat crosses the finish line. There it is. TS Motorsports, ladies and gentlemen. Taylor Sism, Johnny Tomlinson in that stealthy-looking 39 MTI.
She's a beauty.
Of course, there's 2 of these boats built now on Lake of the Ozarks. The red one and the green one.
Now, are they heading off to get a checkered flag? Because I thought we understood that there were no checkered flags right now.
I don't think they're going to go off and get the checkered flag. I'm surprised that Race Control hasn't released them to come back in, but I think it's because Race Winning Brands. So Farnsworth, Hancock, they have turned in. They have decided they have pushed that one motor long enough out here, but they stuck with it, and they might have actually taken the win today. We'll have to see how all that pans out in V Extreme. This class is making a comeback, though, and we look forward to growing it, maybe getting Billy Glick back out here. We know there's the Knucklehead boat up in Michigan.
Yep.
As Race Winning Brands, boat number 11, enter the western end of this course for the final time. That is a cool-looking boat, though. I love the profile of that boat. Very flat deck.
Beautiful.
That's interesting to hear. It's the old Spider-Man boat. Did he ever text you back and tell you if it was a surface drive boat or not?
No, the Spider-Man boat, he said it had 525s on it.
So it was a 6 boat?
Yeah,
okay.
It was 525 and 6s with crash boxes.
Crash boxes, okay.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if that boat still has 525s in it or not. Well, maybe it did when it was Rockstar. That was almost 10 years ago we saw that boat run last. They will exit the easterly turn, head towards the dog leg for the final time, as we wrap up racing for the Monster Energy P1 Offshore St. Pete Powerboat Grand Prix, presented by Visit St. Pete Clearwater. P1 sponsors Monster Energy Drink, the official energy drink of P1 Offshore Racing. Visit St. Pete Clearwater, Mercury Racing, Sunoco Race Fuels, Liquor Split, X Insurance, Good Boy Vodka, Legend Yacht Transport, and Myco Trailers, your 2023 sponsors for P1 Offshore. So this wraps up the Class 1 UIM World Championship. Wraps up today with your champions, 222 Offshore Australian Navy, Darren Nicholson and Giovanni Carpitelli. It wraps up the P1 series, and it's the second to last stop for the APBA National Championship Series, as they will head to Clearwater, Florida to round out their series. Nice looking livery on this boat. I like the American flag, the red, white, and blue. Well done. It is. Very much so. Boat number 11.
Did you?
Making their return.
Carpitella?
I did say Carpitella.
I thought you did.
I did. Did I not say Carpitella?
I think you said Carpitelli once.
Maybe. Okay, I apologize. It's Carpitella. I've said it for a few years wrong.
We've been working on them.
But in our defense, I don't think it has been spelled right on our paperwork.
I think you're correct.
So we will get that corrected. But they are your 2023 Class 1 UIM World Championship. Here comes boat number 11. They're going to pass that monster buoy one more time and take the checkered flag in V Extreme. Beautiful looking boat. Glad to see it's going to make its return. Going to get some bugs worked out. Look forward to learning about this team, this boat, and these motors as they cross the finish line. That's going to wrap up.
Beautiful.
Yep, that's going to wrap up racing for the Monster Energy P1 Offshore St. Pete Powerboat Grand Prix, presented by Visit St. Pete. Matt Trulio, it has been an honor to do it with you, sir. Thank you so much. Mark Granite,
my friend.
We enjoyed getting to do it with you, although we did it with 2 races with Mark. Then he decided to go race, and he was tied up this weekend for St. Petersburg. Thanks to Case Productions, P1, everybody that's made these races come together. This is my last race for the 2023 season. Got to thank my wife and son for allowing me to come out and do this. Thanks to all the supporters. Thanks to our fans. Thanks to the race teams. We're going to wrap it up. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Mike Iwaski for the final time. Mike Iwaski, Matt Trulio. We'll see you next time.